1 December, 1591. My mother's eyes are fire-embodied, smouldering with such fury that I feel their heat on my skin. That fire burns straight to my core, spearing me, as I stand helplessly in our little kitchen, arms splayed, empty potion vials clutched in my fists. Go, Friederike, she tells me, a growl of command. Get in the cellar. The shouts of battle outside haven't waned. How long has the fight lasted? And still, each cry of attack is as jarring as a crack of thunder, surging alertness into my veins, a building stockpile of wake up and danger and go. Mama tells me that again. Go, now I only came in here to restock my supplies and regroup. Our coven needs help, Mama, you cannot ask me to hide. You cannot. She throws a glance through our warped front window. A protection talisman hangs against our single pane of fogged glass, ash tree twigs knotted into a triangle, limbs strung with rosemary bundles still fresh and floral sweet. A lot of good that talisman has done. A lot of good any of our protection spells have done. I grab for the herbs spread on our kitchen table. Birch bark for protection, fennel seed in a cedar box for defense. What will work, what will be enough? I brought everything that we had out of the cellar, all our last remaining herbs, but I turn back to the open hatch helplessly, like something else will appear, some great solution I'm too panicked to see. Mama, I try again. I am faltering, my voice is too high, my movements too unsteady. When I reach for the herbs again, the cedar box tips, spilling dozens of tender fragrant fennel seeds across the wood. Let me make more potions. I can do it quickly. Let me try. The wrinkles around her usually smiling mouth tug down. She smooths back her unruly blonde curls, identical to mine, hoping to wipe away some of her uncapable soto. I have seen that look before, it is branded on my soul, and I know, a flash of realization, what's changed in the last few seconds. This battle teetered on the edge of hope before it even began. We always knew the witch hunters would come for us, so we had defenses, strategies planned, but success relied too heavily on luck. And every ounce of luck turned its back on us from the start. Whatever my mother saw outside has told her, we can't win. We won't. I pull the empty vials to my chest. We're still standing. We have to keep fighting. Mama surges forward to cup my cheek in her palm. She smells of sweat and gunpowder. Outside, screams. From my family. From hexenjägers, the vile witch hunters. Spells explode and rifles pop. Mine shats. Mama whispers, her thumb soft on my face. I don't need you to be brave now. I need you to listen. I shove the potion vials into the leather pouches hanging from my belt and grab her wrists. Mama, please, I need to tell you. She presses a kiss to my forehead. I love you, Friederike. Then she pushes me. Hard. I stumble back, stunned, and trip on the open hatch door. It's my fault, that's what I was going to say. The battle outside, the witch hunters being here, is my fault. You cannot save them from it. I fall, hands tearing on the rough wood ladder, knees banging against the wall until I drop with a jaw-clacking thud on the dirt floor of our cellar. Pain pierces through my body, bright and shattering, as I look up at the hatch and see Mama gazing down on me, backlit so there is only darkness where her face should be. Wait. I cry. No. She slams the hatch door shut. I hear the chain lock, hear the rug drag over it. Wolf and fox and strength of bone, Mama says above me, the words muffled. Help me here, keep safe this home. Protect and care, shield and cover, lend your might for this desperate mother. Mama. My screams will be useless. Her protection spell means that even if someone was standing right on top of the door, they wouldn't be able to hear me. If they knew the cellar was there before, they would forget it as long as the spell lasts. The strength of my mother's protection magic is renowned, but that doesn't stop me from tearing up the ladder and thundering my fists on the door. Though the sounds I make are deadened, I can hear what is happening outside. The shouts of fighting still echo tln off out our little village. Tears stream down my face, but I viciously ignore them. I do not get to cry. I have to act. Still on the ladder, I whirl to face the front corner of the cellar. The window, Mama and I installed it to help ventilate when our food mold last year. It's blocked by crates and barrels now, but it should be big enough that I can crawl through. The door to our cottage bangs open, and my whole body seizes. I know it is not Mama leaving her footsteps patter overhead, a hurried whirl of reaction as she turns on the intruder. I go rigid on the ladder, every muscle in my body attuned to listening, heart stunted, breath held. I don't even dare pray. Kommandant Kirch, Mama says, her tone utterly emotionless. A shout tries to escape. I press my palm to my mouth and gulp it down. Did you think you could hide from this battle? The commandant asks. I am not hiding, says Mama without hesitation. I was waiting for you. There is a long moment of silence between them. I can imagine the way they stare each other down, my mother, every bit of her bearing saying that she is the most powerful witch for leagues, and Kommandant Dieter Kirch, barely 2 years my senior, emitting the bold, irrepressible spirit that made one so young the head of the hexenjägers. The prize she will make him. The praise that will be heaped upon him. He's rounded up a whole coven, the last in the area, and killing my mother means killing an elder. A powerful one. My terror subsides into fury, breath coming in tight pants against the tears still streaking down my face. He will not touch her. But when he says, take her, I cry out again. I slam my shoulder into the door, but it won't lift, and no one above is even aware that I'm here. Except for Mama, and I know she won't look down as hexenjägers stomp into our cottage for her. Irons clank. But there is no fight or resistance, she goes willingly. She knows we have lost. She knows Burisborn is fallen. Her arrest is swift, they'll take her to the main city, to try her, where a mock trial will be held before they tie her to a stake. All her protection spells. All her wards. Years of watching our neighbouring covens get whittled away or flee to safety until here we are, the last of the covens in this comer of the Holy Roman Empire, finally taken out, finally decimated. Many of our elders pushed to leave in recent months. The hexenjäger threat was too powerful, and we were growing weaker and weaker. We should go to the Black Forest, my Aunt Catherine said a week ago. She was getting bolder in her defiance of my mother. The forest folk of the well will take us in and transport the dozens of people of our coven across hundreds of miles. Mama replied, trying to be calm in their meeting with the other elders. How far do you think we would get with the hexenjägers on our doorstep already? They would pursue us into the very heart of our magic. We cannot risk it. Besides, the hexenjäger threat is our responsibility. Maid, mother, and crone. Aunt Catherine sighed, her face going slack. Our only other option is to die here, then. To wait for the jaggers to break through our defenses. No, Mama promised. No. We'll find a way to reach them. We will find a way to end this. We will find a way to end this. Our responsibility. My stomach spasms with that responsibility, toxic and consuming as I scramble down the ladder. We cannot give up. I cannot give up. I tear down the stacks of crates and barrels in front of the window, our stores of food dumping at my feet, beets and radishes and rolling potatoes. Maid, mother, crone, I pray out loud as I heave the last barrel away. But I don't know what I'm even praying for. Salvation? Strength? Comfort? Everything, I need everything, and no prayer is sufficient. I leave a single crate to use as a stepladder and leap up onto it. The window is barely the size and width of my head, will I be able to crawl through? Did Mama's spell extend to this exit? We didn't waste money on glass for this window, just a series of iron bars shoved into the dirt. A better witch would stop and form a spell to break the bars, but I'm not my cousin, skilled with controlling lit flames, I'm not even my mother, who can call animals as easily as she breathes. What do I use? Herbs. Useless, stupid herbs, and how will they help me now? I have none left. Anyway, we had pulled the last of our herbs up to the kitchen when Mama told me to hide, so in this moment all I have is myself and empty potion vials. I work faster, fingers bleeding as I free clumps of earth and rock. Thank the three that Mama and I aren't exactly skilled architects. I'd joked about it then, how this window would one day collapse, but yes, I never thought I'd be grateful for our shoddy craftsmanship. One of the bars breaks free. The shouts outside heighten. I look up before I can think not to. My eyes lock on a group not 4 paces from this hidden window. 2 hexenjägers are fiercely locked in battle with 2 witches. Their fight is a mimic of others happening all over the town square, witches embroiled in extricating these intruders from our coven. The jaggers use swords, hacking and slashing. Witches fight back the only way we know how, with magic. We have physical weapons as well, some of us, but a well-placed spell can be as effective as a blade. One of the witches is a gath, whose affinity is in weaving. Her loom makes our fabrics, threading spells into our wool. The blue kirtle I wear now has a hem embroidered with green in a repeating pattern of an ash tree. For protection. Now, she swings a net in a mighty arch, ensnaring one jagger. He screams, and I hear sizzling, his skin boiling against the magic a gath wove into the fibers. Next to her is Gottfried, whose affinity is with animals, like Mama. He whistles, and a dozen ravens break from a tree line, making a sharp dive for the other jagger. He shrieks in tandem with his comrade, and for a moment, hope wells. How can simple humans stand against us? We'll push them back. Surely Mama's worries were misplaced. Then the jagger in a gath's net twists. No warning cry. He impales a gath on his sword. Head to toe, I go utterly immobile, a horror I've never known pinning me in place. Gottfried wails. His distraction is enough. The other jagger frees himself from the ravens and hurls his body at Gottfried, tackling him to the ground. I see the flash of metal, the bite of blades scraping the air between them, and then Gottfried's wail plummets into silence. The 2 jaggers leap to their feet and race off, throwing themselves into the next fight with furious, single-minded drive. I am a body without thought too. I use the freed iron bar to hack away at the dirt beneath the remaining 2 bars, heart bruising on my ribs. If I can get this window open wider, I can get out there, I'll get out there and more screams float into the cellar, more garbled shrieks as battles are lost, as jaggers slaughter my family, and with them drifts a single thought. A single, shattering question. Where is my mother? I should have seen jaggers drag her across the square. Shouldn't I have? Where did they take her? Keep that one. The voice, Kommandant Kirch. My eyes seek out the source. There, across the square, the commandant stomps toward a prison wagon. He points at a girl one of his hexenjägers is dragging away. Liesel. I shout for my cousin. It gets swallowed in the battle cries that have pitched into outright screams. Liesel, she shrieks in terror as the commandant grabs her from the hexenjäger and throws her into the prison wagon himself. He says something to her, something that makes her tiny body cower back, a wraith of blonde hair and pale eyes, and then he slams the door on her. My focus widens so suddenly, so aggressively, that I teeter in the shift. I thought we could wrest victory from this battle, I thought Mama's fear had been misplaced, but I see now what she did, what she knew. We are lost. Between my window and Liesel, the town square is a massacre. Blood coats the ground. Bodies lie in piles, the few remaining itches getting cut down in harsh, thrusting blows from jaggers lost in their hunger for war. So many are fallen. Too many. I drop to my knees in the cellar, clinging to the freed iron bar, and vomit on the dirt floor. Maid, mother, and crone, forgive me, please, forgive me. The prayer comes easily, but I feel its uselessness. The three won't hear me. It's too late. Anything I do, it's too late. The iron bar drops from my fingers, thuds against the cellar's floor under my knees. Powerlessness seizes my muscles so unrelentingly that I start shaking, vibrations I can't stop, terror I can't control. You know how to help. Sweet and jarring all at once, the voice slithers up the back of my neck, pounds on my head, equal parts seduction and sting. I knot my arms around myself, eyes squished shut, ears deafened to the screaming outside, the primal, guttural cries that go beyond pain. You know how to help, Fritzi. No. No, one don't. Without needing herbs. Without needing a conduit at all. Stop. Just say the spell. You know the words. You remember them. My mouth opens. I hate the part of me that does that, the part of me that always leans in to listen to the darkness whispering its saccharine promises, temptation brushing my cheek like it isn't responsible for one of the greatest traumas of my life before this one. Muscles shaking in terror now tremble with tension from the way I hold myself against the voice, the promises of wild magic always lingering, always waiting to pull me over the edge. The cellar is dark, shadows creeping in, night coming fast and cold in winter. Those shadows loop around my quaking body, and I am all fear and weakness. Everyone is dying out there. Liesel is in a prison wagon. What can I do? Do all witches hear the voice, Mama? I asked years ago. I been about 10. The one asking them to wild magic? Is that a goddess talking to me like Perta talks to you? The goddess Perta, the mother, long ago chose my mother as one of her favored witches. It means nothing more than Mama has her ear, is blessed and guided by the mother goddess, but to be chosen by a goddess. For a young witch, the idea had been all I wanted. But my mother's face. Save me, I'll never forget that look on her face, a flinch of disgust that she smothered with a too wide smile. The goddesses do speak to us, but they would never tell us to use wild magic. Don't think on it, mine shats. Think only on how you will resist its pull. Tell me now, what are you? My heart sank. A goddess hadn't chosen me? Not even Hulda, the maid, young and fierce and bright? Surely I was worthy of Hulda's blessing. I'm a good witch, Mama, I said, and smiled. A green witch. She nodded. A good green witch, indeed. I say that to myself now. A good witch. A green witch. I use herbs and create spells. I do not hear the voice in my head, I do not feel its pull. I am a good witch. Will a good witch survive this? I scream and fly to my feet, the iron bar back in my hand, and with my last fleeting remnants of strength, I pry the other bars free and gouge enough dirt out to widen the opening. I will not give in. Not today. Not tomorrow. Never. I throw that word up against the voice in my head. Never, never, you will never get me, you've taken enough. A stream of smoke floats TLN off the cellar window. It could be mist on an early morning breeze, common enough now in winter, except for the smell. Wood and cinder, earthy and rich, a fire on a summer night, a smouldering kitchen flame under a boiling pot, and it isn't innocently grey. It's heavy, choking black. The oddity doesn't make it past my focused terror. I need to get out of this cellar. Now. The smoke blows, obscuring the town square, filling this cellar until every blink is grating sand on my eyelids and every breath burns. Once the bars are freed, I stack more crates back beneath the window and haul myself up to the opening. My body scrapes against the edges of the window hole as I wiggle free. Streaks of dirt drag along my coarse blue kirtle, my square-necked shift beneath splotched with grime and sweat as I roll to my feet outside. Mama! I scream into the smoke, coughing each breath. Aunt Catherine? Liesel? Why haven't any hexenjägers swept in on me yet? I'm out of the cellar. They might not be able to see me in the smoke, but they should be able to hear my screams now. I don't care. I'm too overcome with panic, and I shout the names again. The wind shifts. The sky clears first. Brightest blue, high afternoon, a crisp December day as any other. Liesel wanted to make sweet Zwetschgenkuchen today but use apples instead of plums. No, I told her, I'm sorry, Liesel, I can't. Mama needs my help with the chores I didn't do yesterday, on my birthday. My birthday? The thought of it cracks my heart, shatters what's left, and it's in that state that I see what has become of Burisborn. Bodies lie everywhere, left to fall where they were killed. Some hexenjägers, not enough. Mostly my family, my coven, shot with rifles or stabbed with blades. I stand still for a moment, the world off balance, and I realize, I'm the only thing standing now in this village. The surviving hexenjägers have left. My coven is. In the center of the square stands a single stake. How long did I cower in that cellar? Too long, not enough. The wind whistles, catches, puffs smoke higher, and I hear only the thud of my shattered heart beating in my ears. I hate the absence of noise more than screaming, this incessant, defeated silence. I drop to my knees in front of her stake. Her burnt remains are held to the charred wood by a great iron chain. They didn't take her back to trial. Didn't give her the sham of a trial. They branded her chest. A curved D, for Damon. Demon. I did not hear her scream when the commandant lit her fire. When he branded her, she would never have given him the satisfaction mine shats. My body bends double. I cannot will it to stay upright. I claw the earth, nails digging deep into ashes and mud, and from the pit of me, the core of me, I scream. It is a promise. It is a begin. To Otto, the city of Trier smells like fear and shit. I wrap my black cloak over my shoulders, securing the pierced heart brooch at the neck. My leather boots are polished to a mirror shine. My belt is heavy with my sheathed sword hanging on my left and a wheellock pistol holster to my right, but before I open the door to the headquarters of the hexenjägers in the Porta Nigra, I mentally pause, feeling each hidden weapon on my body, thinking of what I would need to do to reach each one instantly. A dagger at my back and a smaller one in my boot. A silver knife beneath each shirt cuff, the cost of such blades immense, but paid for from the Archbishop's own coffers. A vial of holy water around my neck. A scroll of parchment with a verse from Exodus Titan in Latin, blessed by the Pope himself, sewn into my cloak. A jar of dirt from Jerusalem, tiny and clinking in my pocket next to a golden crucifix, the only thing I have left of my father's. Witches need more than blades to pierce them before they are cast into hell. Our weapons are designed to rend the flesh and burn the soul. I sling open the door and step onto the stone corridor. As I expected, there are fewer witch hunters here than normal. My plan to get regular updates from the city while I was on patrols meant that I cut my most recent tour of the southern part of diocese short. Capitan. One of the lower-ranked men shouts, running toward me. It's a new recruit, Johann, too junior to have been included on patrols outside the city yet. He's a kid, really, 15 or 16. I'm no more than a few years his senior, but that age difference feels wrong. He has peach fuzz on his chin, a gleam of innocence still alight in his eyes. What is it? I growl. Commandant Kirch is not yet back, the boy stutters. We were not sure of the changes to the executions. Changes? The boy bobs his head. Captain. He holds a paper out to me. I snatch it from him. It bears the Archbishop's seal, as well as the stamp of the executioner, that pompous ass. Both men are far older, and yet they cower behind boys like Johann. Like me. There is a reason why the hexenjägers are young. They say it takes youth and the strong muscles of good holy boys to fight the devilish strength of the witches. The oldest among us is Kommandant Dieter Kirch, and he is in his early 20s. I, at 19, am the captain, second in command. To be fair, I have only been elevated to this position because I had my father's name behind me. Nepotism worked in my favor, as did the commandant's personal approval of me. And, well, Trier is running out of good holy boys willing to wear the black cloaks. What started as a mania has settled into something even darker. There are rumblings of rebellion. The Archbishop may lead the charge against the witches, but the parishes have started to question whether or not the man is correct in his crusade. There is, after all, far more gold on his fingers and around his neck than what is used for alms. Unfortunately for them, the Archbishop has been known to hear blasphemy among the doubters, blasphemy that is often treated with the same fire as the witch's face. The Archbishop sits upon a literal throne, watching the burnings from afar. The executioner, he lights the fires, but it is the hexenjägers, the children he trains, who bind the hexen to the stakes. Who haul their crying, fighting bodies to the pyres, who root out the evil as if it is a foul weed that will wither and die in the sun. There is always fire between the others and the hexen. Fire, and the children like Johann who they have trained to dirty their hands. Fools! I snap the parchment out, scanning the words quickly. The Archbishop has written the decree in Latin. It is, after all, a mandate from the Church, but it's also a precaution. Few of the lesser-ranked boys can read even in German, fewer still in the language of God. I knew about this, I state flatly. Bright red splotches stain Johann's face. He's nervous around me. It's just that, with Kommandant Kirch gone, I start walking toward my office, and Johann races to keep up. I insisted early on that the only way the hexenjägers could truly be efficient at purging evil from the diocese was TLN, or efficient communication, and it became my role within the unit to create that system of messengers. It is often a tedious task, and not without its trouble, but it also means that I am the first to know when the next burning will be and where the next patrols will be sent out. So I know Kommandant Kirch left Trier with more than half our men, a sudden mission that had been prompted by necessity when a large and powerful coven had been uncovered. It must have been a surprise to the Commandant, who otherwise wouldn't have left the city during an important time. I know he's been obsessed with finding covens that still have elders. It's no wonder that he would attack as soon as he heard, even if that left the city without its main hexenjäger forces. And I already knew about the burning, scheduled for the solstice in a few days. We typically have burnings of 1 to 2 witches every few weeks, but the Archbishop put a hold on them, intending to have one large burning at the end of the year to showcase the triumph of good over evil, letting the smoke of the bodies of burned witches scent the cold December. It is for these reasons that I've rushed to the city, cutting my own fruitless patrol short. There is, after all, much to do when you're about to help murder 100 people. Witches, I remind myself as I enter my office. They are not people. They're witches. But Sir Johann lingers at the doorway, unsure of whether he is allowed to step inside the tiny stone room that serves as my office. What is it? I demand. There's a lot to plan before the solstice, and I have no time for mewling boys who do not know what to do other than hesitate. Captain Ernst, we have held the witches in prison for weeks. No burnings. It's getting crowded. Yes, I reply acidly, when you don't burn witches alive and instead leave them in a cell, they do tend to not simply disappear. What do you want me to do about it? Truth be told, I dread the day the streets will choke with the stench of rendered flesh. My stomach twists, although my face betrays no emotion. All the Holy Roman Empire will see the smoke rising from Trier, and all will tremble with fear. Exactly as the commandant wants. If Archbishop's order goes as planned. If Commandant Kirch does not come back before the solstice. Johann starts, his words fading out as he tries to put a cohesive sentence together. We aren't sure what to do. Perhaps you could authorize a new location for the prisoners, or... His voice trails off at my quelling glare. I narrow my eyes, considering the options. I'll inspect the prison, I say. It would not suit my plans if the prisoners were moved. I shove past the boy and march down the stone corridor. When I do not hear the younger man's boots following my own footsteps, I bark, come along. Johann scrambles to keep up as I descend the massive winding iron staircase. The headquarters of the hexenjägers is in the Porta Nigra, the black gate made by the Romans when they occupied the city-state of Trier hundreds of years ago. The building has been remade into a church, the upper level used by the blessed witch hunters. But I continue down the iron stairs, winding round and round, dizzyingly descending past the church, deeper, deeper underground. Sir! Johann squeaks, but I ignore him. There is no part of Trier that is untouched by Rome. The Germanic nations are the Holy Roman Empire for a reason. Centuries have passed, but our stones were cut by Roman laborers, our streets mapped by Roman cartographers, our religion seeped into the people by Roman emperors. Constantine the Great himself lived in Trier. And his men carved out the aqueducts. The enormous tunnel system under the streets of Trier is ancient but still good, designed to bring the clean waters of the Moselle River into the city. Not many remember it now, centuries later. There are rumors that the aqueducts are haunted, and Johann crosses himself as I approach the entrance underground. He truly is still a child. The only ones who haunt the aqueducts are the witch hunters. I hand Johann a torch, and he holds it while I use my flint to light the greased bundle atop the stick. I let him go first, and although the torch trembles in his hand, Johann enters the narrow passage, shoulders hunched but without any hesitancy to his steps. Once inside, no light reaches through the tunnel. Cold water sloshes over our feet. Johann's dim light barely flickers. It doesn't matter. I close my eyes, embracing the darkness. I know these routes better than anyone. Johann peers nervously into the side tunnels, shoulders hunched, eyes squinting. What would have been a 20-minute walk or more meandering through the winding streets above is a quick 10 minutes through the aqueducts. The tunnel branches off and then opens up to a sort of sub-basement with pillars of brick holding the floor above our heads. Stone steps lead to a door. I'll never figure out these tunnels, Johann says mournfully. His torch flickers as I fit an iron key into the door. I glance behind him as he swings the torch idly. Watch it! I bark. The boy jumps, nearly slipping on the damp floor. I grab the torch from him. See those? I point to the barrels stored on raised planks under the brick pillars to protect them from the water. Johann nods, eyes wide. They are full of gunpowder, you unfortunate. Be careful with your torch. Why would they store that here? Johann grumbles, but at my withering look, he says no more. After letting the door at the top of the stairs swing open, I shove Johann through and then stash the quenched torch on a hook. We climb the steps, leaving wet boot prints on the stone. Once inside the main basilica, the guards on duty nod to us in greeting as we stride into the hall. I stare about the prison in horror, although my face shows no emotion. Some of these witches have been behind bars for a month already. The hay at their feet is scant, stained brown, moulding and musty where it's not putrid and wet. I harden my heart to pity. In order to contain the evil, this holy building was selected as the most secure and blessed. Where a congregation would typically gather, there are now iron bars extending from the cut stone floor, trapping the hexen. There is only one door facing the altar, with heavy chains and TLNEE locks keeping it secure. You can see, Sir Johann says in his too high voice, there's hardly any room left. If Commandant Kirch comes back with more people from his raid of the coven in the north, Commandant Kirch can deal with it, I say. Should we relocate some? There are cells in the Porta Nigra. Monks' cells, not prisoner cells, I snap. Prior to the formation of the hexenjäger units, the upper part of the old building was a monastery. Would you put a witch beside the bones of Saint Simeon? Johann blanches. It's just, it seems. Johann's voice fades to a whisper, but I still catch his words. It doesn't seem right, does it? It's inhumane. He should be afraid to speak so foolishly. If Commandant Kirch heard such presumptuous remarks from a recruit, the lad would be lashed at the very least. I slam my fist against the boy's jaw, the blow coming hard and fast and without warning. He spins in a circle before crashing down to the stone floor with a tooth-clacking snap of his head. Blood spurts from his lip as he looks up at me with wide, fearful eyes. I crouch down in front of him before he has a chance to right himself. Are you suggesting, recruit, that these hexen be given better quarters? I speak loudly, my voice carrying. Every single person in the vast room, witch or soldier, hears me. A witch sells their soul to the devil, I boom. Each and every one of them will stay here, behind this cage, until they burn. Their comfort is of little concern to any true hexenjäger. I stand, towering over the recruit, peering down my nose at the boy. Am I understood? Yes, he squeaks. Sir. I tilt my chin up and peer around the room. Roughly 100 witches, crammed into a cage meant to hold only 24 at most. Fewer guards than usual, most are with Commandant Kirch, in his raid to the north. But enough. My words settle over the basilica. The hexenjägers standing guard at the doors or patrolling the cage walk with proud steps, their spines straighter, their jaws more determined. The witches, the ones still sensible to their plight, weep softly. My words have ripped the last shred of their hope away. I feel them watching me as I stride past the cage toward the main doors of the basilica. Dim light filters through the windows cut high above in the stone. Like his father. I hear the whisper behind me, but I don't pause to see which fellow hexenjäger spoke. Everyone sees my father in me. A zealot, full of passion, a warrior of the faith. His death was ignoble, but his reputation outlasted him. He is the reason I was able to advance so quickly in the ranks of the hexenjägers, despite never having held a torch to a pyre. I may be second in command, and everyone else has forgotten the truth of it, but I have not, I am untested. I have organized patrols, I have worked as a guard, but I have not yet lit a single fire. I wonder, what would my father think of that? I bite back the smile threatening to twist my lips, knowing exactly what he would think of the solstice and what I shall do on that day. The young recruit skulks behind me. Already, a bruise blossoms across his jawline. You are right, Johann, I announce without turning to face the boy. The prison is crowded. But not so crowded that it cannot handle one more witch. Sir, he asks. I reach the front of the prison. Wilhelm is the highest-ranking hexenjäger on duty. He snaps to attention when I stop in front of him. How many units remain in the city? I ask. While I know many men went with Commandant Kirch, I am unsure of the exact number. 4, sir. Gather 5 men, I tell Wilhelm. It will not take much to bring down the witch I have in mind, but she is crafty. I don't want the city left defenseless, nor can I risk facing a witch alone. Especially this one. Wilhelm salutes me, nodding once and then turning to gather the men I asked for. "Fetch my horse," I tell Johann. The boy takes off at a run toward the stables. While they work, I step outside into the fresh air, blocking the witches from my senses. That is, after all, the purpose of the walls. To let the foul evil remain unseen before it is scoured from this earth. "Sir, your horse." Johann arrives moments before Wilhelm returns with 5 men, 4 astride, one leading a horse cart with a cage built into the back. The wooden box has one nanau door off the rear with iron bars providing the only light and ventilation. An adult could not fully stand in such a cage, the rough wood and shoddy construction not even fit for animals. I slowly cast my look across each of the waiting men. They are loyal hexenjägers, among the best. Black cloaks cover broad shoulders, the gleaming enamel badge of the witch hunters provides the only spot of color. I grab the reins of my horse's bridle from Johann's outstretched hands. "You ride on the cart," I tell the boy. His eyes widen with eagerness, and he scrambles up to sit on the rough bench. "Where are we going, sir?" he asks as I mount my horse. "Bernkastel," I say. There's noise behind me as some of the men realize the weight of our mission. Johann is the only one willing to speak what the others are thinking. "Bernkastel," he says. "Isn't that the Toen where you are from?" "Yes." I bite off the word. Some of the guards from inside the basilica have stepped out to see what the commotion is, where the Captain is heading off to so soon after returning to the city, so near to the date of the mass solstice burning. I feel their eyes on me. Most of the witches that the hexenjägers rooted out came from Trier itself, but as the witch hunt has stretched from a season to a year to a decade, the hexenjägers have cast their net broader and broader, into the surrounding villages and tombs, dragging the evil back into the city for proper disposal. Still, it's rare these days for the home of a prominent hexenjäger to come under scrutiny. I heave a sigh, my shoulders bowing to the weight of what must be said, what must be done. I turn to the men. "We go to Bernkastel," I say. "A day's ride east. There is a witch there, living alone by the river. A young maid." A muscle twitches in my jaw. My sister is the witch. We go to Anest her 3 Fritzi. The forest's undergrowth snags around my legs as I trudge forward, huddling deeper into my cloak. It's too big. I stole it off a line 2 villages ago, along with a wide-brimmed hat to ward off the chill alongside my thick wool kirtle and linen shift. The cloak smells like horses. Just keep walking. One step. Another. I should have stayed in Burisborn long enough to get supplies. Real supplies, warmer clothes and food, and more than the handful of empty potion bottles in the leather pouches that hang from a belt around my hips. But every moment I waste is another moment that the hexenjägers get Liesel closer to Trier. So I walk. And I keep walking. Another step. Another. "We should go to the forest folk," Aunt Catherine begged my mother and the elder council. I hear the echo of her plea now. We should have gone to the Black Forest. Why did we let it get this far? Elders whisper the command to children from the moment they can recognize the dangers around us. Go to the Black Forest if anything happens, they say. The forest folk will keep you safe. But asking to be taken in by the forest folk, the goddess-chosen guardians of the source of our magic hidden in the dark deep of the Black Forest, is only a solution used by the most desperate of covens and witches. The thing we are to do when we have no other options, getting there requires traversing the many, many miles between us and the Black Forest, evading hexenjägers and whatever other prejudices lurk in the surrounding territories. And most of it sounds like a bedtime story, anyway. Too good to be true. Especially for a witch like me. The forest folk guard the source of our magic, the origin tree, one colossal fixture composed of 3 trees braided together, each older than time itself, one birthed from each goddess and infused with their magic. The origin tree's power gives all magic life, and the forest folk ensure that the well of magic that springs from the origin tree stays protected from corrupting forces, like wild magic. Witches, good witches, access the well's magic through the rules laid down by the goddesses and enforced by elders, but other witches, bad witches, can access a different sort of magic, a magic of chaos and corruption, spoken of in just as hushed tones as the forest folk, but fearful tones, cautious and terrified. A witch can do anything, anything at all with wild magic, the sorts of magic that the hexenjägers fear us for. But a witch can only draw on one source, so to access wild magic, they must sever their connection to the well, then connect to wild magic through evil acts of sacrifice, revenge, and murder. The longer they draw their power solely from wild magic, the more their soul fivests and rots, until they are that which they seek, evil, through and through. When I mix potions, the spells I speak tether me to that well of uncorrupted magic, and infuse the potions with power. When Liesel speaks her spells over lit flames, the words connect her to the well and pour magic into her veins and let her see the answers to questions in the heat of the fire. When Mama speaks her spells over bones or fur or animals, those spells tether her to the magic, and let her control creatures or portend wartings in bones and more, or she used to. She used to be able to do that. My heart bucks, bruises, and I push on my chest, hand-fisted. The forest folk and the origin tree are protected by the goddesses, hidden away in the impassable bulk of the Black Forest. It's almost a fairy story, but now. Why didn't we leave sooner? Why did we stay in Burisborn? The thought has been a persistent itch in the back of my mind since I left. Mama's words roll through me, the hexenjäger threat is our responsibility. There are no other covens left to stand against them now. A few burned, more fled to the Black Forest. We have failed in that then, too. No, I failed in that. I led everyone to slaughter. Guilt is iron, it is lead, a weight in my lungs, invisible and intangible but relentless. So when I shake myself to focus, or focus as much as I can in my exhaustion, the guilt does not go away, it shifts, retracts, but there it waits, like my grief, watching and patient. Both know they will conquer me eventually. Both know I am as good as decimated under their power. They are in no hurry. I swallow a spurt of nausea, my mind flashing with images, the grotesque transformation of people I loved into corpses. The hexenjägers were thorough, I couldn't find any trails taken by others who might have gotten away. But someone else had to have escaped. Right? And if they did, they would be heading to the Black Forest. My aunt. My cousins. Any of the little ones. They all knew, from the moment they could talk, if the hexenjägers come and Burisborn is no longer safe, go to the Black Forest. Go to the forest folk, they'll take you in. But Liesel didn't escape. My eyes blearily drift to snatches of sky through the canopy, gauging my direction, but I'm tired, and I ache. Keep walking, keep going. I imagine my cousin shivering in a cold, dark cell, her little body racked with sobs as she awaits an unjust trial at the hands of the hexenjägers in Trier. Another step. One more. Everything in me hurts, battered in the coming winter chill, but the pain is deeper than surface discomfort, my muscles wrenching in a way that reminds me, with every beat, I am alive. The grate of ashes in my lungs, I am alive, I lived through the plumes of smoke. The cuts on my fingers and arms, I am alive, I lived through clawing my way out of the cellar. The grit in my eyes, I am alive, I lived through the sobbing as my mother burned. Alive. Alive. The word taunts me, and I keep walking. How many days has it been since Burisborn? My stomach rumbles, and I pull one of the tubers I foraged out of my leather pouches. It's crunchy and tasteless, but it silences the hunger pains, one small relief in the endless thunder. It's well past midnight, whatever day it is. Winter is thinning the forest's canopy, but enough of it remains that even the palest moonlight is kept at bay. The air is crisp, mixed with the humidity of a recent rain, not quite ice, that lingers on my cloak in mushy droplets. There is moisture in every breath that smells of coming snow and decaying plants and dense, saturated dirt. I feel my way onward, relying on touch and sound to move. There are no shadows even here, all is impassable darkness, so I wouldn't know if I was being followed, would I? No. I'm scaring myself unnecessarily. If I was being followed, the hexenjägers would have set on me when I stole these clothes. It's just the darkness playing tricks on my mind. And exhaustion. That ache is beginning to go deeper than the rest. Stop thinking. Stop complaining. Just walk. I check the sky for my direction, I cannot see the stars. Darkness only, everywhere. Am I still going south? My heart hammers, pushing panic through my limbs. Folk of the forest, herbs and charm, I say the lullaby to myself as I take another step. My voice sounds foreign and rough to my own ears. Keep good children safe from harm. Folk of the forest, grass and bark. Leave bad children in the dark. That's a lie. Leave bad children in the dark, the bad ones aren't in the dark. They are right here, right next to us. It's such a lie that I hiccup a laugh, but it cracks in my chest, and pain shoots out, choking me until I sob, verdammt, not again, not again. The sob begets more, and my eyes burn with tears. How does it burn still? Haven't I cried out all the smoke and ash? I find a tree trunk, lean my weight on it. I'm so tired, keep walking. Another step, and something tethers around my foot. I scream. It's a hand, a hexenjäger grabbing my ankle, face in a monstrous snarl, my arms flail, and I slam to my knees. Nothing more happens, no claw-like fingers dragging me for a stake, and when I feeling over what tripped me, I find only an arched root. A root. Not a hexenjäger. My whole body deflates, and yes, how I hate myself. A tree root. I screamed and gave away my position because of a tree root. The chilly dank darkness closes around me, thicker than a quilted blanket. My limbs start to give way, and in a wash of calm fuzziness, I droop closer to the damp undergrowth. A shake, and I scramble to my feet and slap my cheeks, hard. Stay awake, unvigilant. Another step. Another. I spot a gap in the foliage overhead. I'm still heading south. Mostly. Good. Another step. Another. One by one, all the way to Triad.4 Otto. It is a solemn ride to Bernkastel. The witch hunts have been going on for half our lives. No hexenjäger, no person in the entire diocese, is untouched by the trials. It started when I was 10 years old. For years, we'd heard of the villagers who purged evil from their squares by burning witches. The Archbishop sanctioned the deaths, then formulated the hexenjäger units for more efficient trials and executions. For a time, despite the terrors outside our town, there was peace. Joy, even. I went from a boy to a man under my stepmother's guidance. She was the only mother I truly knew, and I loved her as such. She often tempered my father's rages. For a while, we were a family. Then the trials swept through my town. An old woman was first to be suspected of witchcraft, her land desired by a cousin. My mother usually had a calming effect on my volatile father, but the trials enraged her. She ranted about heresy, but not the heresy of the accused witches. The heresy of the zealots who burned them. That was not the first time my father hit my mother, it was not even the first time he'd broken her nose. Blood streamed down her lips, and she spat at him, calling him a man who knew only fear, not God. Father went into a quiet fury at my stepmother's rebuke. I still remember it. Hild and I were in the upstairs loft, hiding, holding hands, trembling as father turned on his heel and left our cottage. He came back with hexenjägers. He made us watch her burn. I will kill him, I whispered to Hild that night. You wait. But in the end, I did not have a chance to follow through with that promise. Father developed a cough. First, he said, it was the smoke that had ruined his throat. But the wheezing and sputtering didn't go away. Then he claimed that my mother had cursed him in her death, making a deal with the then prey. I told him coldly. Or is your God no match for a single, innocent woman? He tried to hit me, but his body racked with a fit of coughing. Blood splattered with mucus. One day, boy, he choked out, his voice raspy, you will thank me. You will see how much this world needs purging. He was dead the next day. And that, more than anything else I have ever seen in my life, proved to me that God was real. Hild and I survived on our own for a time. Mother had brewed beer to supplement the coins father poured into the golden coffers of the cathedral, and she'd taught Hild well. I dug out a garden behind the house. Hild and I both hunted, mostly setting rabbit snares in the forest. We survived. But we didn't forgive. And we never forgot. When I got a little older, when our money started to run out, when some of the folk in town started speculating on when Hild would be married and to whom, I went to try it. I trained with Dieter. I moved up the ranks, my position handed to me thanks to my father's reputation among the holy men. I became captain of the guard that killed my mother. And now I'm coming home. For my sister. The cottage is just as I remember it. Despite moving to the city, I used to visit Hild often. Later, it became necessary for distance and time to separate us. Smoke puffs up from the chimney. That first winter without mother, Hild never lit a fire. But there's smoke now, and little wonder as it's cold, and Hild would need flames to brew her beer. I slow my horse. The men behind me do the same. The cart rattles on the deeply rutted road. I imagine my sister riding in the cage built in the back, her thin arms and legs knocking against the rough wood as the cart lumbers back to Trier. One of the men kicks his horse, pulling up beside me. Bertram, I trained with him. Sir, you can stay outside, he says. It is no easy thing to arrest a relative. He meets my eyes, and I see sympathy there. I shake my head. No, I want her to know it was I who turned her in, I who condemned her. I cannot let evil exist in my own family. Bertram's jaw is hard as he nods deeply, respectfully. I dismount quickly. Best to be done with it. I unlatch the brooch that fastens my cloak to my shoulders, letting the cloth drape over the saddle, careful to keep the dirt from staining it. My men follow suit, despite the cold air. The churning smoke from the chimney indicates that it will be sweltering inside. Hild learned from mother well, keep the blaze going while brewing beer. A pang hits me at this memory of home, and what that meant. Once. 3 short strides, and I'm at the door, my men behind me. I feel the weapons hidden all over my body. God bless the righteous, Bertram says as I reach for the door. His words make me pause, just a fraction, my fingers cold on the iron ring that opens the wooden door. There's a flicker by the window. Soft brown hair. A white cotton kerchief. Hild, inside. She's singing to herself, the fire roaring. She has not noticed the loud horses and men who have arrived. My eyes settle on the windowsill where a clay bowl sits with cream inside the house. Bertram has followed my gaze. He makes the sign of the cross. Bowls of cream like that are little offerings to the forest folk, the old ways. The long-steeped habits of the Celts that have not yet been purged from society. I throw the door open. My sister spins around, eyes wide. For one fraction of a second, I am met with a look of love. My sister and I share blood only through our father, but we grew up together, happy children who truly loved each other. But then her hazel eyes move past me. To the men. The horses. The cage on the cart. And when she turns back, I see only fierce rebellion in her gaze. She knows. It's time. What are you doing here? She snarls. I have turned a blind eye to your practice for far too long. I stand in the doorway. I can feel Bertram and the other men crowding behind me, trying to get inside, but I don't let them. Not yet. This is my sister. This moment is ours. What evidence have you? Hild spits. Behind her, the firelight casts her in flickering shadow. Her defiance and the stifling heat do nothing to appease the hexenjägers gathered in her door tonight. My gaze lingers on the cauldron at the fire. It's copper, not iron. A vessel for potions? I ask, arching a brow. For beer, you damn fool, as well you know. I lift the tall, pointed black hat that sits on the little table by the door. It's called a hennin. Mother wore one too, to stand out in the crowds when she sold beer in the town market. Another sign of a witch and a broom by the door. Bertram says. He tries to press it into my hand, but I drop it. It lands softly on the earthen floor. You can condemn a woman for a pot, a hat, and a broom? Hild asks, hand on hip. I make my living with beer. How else am I to brew and sell? The broom is a sign all the women in the diocese use. Putting one outside the door indicates that the brewer has surplus to sell. Most people can't read, but the signal is common enough, an invitation to come up to the house and buy homemade goods. I can feel the men behind me shifting uneasily. Every man with a mother has a home with a cauldron and broom inside it. Hennins are old and out of fashion, but common enough in the towns with markets. At that exact moment, a ginger cat streaks across the floor. A familiar. Bertram says, pointing. Hild growls in frustration. I brew with hops. Mice love hops, but the cat loves mice. I shake my head. Witches hide in plain sight, I say. But the little details add up. You seem to have an excuse for everything. There is nothing to excuse. Hild's voice is fierce. My only crime is not yet marrying. I am a maid who dares to live by herself, and do you? I let the words drop easily from my mouth, as if they do not matter, but they still. Hild's rant. Or do you reside with the devil? Does your coven visit often? She cringes before me, finally aware that there's nothing to make this me go away. Your mother burned as a witch, I say without inflection or emotion. I speak as if she were not a mother to me too. I had hoped, Hild, that you would not follow in her cursed footsteps. Brooder. Hild's voice cracks with fear. I am no brother to you, I say, glaring at my sister. That is what breaks her. Her rash responses and spitfire curses die on her lips. She is reduced to the little girl who used to come to me after skinning her knee or burning her fingers. Her eyes plead with me, her whole body seems to shrink with the dawning realization that I will not save her. Not this time. Hild Ernst, I announce, I hereby arrest you for the heinous crime of witchcraft. You will stand trial in Trier, and then you will be condemned to die in fire here on earth before God sends your soul to burn in hell. 5 Fritzi, are you excited for tonight, mein Schatz? Mama needs dough at the table, flour coating her arms to her elbows. Sunlight slants TLN off the kitchen window, pillars of light that catch on the white dust in the air, the wave of excess flour that comes when she tosses a handful onto the dough mound. Her skapfudel is my favorite dish in the world, potato dumplings that are buttery and crispy and eye-rollingly good. She also has my favorite stew, Gaisbergermarsch, simmering in a huge cauldron over the fire, which makes our cottage smell like savory broth, and she had Aunt Catherine buy my favorite Apfelwein at the market. A girl only turns 18 once, after all I hold a glass of that wine and force a smile at Mama. Of course I say, and take a sip. It washes over my tongue, liquid golden honey with a sharp tang at the back of my throat. The smoothness of alcohol almost makes me tell her. The words are on my tongue, nestled beside the wine's sweetness. I almost say it. Mama, I invited him. He's coming back. Mama pauses to swipe hair out of her face. It leaves a trail of flour across her forehead. Soon enough, you'll be an elder with me, she says with a proud grin. You grow up so quickly. I can hardly believe it. I give her a sardonic smile. I'm hardly elder old yet. Old? You think I'm old? I laugh as she does, giggling into my wine. Besides, I say, maybe I won't be an elder at all. Mama starts rolling half the dough into a long tube. Her eyes go from her work to my face and back again. Oh? Are the maid, mother, and crone calling you elsewhere? I lean forward, Apfelwein sloshing. Some of it puddles on the floor. What if they haven't spoken to me at all yet? The words gush out of my mouth, just as accidental as the spill, another sticky mess I'll have to clean up. What if the three never speak to me? Abnobber, the crone, wise and ageless and bright, protector of our forests, and prime guardian of life. Perta, the mother, goddess of rules and traditions, of the hunt and beasts holder, the maid, guardian of the afterlife, of winter, of duality and coming together. They guide us, bless us, watch over us, and speak to us, sometimes. It is a quiet whisper, I've been told, a settling of your soul, a rightness you can feel to your very core. It was how Mama knew she would become our coven's leader. Perta, the mother, appeared to her in a vision. It was how my cousin Liesel, just 10, knew from practically infancy that she would be the most powerful augur in a generation. Abnobber, the crone, took great interest in her. I have an affinity, like all other witches. The well's magic channels through me when I use herbs and potions, but every witch has an affinity that they hone from an early age, chosen through interest or need or aptitude. It is one of the laws that governs how we keep the origin tree's magic uncorrupted. Witches adhere to their affinity and the rules laid forth by the forest folk for how each affinity may be used. Plants and potions have always come naturally to me. But no goddess has spoken to tell me of a mightier destiny. Nothing more has stirred in me at all. Well, that's not true, is it? I shake the voice away, flinching at the shiver that races down my spine. Mama sees the way I fivich. She braces her hands on the table to give me a level look, one that instantly makes me want to defer to her, bow my head in surrender. But I hold her gaze. Friederike, she says, and her voice is full of such tenderness that tears warm the backs of my eyes. Do you trust me? Do you believe I am a worthy leader of our coven? I sag in my stool, my spine hitting the wall. Yes. And I know what you're going to say. Since I'm your daughter, my blood will ensure that the maid, mother, and absolutely not. Blood has nothing to do with the three connecting to you. Don't speak for me, child. I go silent, lips pressed together. I was going to say, her eyebrows lift, but she's smiling, that I do not allow anyone unworthy in our coven. Even my own kin. If you don't trust yourself, trust me, and my necessity to protect this family. You've seen the sacrifices I have made to keep us safe. The three will speak to you when they are ready to guide you, be patient. Her eyes peel away from mine. After a moment, she adds, do you still hear the voice asking you to use wild magic? There is no emotion in her words. Will you lie to her, HM? What use is there in lying? She sees your truth. No, I say instantly. Not for years. She nods with a grunt. A breath catches in my throat as she punches the remaining dough, hard, shaking the table. If you were someone unreachable to the goddesses she tells me, I would have thrown you out long ago. Smoke billows. I cough, running through the haze. No, no, Mama. Liesel, I'm coming, 15 there, I'm coming. I run, and run, but the smoke swirls and thickens, swelling all around, and I wheeze in it, lungs filling only to deflate in hacking coughs. A jolt rips through me, and I fly awake. Hard. The reality of lurching out of sleep hits me like I drank too much Apfelwein, jagged tendrils of a headache pulsing across my scalp and down my neck. I sit there, gasping, hands on my head. I fell asleep. Unverschämt, you idiot. I must have tripped again sometime last night. I'm sprawled over the roots of a tree, tucked up alongside an old bush and at least out of sight of anyone passing by. There are no main roads around, but that doesn't mean there aren't other travelers hoping to avoid soldiers or hexenjägers. A groan, and I crouch forward, trying to will my headache away. A layer of frost coats my jacket, skirt, and boots. The solstice hasn't yet passed, but winter is approaching hard and fast and relentless. I need to forage. If it frosted last night, most useful herbs will soon die off under the winter chill. But Liesel could be in Trier by now, if the hexenjägers who took her didn't detour. What few hours of restless sleep I managed have cleared my head enough that I realize I can't very well show up in Trier sleep-deprived and manic. The headache thuds dully across my scalp, and I wilt between my bent knees. Yes. How have I survived even this long? I've let grief drive my every action, and look where it's gotten me. Deep breaths. Just take a moment to, I breathe again. Sniff tentatively at the air. Smoke. I didn't dream that. I fly to my feet. My body seizes from the hard ground, and I bite down a wince, rubbing a kink in my back and warmth into my limbs as I try to figure out where I am. The sun is not yet high, barely dawn. I'm still angled more or less south, maybe a little more east now, and I sniff again, tracking the direction of the smoke like a morbid hunting dog. There, that way. I stumble forward. Sleep hazes my mind enough that I only half think to ask myself why I'm going toward a fire. But I'm hooked, drawn like a fish up a line. The forest pulls away a few paces later into a small tidy clearing. A single thatched roof house sits far back from the trees, its plaster walls white and clean, its crisscrossing wood boards in need of paint but solid. A chimney at the rear belches smoke into the air over the soft brown slopes of the dried straw roof. I hover at the edge of the forest. My mind is still in a fog, and I stare up at the smoke like it will unfurl answers across the sky. Liesel can read signs like that. My stomach grumbles, pointing out another area I've failed spectacularly in. I haven't kept a steady supply of food. Well, where there's a house, there's people, and where there's people, there's food. Mama drilled our coven's laws into my head before I could even walk. We put good into the world, and our well of magic feeds on that good. Putting negative into the world feeds wild magic, and we do not touch wild magilk. But I've already stolen a few things since leaving Burisborn. And stealing isn't really putting bad into the world, is it? More like taking good. I survey the clearing, see no one from this angle, and creep up to the house. There's a back door that opens into a small garden, and the wall has a few haphazard windows strewn across the back. Whoever is inside could easily look out and see me, but my stomach flips again. I'll risk it. The garden's dirt is upturned, soft with recent harvesting. There are a few crops left, the sturdier late autumn ones that can withstand frost and chill. Winter greens and squash. I drop to my knees, rip 2 orange squash off their vines, and start to duck back for the forest's edge. From inside the house, something slams. A table overturning maybe, or a chair smashing to the floor. "You monster!" a woman screams. I scramble, but not for the clearing, closer to the house, flat against the wall and out of sight of the windows. But it isn't me she's yelling at, there's more crashing within, clear signs of a struggle. And in that noise, boots. The jangle of swords, the unmistakable rattle of weaponry. Heart in my throat, I ease around the corner of the house and stop just before the front yard. Slowly, so slowly, I lean around, and spot a group of horses pouring the road, tied to the yard's fence. Latched to them is a prison wagon.Ltsl. Tears sting my eyes. Maybe the three haven't forsaken me after all. Or, at the very least, they haven't forsaken Liesel, but whatever the reason, I'll take their gift. I throw down the squash. Within the house, I hear now the gruff, taunting voices of men who think they are in control. The woman they are arresting is putting up a fight, spitting all kinds of vile insults at them. I'd laugh, if I was still capable. There are a number of windows that look on the front yard, and the open door too. I take off at a full sprint, running as hard as I can for the horses. They are war horses, my approach doesn't faze them in the least. I slide to a stop beside the prison wagon, the slickness of the dirt road sending me to my backside, but I'm hidden now from view of the house, and no one calls out hex. Or after her. Still, I hold for a breath, too, willing my heart to slow. Liesel. Her name comes out of my throat croaked and trembling. Liesel. I knock on the outside of the wagon. No answer. She could be unconscious. Or tied up. Or she's alive. He wanted her alive. She has to be alive. Shaking, I push to my feet and round to the back of the wagon. There's a small window with iron bars across it, and I use the step at the back to hoist myself up and peer within. I don't even finish saying her name. It's empty. This isn't the group that arrested my cousin. That killed my coven. My stupidity heats my chest. That I thought the three could have turned a blind eye to my sins. That they would have rewarded me, even if to reward Liesel more. What will I do now? I know what I want to do. I won't keep trudging through this forest, lost, desperate, scared. Hexenjägers stomp through these lands they stole from the tribes that came from these hills, and they incite fear and terror into all who hold to the ancient ways. And now they are arresting yet another innocent woman, dragging her back to trial for a faux trial and gruesome death. It's time they trembled. It's time they feared. Deep in my mind, beneath the surge of righteous fury, I swear I hear the voice sigh happily. That should give me more pause than it does. I wouldn't be the first witch to crack like this. To give in to wild magic out of anger and well-earned rage, only to become exactly that which the hexenjägers preach against, a murderous demon that could bring down curses on whole herds of livestock, make men blind where they stand, and mutilate flesh with the snap of their fingers. Their fear of us is not entirely unjustified. And I feel that now more than I ever have. It would be so very, very easy to destroy them all. But I would destroy myself in the process. Wild magic is corrupting. It is poison. It draws its power from all the foulness of the world, and to touch it is to let your soul shrivel in its rot. I jump down from the prison wagon. The hexenjägers haven't come out of the house yet. There's a raised argument happening now, one of the jaggers shouting at the woman, trying to calm her down. She shouldn't be calmed. She's right to be furious. I am furious. And I'm going to act. Yes, the voice says, giddy. Yes. Act. Make them suffer. Not with wild magic, I snap back. I don't need you to be powerful. I hurry back behind the house. The small garden waits for me, and my eyes cast over it, searching, something bumps my leg. I nearly scream. But the moment I look clown, a small ginger cat stares up at me, and any noise falls flat in my throat. Mama loved cats. We had dozens over the years. The cat makes a low grumble of a purr in her throat. She coils away, tail flicking, before she bounds over the garden fence, and right into a small bush of rosemary. I scramble for it. There's nettle too, and witch hazel, all powerful protection herbs. I pull out one of the empty vials I had on me when I left Burrisbourne. From the house, I hear a scream. The telltale sound of irons locking around wrists. Hurry, hurry ! I stuff the vial with herbs and add a pinch of snow on top, a crude, quick potion. Please work. Then I rush for the cottage. A bracing breath in, a slow breath out, and with the heel of my boot, I kick in the back door. All attention swings on me. The hexenjägers. The woman they are arresting. The lot of them throw ferocious glares, all assuming I'm a threat, either another witch or another hexenjäger. The woman's wrists are in manacles, the center chain held by a hexenjäger who has a look that isn't just angry, it's panicked. Good. Let him writhe. Herb and plant with roots that roam. I start the spell that will channel the well's magic and turn these herbs into a protection potion. Help me here, keep safe this home. Protect and care, shield and cover, lend your might to this lone daughter. Tears sting my eyes as I weave the words around my vial. Mama's spell mingles with mine, the one she used on me. Raw, aching grief pours into my spell, and I feel the power build and build, so I say it again, herb and plant with roots that stop her. The hexenjäger holding the chain shouts. Hex, keep safe this home. Protect, and the hexenjägers tear toward me. Shield and cover, lend your might to this lone daughter. I shout the words. I scream them. They rip from the center of my being, that tight knot of fury they planted there, and my palms grow warm around the vial, burning, burning. Too hot. Too much. I lurch back, hands opening, and my vial launches out like a ball from a cannon. The glass hits the floor and shatters, spraying the potion up in thick green smoke. This potion shouldn't smoke. Thicker and thicker, more and more, the hexenjägers cry out. I can't see the woman, but when I scramble forward, the density of the spell shoves me back, out of the kitchen, out of the cottage, launching me across the garden. I slam against the ground, my head striking a garden post, and all goes black. 6 Otto, where is she? I scramble up. Smoke is everywhere. Gagging, my eyes bleary, I try to look around. Hild. I choke out. No answer. But a quick scan of the one-room cottage tells me she's not here. The rest of the hexenjägers are still sprawled on the floor, knocked out. I don't remotely care about them. I don't even bother to check if they are still alive as I race past their inert bodies, launching over the broken chair and upturned table. Some of this smoke is green. Images scramble in my brain. Where is my sister? And also, who was that? The back door is wide open. Someone, a young woman, burst into my sister's cottage and threw something. Green smoke? At Hild. And Hild's gone. She's gone. No. No, 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 my brain screams. Hild can't be gone. The whole plan will go to shit if they're by the garden post. A woman. Hild? No. The other one. I rush, boots thundering across the garden as I race to her form. My mind can't keep up with my body's actions, but it feels good to act. The woman doesn't appear conscious, but I don't risk it. I throw myself on her, pinning her shoulders to the ground with my knees. She moans, eyelids fluttering, and I flick my hand out, calling for the silver dagger hidden in my sleeve. I may be the captain of the hexenjägers, second in command, but I have never, not once, believed that itches were real. Until now. What are you? I growl at the thing beneath my knees, blade held to her delicate white throat. Her eyes focus slowly. Then they narrow, full of hatred. She works her mouth, tongue running over her teeth as her lips fivist derisively. I mirror her snarl unconsciously, then apply pressure to the dagger. She swallows, the up and down of her neck muscles making her skin redden under the blade's edge. They say silver hurts witches. Good. Where is she? My voice is harsh, hurried. I think I hear movement from behind me. The other hexenjägers are waking up. Who? The witch has the audacity to look confused. I spit out a curse at her. My sister. Your dot. The rest of her words die as I lean harder against her throat. A thin red line of blood sprouts under the dagger. It would be so easy to kill her. And I would be praised for it. Lauded as the hero who single-handedly killed a witch that blasted a whole hexenjäger unit with magic. But I need healed. Yes, my sister, you witch. I grind my knees down, not caring at the way the girl cringes in pain. What did you do to her? You were trying to arrest your own sister, she gasps out in utter disdain. I ignore the question. She kicks her legs at me, as if she could buck me off her, but I'm far stronger than her and, what's more, I don't care in the least how much I hurt her in return. Not as long as she answers me. I protected her, the girl grinds out when I lean in harder. Her words come as little pants, she cannot breathe with my weight bearing down on her chest. From monsters like you. Before I can ask her what the hell that means, Bertram bursts through the garden, racing toward me. Captain, he shouts. Captain Ernst. I toss a glare over my shoulder. The blundering fool has crushed all my sister's cabbages in his attempt to rush to my aid. The witch beneath me squirms, thinking that I may be distracted enough for her to escape. I almost laugh at her feeble attempt. In one swift motion, I push myself off her, my hand pressing into her clavicle so that she's blinded by pain. Before she can move, I yank her to her feet, grabbing one slender wrist in my hand and twisting her arm. She cries out as I pin her there, her arm wrenched so solidly that if she tries to flee, it would take only a little pressure from me to dislocate her shoulder. Get the irons, I order Bertram. What are you going to do? The girl says in a hollow voice, burn me. She speaks as if she doesn't care, but I see the sweat that breaks out on her forehead, the flash in her eyes. Did you pack a brand to label me a daemon too? She's seen a burning before. The thought comes unbidden to my mind, and I push it away. The branding of witches is something new, something the Commandant devised only a few months ago. If this witch has seen the consequences of black magic, she should have known not to perform it in front of an entire verdammt hexenjäger unit. Through the cottage's broken door, I can see the other men finally struggling up. Bertram is shouting for aid. There's clinking iron from the chains, a wooden thump as the cage door on the cart is banged open in front of the cottage. Meow. I almost stumble on the cat. A ginger cat, winding its way through my legs. Get away, Rose, I order. Only my sister would bother to name a mouser, but she has a soft spot for the thing. The witch mouths the cat's name. Rose. Her pink lips form a perfect little circle, like she's surprised at the sweetness of it. Rose rubs her head against the witch's ankle, and my stomach tumps, remembering the legends of how witches turn cats into familiars. Has this hex somehow corrupted my sister's innocent pet? You will tell me where my sister is, I say, my voice a low whisper. Why, the witch snaps back at me. So you can burn her, too. The other men are approaching now. Bertram has the iron shackles in his hands. I cannot say much, not with them so close. You're not going to burn, Hex, I whisper, my voice liquid. Her eyes widen. But you'll wish you had by the time I'm done with you, 7. The prison wagon sways, occasionally hitting a rut in the road that sends my body thumping against the wall, the iron manacles on my wrists shifting, smelling of old metal and rust. The Jaggers aren't going particularly fast, and I wonder if it's because the lead one thinks they'll stumble across his sister. Maybe we will. But I'm hoping she got away. She probably saw the smoke from my spell. I still have no idea why it exploded. Maybe there was something hidden growing among those herbs, took the opportunity, and bolted into the forest. Now that the hexenjägers are gone, she has to be back at her cottage, picking up the remains of her trashed home. While I'm serving out her fate, guilt seizes me. Guilt and fear and bone-shaking dread. No, I won't think about that. I won't think about how I set out to save Liesel only to end up exactly like her. My head falls back against the wall, a defeated sigh whimpering out of everything about the past few days has rapidly spiraled into the worst-case scenario, so perfectly and with such lethal precision that I'd think I'm cursed if I didn't know the truth. It isn't a curse. It's me. My own actions have come to demand reparation. My own past has come to poison my future. I force a brittle laugh. Yes, being stuck in this damp, dark box does nothing but seep exhaustion into my brain. I'd been surviving the past day and night on action only, moving forward, drowning in my mission to save Liesel. But here, now, the abyss of grief is waiting for me, the yang stretch of everything I've been outrunning finally tripping my heels. It's good, though. I'll gladly fall into this self-deprecating nothingness if it means distracting myself from the fact that I'm a prisoner of the hexenjägers. That I'm on my way to Trier, bound for an even worse fate than my coven. A tremble rocks through me. My throat grates, a scream or a sob bubbling to life. No, 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 I will not give these Jaggers the satisfaction of falling apart. I'm not in a Trier prison yet, am I? So all isn't lost, and it's at least a half-day's trip still, and they'll likely have to camp for the night, or at least stop to relieve the horses. Once they do, the moment they let me out of this box, they'll have to, won't they? I'll act. Run. Fight them. Steal a pistol. They took my empty potion vials but left my coat and hat, so I can easily hide and survive in the forest, no matter how cold it drops. Anything to get away. Liesel is counting on me. And I will not let her down. Not again. The wagon heaves to the side, TLNOing me bodily off the seat, my manacled wrists making it impossible to catch myself. I land on the rough wood floor with a tumbling crash, pain forcing a cry from my lips. But the wagon stops. I stay on the floor, staring at the barred window at the top of the doors. Sure enough, footsteps sound outside. Gruff voices. There's a campsite a few paces off the road, says the captain. The hexenjäger, whose knees I can still feel on my shoulders, a line of blood now dry on my neck from his blade. Scout it. We'll stay here tonight. And you three, span out. Hild Ernst may yet be in these woods. She couldn't have crossed the river. If she ran off in the chaos and smoke this hex made, she could be somewhere nearby. It's a long shot, but worth it. Captain, what about? The voice peters off. Then, quietly, he adds, the witch. I cut a gruesome smile. That's fear in the young Jagger's voice. It bolsters me like a rope tossed into a long, jagged chasm. Scared, are you, Johann? Someone else teases. Should we leave you on guard, then? A pause. If that is my duty. But maid, mother, and crone, he sounds petrified. I heave my shoulder into the side of the wagon, rocking the whole structure, which earns a satisfying chirp of terror from Johann and a scrambled muttering of prayer. One of the other jaggers laughs. Another thunders his fist on the side of the wagon. Quiet in there. The captain. I didn't actually make any noise, I cut back. If I wasn't so exhausted, so hungry, so downright strained with grief, I'd be able to think more rationally. But right now, the only thing keeping me at all level is the sound of disgusted irritation the captain emits. I will stay on guard, he says to his men. The rest of you, go. There's a resounding chorus of "Ja, Captain," before feet fudge off, stomping from the road into the tangled undergrowth. The moment I know we're alone, I leap up and kick the door. Are you going to let me out? No response. I wrap my fingers around the bars. I can't stand up straight in this wagon, so to look out the window, I have to crouch a bit, and see the captain with his back to me. His arms are folded, his spine rod straight, a spotlessly clean black cloak slung over his broad shoulders. That cloak, his dark hair, his eyes, he is all shadow, save for the pale wash of his skin, and the presence he gives off is one of utter control. He looks like he was formed from a cast-iron mold of what the perfect hexenjäger should be. Fury roils in my gut. Hey, I'm talking to you. Nothing. I yank on the bars. You can't keep me in here all night, Jagger. Where am I supposed to piss? That makes him flinch. Oh, did I upset your delicate expectations for how a woman should talk? His head shifts toward me, showing him in profile, his mouth in a snarl. You aren't a woman, he says. You're a witch. I'm a person. He won't meet my eyes, but I glare at the side of his face. My name is Friederike, he cuts up a hand. Your name isn't necessary to our and my friends, my cousins, the people I love. They call me Fritzi, you absolute arschloch. His jaw bulges. I can see my name in his mind. Humanizing me. Was he part of the brigade that attacked my coven? It was chaos, fighting and frantic spills, and then the cellar, the burning, the smoke. Does knowing the names of the people you murder make it harder to condemn them? Good. Should I list the names of the witches you burned nearby? I'll start with those most recent. In Burisborn, I say, probing. He glances at me, away. I have been traveling. That patrol was Kommandant Kirch. And simple names would not affect any good jagger in their duty. Kirch rings through me, a struck bell, a dozen emotions keening high and loud. Ah, yes, Kirch, you're almighty. He is not the almighty. No? Oh, that's right, he reports to the Archbishop. Your commandant, the ever-eager right hand of that walking plague you dare call a holy man. Tell me truly, is it the Archbishop's face you jaggers see when you close your eyes in prayer? Or merely when you close your eyes for other pursuits? His face turns purple. Weigh your words carefully, Hex. I will not stand for blasphemy. Speaking of, how is the commandant? Back in Trier. I'm towing a dangerous line, but I have to know. Did he get Liesel back to Trier? Or is she still rolling TLN off the countryside, like I am? Is she close by? Even maybe this caravan is due to reunite with Kommandant Kirch? The captain doesn't respond. The muscles in his face bunch tight, the tendons in his neck flare, and he works his lips in a scowl that doesn't feel like the typical hexenjäger hatred for my kind. It runs deeper. It feels almost personal. Are you mad at me? I guess. Grumpy that I'm getting under your skin, or that I didn't let you arrest your sister? Having yourself a good pout, are you? The captain whips around to face me and takes a single step closer to the wagon. I don't miss the way he glances at the woods, checking that we're still alone. You have no idea what you've stepped into, he spits at me. Years of planning, and you have no idea what an absolute disease you are, I throw back. The world would be better without your presence. Think about that, Jagger, if I died, no one would mourn you, and the land would rejoice. And who would mourn you? My lips part, but the answer is raw and recent, no one. He can see he's hit something. He doesn't smile, though, no reveling in his verbal victory. He studies me. Narrow, cold brown eyes. Eyes that have watched 100 people burn. Eyes that saw his sister fight. There is nothing in him, a blankness that sends a shudder down my body. Hatred, I can handle. Power-hungry dominance, I expect. But this indifference? He looks like he could stab me in the heart and leave me for dead on the road without a second thought. Which begs the question, why didn't you kill me? I ask, staying back from the window, in the shadows of the wagon. He may not have been at Burrisbourne, but he's no better than the men who were. Some of the tension in his brow smooths out. Why did you use magic in a room filled with hexenjägers? Do you ever answer a question straight? You are not worthy of answers, Hex. Fritzi. Maid, mother, I dropped my chin to my chest. Talking to you is like speaking to a wall. I think we're done, so I turn to sit again. But the captain makes a gruff hum in his throat. What spell did you use on my sister? I go rigid. My lip curls, and I press back against the window, letting him see my anger, my determination. Protection. Enough to let her get away. That's the thing I can't place, he says, lips tight. My sister would not have fled from her crazed brother trying to arrest her. You're right, she should have embraced you with open arms. The captain's eyes narrow. He shakes his head like I'm simple, like I'm the one refusing to give him straight answers. Footsteps draw closer, the other hexenjägers back from scouting. Why do you care if your sister got away? I spit at him. He doesn't look at me now, waiting at attention for his men to rejoin him on the road. You still got a witch to bring back to try her. Something about his posture changes. I can't tell what it is he standing straighter? Is his anger returning? Whatever it is, it makes me flinch again when he throws me one last glare. There's calculation in his cold eyes now. A thought playing out that I can only guess at. I hear his words come back, you're not going to burn, Hex. But you'll wish you had by the time I'm done with you. I feel suddenly like I should beg for my life. Like he has a pistol aimed at me, and I have only seconds to live. But I clamp my mouth shut and scowl at him, fuming, drawing on the swell of anger his presence stokes. I will not fear him. Captain. The sight is clear, one of the jaggers says. Good. He turns away from me. Set up camp. He takes a few steps off into the forest before he adds, bring the witch. Relief sweeps through me, but it's short-lived. The wagon door opens. I stare out at two hexenjägers, their faces brittle mixes of fear and disgust, only to realize that while the wagon kept me in, it also kept them out. And now, if I don't manage to escape, I'll have to spend a whole night in a hexenjäger camp, relying on their disgust to override any other impulses they may have. One of the hexenjägers reaches in to seize the chain between my manacles. He yanks me hard, and I go careening out of the wagon, slamming to my knees on the dirt road, a cry bursting unbidden out of me. The other hexenjägers laugh. Something breaks in them, tension evaporating for one terrifying second. I see the change in their eyes. Their fear is now aggression. A jagger grabs a rough handful of my blonde curls where they peek out beneath my hat and wrenches my head back. I whimper, I can't help it, can't stop it, my body reacting to this change viscerally. If they don't fear me, if they aren't repulsed by me, I have no way to protect myself. Terror is cold and consuming and splays through my chest in a sharp wave. Bertram! Stand down! The captain's shout thunders over the road. I gasp and inhale, wincing at the way Bertram's hand twists in my hair. The men go stiff. They eye Bertram and take a noticeable step back. The captain squares himself directly in front of me. His glare is fixed to Bertram's grip on my hair, his cheeks stained red. No one he sweeps that glare across his men, is to touch the witch. Understood? A pause, then the men sullenly agree. Bertram drops his grip on me. It's just a witch, Captain. We've had our fun with others. The men shift, uneasy. Their fear is returning, and I can practically hear their thoughts. Others, yes. But others never used magic. However brave these hexenjägers think they are, they haven't dealt with real magic. A few of the older ones likely encountered real witches in the early days, but the first victims of the witch hunts were mostly true witches. Now, after years of my people burning or fleeing to the Black Forest, the only victims that remain are innocents who are no more magical than the hexenjägers who condemn them. My panic starts to ease, the tense muscles in my chest releasing slowly. I can see their unease creeping over them like frost over frozen ground. The captain's glare flashes to Bertram. This witch is tainted with evil. It is a prisoner of Kommandant Kirch, and I will not have any of my men falling prey to its guiles. Understood? He takes a threatening step toward Bertram, a silent reminder of how tall he is in comparison, the sheer weight of his presence. No one is to touch the witch, he repeats. Understood? Aye, Captain, the men say in unison. Bertram bows his head. Aye, Captain. The captain juts his chin at me. Now secure the hex, he commands and stomps off. The campsite is little more than a clearing with a charred pit for a fire. The hexenjägers set to work efficiently, putting out bedrolls, gathering wood, stoking flames to life. Soon, the clearing is a sole orb of warmth against the encroaching dark and chill of night. And I'm lashed to a tree at the edge of the clearing, hands above my head, just far enough from the fire that every stray wind makes me shiver. But I'm sitting, at least, and I'm not in the direct line of sight of any of the jaggers, so as they start dividing evening chores, doling out rations, tending the horses, or gamzimba watch, I take stock of my surroundings. The manacles are looped to the tree via rope, easy enough to get through, if I can find something sharp. I can just make out bumps of vegetation on my left, but the firelight doesn't reach. Are there herbs I can use? Likely just grass. But there are plenty of rocks on this flattened space, and one is bound to be sharp enough to saw through the rope. How will I grab one? If I can bend, maybe I can use my foot to flick one up and catch it. 4 of the hexenjägers are centered around the fire, eating, passing a sheepskin, and bellowing the type of laughter that comes with camaraderie. The captain is off talking with the 3 hexenjägers who were searching the area for Hild. They didn't find anything, and I smile. At least that innocent woman is safe. One of the jaggers by the fire jostles the shoulder of another who can't be older than 15. Johann, the witch looks hungry. Why don't you feed it, eh? Ah, the scared one. Johann's face pales. But he picks up a bowl and extends it for another to ladle in stew. His arm is shaking. He spills some of the stew, and the men roar laughter. Yes, Johann, how green are you? Bertram roughs his hair. Barely off your mother's breast. More laughter. Johann's face reddens, but he stands, dutifully, and his eyes flash up to mine. He balks. It isn't that he says to the men, fighting for composure. I've never. It's powerful. Isn't it? I've never seen magic like that. There's a wash of silence through the men. Despite their banter, I see Johann's terror in all of them, briefly, and I can't stop my feral grin. Their fear is holding. Good. I trust their fear more than I trust their captain's order. They are all trying not to look at me and failing. When I bare my teeth at one, he crosses himself. The captain chooses that moment to stomp into the firelight. He takes the sheepskin from one of his men and the bowl of stew from Johann. If he's aware of their tension, their conversation, he doesn't show it. First watch, take your stations. The rest of you, sleep. We have an early start tomorrow. No one argues, and they disperse. I clock where the two on patrol go, one to the north, one to the south, and they'll likely walk in a slow rotation until they are relieved. But there'll be enough space between them to slip through. I can even wait until Johann is on watch and use his fear to my advantage. I just have to get out of this verdammt rope. Even manacled, I'll be able to run away. I look up at it, shifting for a better view, when a shadow slashes over me. You won't escape. Slowly, I shift to frown at the captain, but he's backlit by the fire. I can't see his face. A blink, and I see Mama. Standing over the cellar hatch. Her face in shadows, my pulse surges into a gallop, and I fist my frigid hands. Your sister won't be the only woman running free from you today, I snap. His shoulders go rigid. She did not run. You did something to her. And you will tell me what, exactly, you did. Verpestich, Jagger, I say in as sweet a voice as I can manage. I shouldn't antagonize him. I should be doing everything I can to be small and forgettable and unthreatening. But my quickened pulse courses hatred into every part of my body, and I can barely see TLN off the swell of rage. I want to lash out at him, kick him in the groin, I want to spit in his face, tear his eyes with my fingers. He drops into a squat before me. I scramble back, pressing myself to the tree, and all that anger sharpens into cold, relentless fear. The captain tips his head, surveying my position, huddled against the tree, eyes wide, legs pulled up against my stomach. No one will touch you, he tells me. We are not brutes. No, you just burn people alive. Far more civilized. He holds out something to me. The bowl of stew. The sheepskin, you're hungry, he says. I'm so tempted to tell him to piss off again, but I bite my lip and shake my manacled hands in response. And you'll only feed me if I tell you where your sister is? I ask. Because that is definitely the behavior of someone who is not a brute. He sets the sheepskin down and lifts the spoon out of bowl. He's not really going to, he is. The captain holds the spoon to my lips. I stare at him, stunned. Don't let stubbornness make you stupid, he tells me. Eat. It would be mighty inconvenient if your prisoner passed out from hunger before you could properly torture her, wouldn't it? His jaw bulges. He bumps the spoon against my lips. Eat, he repeats, his tone of command so second nature that it sounds well worn. The stew is something crude and easy, road rations mixed with melted snow, but the scent drives my stomach to rumbling. I've only eaten bits and pieces while travelling from Burisborn, and if I'm going to make any progress tonight, I'll need my strength. I part my lips and take the proffered bite. There, he says. Is that so hard? Oh, I will kick him the moment I've had my fill. I still can't see his face in the dark, the fire at his back. He drops into silence as he feeds me, just dips the spoon back into the bowl and lifts bite after bite, nothing in his movements saying he's impatient that I'm eating slowly or that he's offended having to feed me at all. It's so in contrast with the bitter, angry man he's been that I can't help shrinking from him, my eyes dropping, each bite I take now feeling like he's won something, like I've conceded to him. You're wrong, he whispers to the dark. I don't answer. I have never burned someone alive. I can't help myself, my snort of derision is more like a snarl. He would lie about the thing he must be proudest of. There's a trick here. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but then seems to decide it's pointless. He turns to pick up the sheepskin and offers it to me. I tip my head back and beer slides into my throat. It's hoppy and rich and immediately warms my whole body, which is a problem. Exhaustion creeps up over me again. My ever-present companion. But I blink furiously and sit up straighter, willingly myself to alertness. The captain pushes the cork back into the sheepskin. You can sleep. I told you, no one will touch you. I laugh. It's bitter and sharp. Forgive me for not thinking your word has any bearing whatsoever, Jagger. He holds a beat. You're not going to escape either. I refuse to look at him, glowering at my lap. Just leave me alone. His nearness is disorienting. Is that why he fed me? So I'd be full and too tired to run? My arms shake, and I do look up now, only to scowl. Maid, mother, and crone, I've never hated someone as much as I hate this one man. Leave me alone, I say when he lingers. He stands. I think he's going to walk away, but he just tosses the now empty sheepskin and bowl toward the fire. Then he pulls a length of rope from a satchel at his waist and knots one end to my chest. The manacles aren't enough. I snap. Silently the three save me. This man barely speaks. He unwinds the rope and loops the other end to his wrist. We're connected now. Any move I make in the night, he'll feel. Unless I can somehow saw through this rope without waking him. How heavy a sleeper is he? Maybe I'm a very light sleeper, he says at the look on my face. And until you tell me what I need to know, you're under my command. I can't stand it anymore. I rear back and thrash out to kick him, but he sidesteps it easily, and when he does, his face catches in the firelight. He isn't smiling. Not laughing at my feeble act of rebellion. He looks in pain. The captain drops to the ground next to me, out of kicking distance, and positions his back against a tree. He folds his arms over his chest, pulling taut the rope between us, and closes his eyes. I yank on the rope, hoping to make him tip over, but it barely phases the three. Help me, I want to scream. I want to attack him. I need to expel this fury, because if I don't, I'll realize it isn't fury at all. It's fear. I won't escape tonight. Which means tomorrow, I'll be taken into trial as a prisoner, and any chance I had at freeing Liesel will be lost. The fire sizzles down to embers, casting the area in a hazy orange glow. It's that softness that pushes tears down my cheeks. I can't stop them, I can't even wipe them away, helplessness urging more, careening my grief out of control. My mother died yesterday. I haven't let myself feel it. Not truly. And I grind my teeth against it now, begging myself not to think about it. Not yet, I'll mourn, but not yet. I sob there in the darkness, fighting to keep my gasps quiet. Maid, mother, and crone, the prayer comes unbidden, and it aches now knowing they won't hear me. That I'm well and truly alone. Are you, though? Go or, I push at the voice. Not now. Please. Just leave me alone. I've come this far and not given into wild magic. What makes the voice think I ever will, if I haven't by now? There is no response. 8 Otto. I lead the caravan back to Trier. My horse is a pace ahead of the others, and I value the silence this affords me. I tune out the other men and the creaking of the prisoner cart, leaving me with only my own voice in my head. And the echoes of my sister's screams. Nothing has gone to plan. And now Hild is. I don't think she's dead. The witch, she calls herself Fritzi, she didn't seem to think that Hild is dead. Just missing. And safe, she insisted. She clearly thinks Hild ran away, but I know without a shadow of a doubt she did not. So where is she? Damn the witch, I can almost see the events from her point of view. An innocent woman being arrested for witchcraft, with a sure sentence of death from either neglect or burning. This real witch overheard, acted to save her, and now all my plans are shot to hell. I factored in everything, measured the odds, weighed the chances. I considered every single possibility. Except actual, real witches. They are not supposed to be real. That was the point. Bertram kicks his horse, picking up his pace to ride abreast with me. The roads are wider the closer we get to the city. We've passed some merchants getting ready for the Christkindlmarkt, but everyone gets out of the black-cloaked hexenjägers' way. It's still a bit hard to fathom, Bertram says to me in a low voice after a few moments. He's the closest to my age and the highest-ranked jagger beneath me, although he clawed his way to the top, a history riddled with arrests and pyres, signing up for the jaggers when he was younger even than Johann. Perhaps he feels a bit of camaraderie toward me due to these facts, despite my lack of desire to chat. We've been doing this how many years, he continues blithely. Too many, I think. And despite all this time, I have yet to see an actual witch's power, Bertram continues. Although he adds in a musing tone, I met one of the first hexenjägers, and he swore magic was real. My eyes go wide at that. It's no secret that the Archbishop employs young men to be hunters. The excuse has always been that youths are stronger in body and more innocent in soul, both of which are needed to take down a witch. But it has only just occurred to me that while the trials have been ongoing for years, I have not interacted often with any of the original hexenjägers. He said, in the beginning, that the witches fought back with magic, Bertram continued. Said he saw it with his own eyes. Some of the men went mad, the Archbishop retired them to a monastery. I reckoned he'd gone mad, too, to be spouting such nonsense about magic. Bertram paused, glancing back at the cart. Now I figure the first round of hexenjägers might have fought real witches, and the ones left must have gone into hiding or something like that. I still don't speak. If given half a chance, I know Bertram would prattle on for hours. I'm used to ignoring him, but for once, I find what he's saying to be worthwhile. But, well. Bertram eyes me. It's clear he's testing the grounds, trying to see how much I will allow. Whether I will leap to the defense of the mission of the hexenjägers, whether I will chastise him for not showing blind obedience. I say nothing. Just yesterday, I struck Johann in the face for blasphemy, but Bertram at least has the sense to speak in tones so low only I can hear. I've always sort of thought it was a bit of a scam, he says in a lower voice. I mean, I cannot help but notice that if a man wants a different wife, it's easier to get her burned as a witch than to get the Pope's approval for divorce. If there are two bakers in a town, one will accuse the other of witchcraft so that there's less competition. The accusations that fly around Trier are fed by greed and fear. If you stand to profit from a burning, you hold out the match. If you are different from the societal norms in any way, too loud, too quiet, too strong, too weak, you are sent up the pyre. We all, every citizen of the diocese, are complicit. While the Archbishop preaches about purging the city of sin, we all see the order of operations. First, he banned all Protestants, then all Jews from the city. Trier was to be Catholic, Jesuit, only. But that wasn't enough. Witches came next. And they were not banned, they were murdered. Now that it's too late, there are hints of rebellion seeping throughout the city. There are good people left in Trier, ones willing to fight. But their rebellion is a whisper now. They need something louder than the roaring flames to spur them into revolt. But for now, fear holds the resistance back. The Archbishop was smart in that. Divide the people, make them feel alone. Make them know that if you do not conform, you are called a witch. And you are burned for it. I have seen the truth of it from the start, from the moment my mother was cast screaming into the flames. but I had thought that perhaps others, even in the hexenjäger units, were merely swept up in the panic and ignorant of the truth. That is why, I had assumed, the units cast boys into the roles the men could not stomach. Easier to radicalize the young, easier to expect obedience. Hilde understood this and, bless her, she had pleaded with me in the cottage before her anus, not in an attempt to save herself, but to save the others. To make the hexenjägers see, not only was she innocent, they all were. But Bertram clearly knows the truth. Despite being told of witchcraft, he never believed before. And he lit the fires anyway. I wonder if she'll burn differently from the others, Bertram says idly, simply curious. I glance at him from beneath my cloak's hood. If you knew all along that the witches burned were not truly witches, why do you still wear the cloak? Bertram shrugs, the black cloth over his shoulders rippling. It's a job, he says. Bile rises up my throat. I have seen evil. Kommandant Kirch did not rise to the top of the units without knowing exactly what he does. The executioner flaunts the wealth he's gained from working the witch trials. He knows what he does, he relishes the cruelty that profits him. The Archbishop, he may be the most evil man I know, orchestrating it all. I have seen evil. But until this moment with Bertram, I had not realized how often it wore the face of apathy. The city of Trier rises to the west, spires of churches pointing into the mid-morning sky, gleaming in a veneer of holiness behind the city walls. The bridge over the Moselle leads straight to the city wall on the eastern side, and it's where the heaviest flow of traffic into and out of the city is. There are buildings beyond the city wall, though, some made of crumbling stone from centuries before, others wooden structures that weren't built to last. And then there are the Roman ruins. Rather than head toward the city gate by the bridge, I direct our caravan off the main road, winding toward the eastern side of Trier, outside the wall. The vast remains of ancient Roman baths, partially debris and rubble as people scavenged stone blocks from the structure, rise up to our left. Our city is built on the bones of a fallen empire. Giant stone blocks tower over the side of the road, creating an entrance I veer the caravan toward. I hear a thump and a curse from the prisoner's cart as Fritzi is tossed around inside the rough wooden box. I circle my horse back to the tail end of the caravan, waving off Johann, who'd been riding in the rear. The hexenjäger unit moves with practiced ease. We have, all of us, even the youngest, been a part of prisoner transports here. The Romans killed the Celts for sport after enslaving them to build the amphitheatre in the first place. There are mocking stories of how the gleaming, armed gladiators strode into the arena with polished metal weapons shining as they faced starved, abused Celts armed with nothing but sticks and rocks. Sometimes the Romans captured bears or worse, wild boar, and let nature kill the nature-worshipping tribal members' sport. I wonder if those Celts would think their deaths better than the ones we offer to their witch descendants today. I dismount, tossing my reins to one of the boys. I wave the others off as I approach the wooden prisoner cart. My boots thud as I mount the little step, using the iron bars in the only window as leverage so I can stand and peer into the box. The witch, Fritzi, I remind myself, is backed into the farthest corner. Slants of light cast her in shadow, but even from the darkness I can see the fierce rage in her eyes. Recognition flashes across her face as she realizes which hexenjäger is peering down at her. It is quickly replaced with hatred. I had not been sure of what I would do until I see her now. I had the idea first when she snapped at me about not caring as long as I had a witch to imprison. She's right, I do need a witch to imprison. But still, I debated it all this long morning. Witnessing her hate now gives me the resolution I need to act. I joined the hexenjägers after they burned my stepmother. Not because I believed in them. Because I wanted to destroy them from the inside out. Over the years, I worked my way up, hiding the little rebellions, the cells that weren't locked, the children who disappeared before they were arrested, the warnings to families to flee before they were accused. I had my father's zealous legacy to give me credibility within the hexenjägers, but my stepmother's loving heart to always ground me outside of them. Nothing I did was ever enough, though. Especially once I leveraged my father's name and sat beside Herr Commandant. It has always been evident that Kommandant Dieter Kirch is not simply following orders from the Archbishop. He does not act with faith or any presumption of doing good. He loves the murders. He relishes them. He actively works to make them more torturous, cram the accused in inhumane prisons and branding them with the letter D for Damon before executing innocent people. He never wants to see the witch burnings stopped. No amount of blood spilled on the streets of Trier will be enough for him. I had thought, before, that the mania of the witch hunts would die down, and I hoped only to save as many as I could before the hexenjägers inevitably failed. But once I got close to Kommandant Kirch, once I saw the full depths of his depravity, I knew nothing short of insurrection will stop the witch hunts. So I hatched a plan with my sister. Everything was in place. Months of preparation, pilfering keys to hidden doors in the tunnels, laying out routes for escape, sabotaging messages, all of it hinged upon the idea that I would arrest Hild, and I would put her into the witch trials myself. She would organize the prisoners, I would set them free. This mass burning the Archbishop plan seemed the perfect tipping point. Release everyone right under his nose, at the height of the Advent season and Christkindl marked where everyone would see. While I was on patrol in the south, I cemented the last of my plans, even going so far as to arrange a boat that would take Hild and me from Trier to Koblenz, using the branching river to fully leave behind the last vestiges of this life. I would never be able to stay in the diocese once I broke into the basilica and freed 100 or so accused witches, but I had to hope that such a large rebellious act would be enough to spur the public into rejecting the cycle of terror and evil the Archbishop holds in his iron fist. The plan had been to fight from within for as long as possible, save as many as possible, and then escape to some other paramachipality or diocese, somewhere I could hide safely and start a new life with my sister. But with Hild gone, wherever the hex sent her, I have lost my connection to the prisoners. And I've lost my sister. I push the thought down, even though it causes a physical pain in my heart. The witch seemed certain Hild was safe. I know Hild would want me to focus on saving the innocents. But all I feel is broken and lost when I think of how she is, elsewhere. Focus, I remind myself. I have worked for years to appear to be nothing but a ruthless hexenjäger. Above suspicion. I will not fail now. I glare at Fritzi. There's not enough room for her to stand, but nor does she cower. She's my last hope. I press my face against the bars. Listen, I say urgently, my voice low so that only she can hear. Do what I say, exactly. You can't make me, if you want to survive, listen to me. I can save you, if you obey me. I can save you all, I tell myself. And I hope that it's still true. 9 Fritzi, I blink at the bars after the captain jumps back down. I can save you, if you obey me. A threat like that isn't unexpected from a hexenjäger. I've heard stories from witches who passed through Burisborn, most just looking for a safe place, others on the run to the Black Forest after most of their coven was lost. All would grow quiet when the visitors told their tales. Where they had come from. What they had escaped. Even the children, huddled at their parents' legs, weren't sent away from the gruesome realities. We all had to listen, because we all could feel the overhanging threat. This could be you. This could happen to any of us. Listen, and take heed. And so I know exactly what hexenjägers do to us. Even to those who aren't witches, who found Burisborn by accident, not knowing they'd stumbled into a coven, Mama let them in anyway, and we sent them off with supplies and full bellies. The stories were all the same. Hexenjägers who came with irons and scowls. Hexenjägers who didn't wait for a trial, who killed or burned their victims on the spot, hexenjägers who slipped into houses with early warnings of an arrest and promises that they could make it go away if they were granted certain favors. "Give me one night," they said, "and you'll live." Each story was more heart-wrenching than the last, painting a picture of a world beset by power-hungry men all high on their claims of righteousness and purity. So I have no illusions about the Captain's threat. That's what it is, a threat. But what of the earnestness on his face? The fear in his eyes? I dig my fingertips into my temples and rub in slow circles. I'm sleepless, that's all. It happened so quickly, I misread his expression. Earnestness could easily be eagerness. Fear could easily be mania. The door to the prison wagon bursts open. Bone-deep exhaustion has numbed me, and I come up to a crouch before the hexenjägers have to reach in for me. Outside, I see we're in ruins of some sort, long ago remains of the Romans who were the first colonizers of these lands. The first to look at my people and deem us little more than fodder. My eyes cast over the rocks and rubble, the wall of Trier running beyond the length of this space, and my numbness settles deeper. The Captain is sending the bulk of his men back up the road, leaving only himself and 2 others with me. One is the boy who even now won't meet my eyes, Johann. The other is Bertram. He grabs the chain between my hands, his eyes all disgust as he sizes me up in the harsh, cold sunlight. "Let's get her locked up. I need a pint." Johann moans his agreement. It's the Captain who hesitates, something gruesome and dark on his face, before he turns without a word. I don't know what I expected. For them to lead me straight into a prison? For there to be a set of stairs that would take us up and over the wall of Trier? But when Bertram pulls me toward a small arched entrance set directly in the sheared stone beneath the wall, I seize up. A tunnel. A tunnel under the city. Is this how they bring in all the witches, or have they planned something special for me? My brain rattles with information, the old Roman aqueducts, just more verdant ruins, but panic has my heels dropping into the dirt, my arms trying and failing to rip back and out of the hexenjäger's grasp. Bertram growls at me. "Go ahead and try to flee," he snaps as he yanks me forward. "I'll take pleasure in running you through." He shifts his hip, drawing my attention to the sword strapped there, but my panic doesn't calm, and we walk closer, closer, closer to that tunnel entrance. It's all darkness, a small door of nothingness, and I can't convince my lungs to draw breath. I'm hit with the iron-tinged sensation that once I go into that tunnel, I'll never come back out again, and of all the horrors I've endured the past days, this looms over me, swallowing me whole. "What do you fear in the dark, Fritzi? You know how to escape. You've known all along." A cry bursts out of me. I'm desperate, on edge. This is the exact sort of situation where the voice could get to me, I know it could. I could give in. So easily. I could escape. Save Liesel. Save myself. Just say the spell. Start the words. This can all be over. Others in my coven knew the words too. We had a communal building to store our most sacred texts, spells passed generation to generation on scrolls and rare-bound books, but there were a few writings that Mama kept under lock and key in her room and forbade us from reading. So of course we did. It became a dare from the oldest cousin. You're not scared to see what it says, are you? Until a group of us needed to prove our bravery. We snuck into my mother's room in the cottage, a group of insolent cousins and friends, giggling the whole while, not knowing what we were truly set on finding. We'd heard the worst stories about our goddesses already, tales whispered around dying flames late at night to make us behave. Perta will come in your sleep. The mother knows all you've done. If you've been naughty, she'll slice open your belly and stuff you full of straw. But this was no story. No fable meant to scare and instill obedience. It was a spell. I remember the words, flowing in thin, curling script across the parchment, on a page labelled Wild Magic. Below the spell, it spoke of the balance Mama drilled into my head. How witches must put good into the world, because our well of magic builds with good deeds. The more we do, the more magic our coven has to draw on. That was why Perta, the mother, was so absolute in her rules and traditions. Why Abnoba protected the forests and life so fiercely. Why Holder guarded the barrier to death with such devotion. The well protects us. It's a tap to allow a trickle of uncorrupting magic through. But wild magic is a flood, and it ruins or drives a witch mad, drowning them in the wake. To cement the connection to wild magic, a witch must sever their connection to the origin tree and its well, the page said. This is the spell that must be recited to do so. Only a few of us saw the page. The rest crouched around, wide-eyed and giggling still. Liesel had been there. She was about 4 years old, tiny and plump and observant. "Are you all right, cousin?" she'd asked in her soft little voice. I'd slammed the book shut. "Say the spell," the voice demands now. "I can help you in ways you can only imagine. You need not suffer, you need not be a prisoner. Say the spell." Had I heard the voice before I read the passage in Mama's forbidden book? I can't remember. I can't remember a time when I didn't hear it, and right now, being dragged for senseless darkness beneath a hexenjägers city, I am closer than I ever have been to giving in. I drop my heels again, but Bertram is ready for my protest. He hauls me toward the tunnel, and I go, helpless, as I have been all this time. Even when I see the Captain behind me, and Johann behind him. Reality crashes down on me, sharp and jarring. There will be no leaving these tunnels. I will be entirely at Kommandant Kirch's mercy. My lips pan. A word is on the edge of my tongue, the first in the spell. "Say it," the voice pleads, "use me. I could kill these hexenjägers. I could use wild magic to wreak unrestrained havoc on these foul men, and be precisely the sort of monster they believe me to be." My body shakes with self-hatred. I'd say the spell now, to save my own body, but I wouldn't say it to save Mama and my coven. That silences me. Tears prick my eyes as the hexenjäger drags me the first few paces into the tunnel. There's rustling behind, a shift, and then the smell of acidic smoke. The Captain has lit a torch. It does little to chase away the dark, and with each step we take farther inside, the light from outside fades until we are in a world all our own. The tunnel is only an arm's length over my head. The Captain must crouch to fit, his broad shoulders caving forward to not brush the laid stones. The sound of water dripping echoes tinnily, a distant, steady tick, and my boots push through the occasional puddle, shallow and smelling of mold water. I focus on those things. The way the air stinks of cold stone, iron and earthy, the feel of the chill on my skin, I see below ground. My boots slip on a grimy rock, and I falter, catching myself by the tight grip Bertram holds on me. I feel the Captain at my back, one firm hand going to my shoulder. "Steady," he says, gruff and low. I shake him off and keep walking. Bertram glances back, once, and I catch a flash of discomfort on his face. He doesn't like being in this tunnel either. He isn't walking to imprisonment and death, but still, I revel in knowing my captors are sharing even a small part of my misery. A tunnel branches from our main one. As we cross the intersection, I feel a gust of wind from somewhere to the left. I shiver in the chill of it. Bertram shivers, too, and I get the feeling it's more from fear. "What is that?" Johann asks from the rear. "Ventilation," the Captain says. "Keep going, Bertram." Bertram yanks my chain, and I stumble 2 quick steps. But another breeze blows, and he glances back at the Captain questioningly. Bertram's eyes go to me, thin with accusation. Does he blame me for a cold wind? What power I hold over this man! If only I could use it. I keep walking, head cloven, not wanting to instigate Bertram at all. The captain's sharp cry is the only warning before the torch hisses out into nothingness. Sinking, consuming darkness rushes around me, choking, thick. I see nothing, eyes strained wide in fruitless searching, breathing stunted as every muscle in my body goes rigid. What happened? Where's the light? Johann is frantic, his tone high and grating. The witch bespelled the wind, the captain snaps back. Bertram's arms clamp around my body. A scream builds in my chest, but a thick hand plants over my lips, holding me silent as the weight around me pivots sharply to the left, yanking me hard. Feet splash. I've lost her. Bertram's voice from ahead rings against the walls. And if he's not holding me, then, I buck, manacled hands going up to grab the captain's arms, but I can't pry him off, and to what end, anyway? Cold sweat washes down my body as I feel his muscles tense around me, keeping me flush to his front, his limbs like stone, encasing me. The witch ran off, the captain says like he isn't holding me in his arms. She can't be far, Bertram, go on ahead, it's a straight shot to the Porta Nigra from here, so if she went that way, she'll end up nowhere good. Johann, back to the entrance, let nothing out, you hear me? I'll search these side tunnels. Go. The booming shout rings in my ears, dizzying me. I long for numbness again, but fear rears up, a relentless hand snaking around my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs in a cool, quick rush that condenses against the captain's palm. What is happening? Why did he lie? Footsteps part in stomping rushes, Bertram racing ahead, Johann going back the way we came. The captain holds me motionless for 1 second, 2, 3, then he drags me back a few paces, to where the tunnel split. Or, at least, I think that's where we go. I still see nothing, but clearly he knows the route even without light. My skin prickles with terror. A tight winding of dread, my body feeling too exposed, too soft. I'm alone in an underground tunnel with a hexenjäger captain, and no one on earth knows he has me. You said no one would touch me, I think, but I can't get the words to form. You said you weren't brutes. I can't stifle my cry as he shifts me higher against him, his hand slipping from my mouth. Don't make a sound, he hisses into my ear. I would if I thought that would improve my situation at all, but who would come running? More hexenjägers? 1 hexenjäger, I can handle. 1 hexenjäger, I can kill. He's focused on wherever he's taking me, his breath huffing fast, his heart hammering against my back. We take another turn, his boots sloshing through puddles that sound deeper now, another sharp turn, more water sloshing. How will I find my way out? Never mind that now. Get away. I lift my manacled arms and slam my elbow back into the captain's stomach. He huffs a startled breath and releases his grip, but only barely. I manage a single step forward before he seizes my arm, a predator's instincts, and slams me against the wall of the tunnel. Terror shoots through me, a white fog across my mind, and all I want, all I am, is the need to scream. The captain's forearm presses across my chest, his elbow and fist connecting with the bruised spots where his knees pinned me in the garden, and I wince, teeth flashing in the dark. I won't make it easy for you, I spit, terror disintegrating into anger. I fall backward into it, anger, I can use, and I thrash against his weight. I may not have magic right now, but I have claws and teeth. Every moment, every breath will be a fight, Jagger. A fight? Yes, that's not what I stop. I know it's hard for you, he tells me, and for once, his voice is almost sorrowful, but unless you want to end up on a stake, stay quiet and trust me. Trust you? I gasp, bucking. He's incredibly strong. So strong I know I have little chance of overpowering him, and that realization sends a shudder through me, fed by the icy water soaking into my boots. I have been manacled, bound, and locked in a prison wagon, but it's his display of strength that reminds me how much of a prisoner I am. Yes, he says, his breath warm on my face. He's a voice only. A voice and a press of weight in the dark. Trust me. And if that's too impossible, then know that this is the only way to save everyone. By purging the city of the people locked up by the hexenjägers. I'm going to save them, and you're going to help me. I stare into the darkness, my eyes wide, brows to my hairline. He doesn't wait for my reaction. He grabs the chain between my manacles and hauls me on, and I go, because I can't fight him off, because I have no other options, because his words are dancing through my head. He's trying to save the people he helped imprison. No. This is a trick. This is some kind of final test before the hexenjägers burn me, before Kirk returns and has his fun. He's trying to break me. That's it, this is him, this is all Commandant Kirk. My mind is heaving, roiling. A panic, a delirium, a final shattering as the captain stops. There's rustling, the sound of keys rattling. I hear one go into a lock, twist. Dim, hazy light pushes into the tunnel. I lurch forward, drawn to the light like a moth, my panic momentarily hesitating as my eyes adjust, and I can see beyond lies a small square room, crates stacked against one wall, a distant, steady dripping breaking the silence. There's a shaft in the ceiling where a ladder might go and no windows or doors beyond this entrance. It's a cellar. I don't get a chance to ask a question. The captain shoves me into the stay silent he says, and I hear the grate of his words fully now, see the desperation on his face. In that moment, he's not just a soulless hexenjäger, he's a boy, wide-eyed and scared. He's pleading with me. Begging me to stay quiet. What is going on? Booth slams the door on me. I throw myself at it. There's no handle from this side, just a smooth outline, and when I hammer my fist on it, it doesn't even rattle. Jagger. I shout at the wall. No response. Jagger. Nothing. I kick it. It only sends a jolt of pain up my foot, and I dance backward until my thighs catch on a crate. I sit, heavy and shocked, staring at the door. The shaft above dumps foggy light down on me, there must be windows up there, an exit. Around me, the crates are mostly whole, some dampened from moisture, the floor slick and the walls unbroken by other openings. I glare at the opening in the ceiling. Whatever game this hexenjäger is playing, whatever test Commandant Kirk is putting me through, I'm done. I'm getting out of this cellar, and I'm going to find Liesel, and we're going to the Black Forest. Are you really going to them? Asks the voice. Why go all that way when I am right here to help you? I snort. Where were your useless questions when the captain had me in his arms? I shoot back. You re-slipping, darkness. I'm talking to the voice more than I ever have before. This can't be good. I pull to my feet. My hands are still manacled, I'll have to take care of that too. But for now, all I need to focus on is getting out of this cellar. There are enough crates stacked against the wall that I can create a crude tower to climb. Grim, I cast one last look at the impassable cellar door that leads out to the tunnels. I'm getting out of here, Jagger, I promise to the silence. Then I'm getting my cousin and we're going to the forest folk 10 Otto. If God had to send me a real witch to contend with, why did he have to send me one that was such a pain in the ass? Her magic was strange, and I can only hope she told me the truth when she said she had protected Hild, not hurt her. Magic, I can handle. Her mouth? Not so much. I take a deep breath. That's not fair. She's scared and alone, and how is she to know the black cloak of the hexenjägers is a disguise to me and not a truth? Still, it would be easier if it were Hild here, Hild helping. Sorrow makes my steps falter, my breath stutter in my chest. Hild. If I can get this witch to trust me, she'll tell me where my sister is. I don't think she did anything to harm Hild, just sent her elsewhere. Perhaps far away. But that doesn't matter. I will find and save her and one thing at a time. I rush through the aqueduct system. First to Johann, he's closer. No one came through, Captain. Johann says, a tremble in his voice, partly from fear, but mostly from cold. It's winter, and we're both wet to our knees from icy river water sloshing over our boots. He's right to be afraid, though. What happened to your torch? He asks as I brush past him and retrieve a fresh one from the basket by the aqueduct entrance. I'd tossed it. Had to. If I'd taken the torch out of the tunnels, it would have been apparent that I quenched the flame in the cold river water, not that it died in some witch's wind. Plunging the torch down had been the quickest means to getting the darkness I needed to hide my actions as I took Fritzi. I knew Johann and Bertram wouldn't be able to navigate the dark as I could. I am more familiar with the tunnels under Trier than anyone, even the Commandant. I have often walked them without any torches, counting my steps and feeling for the cues to know which tunnel is which. The dark never scared me. I have lived too long in it. Come on, I growl without answering his question, leading him back through the tunnels after lighting the new torch. Johann makes no comment as we head toward the Porta Nigra, one of the few paths he knows. Had the hexenjägers looked at the tunnels as more than a means of transporting prisoners, they would know that Fritzi could only have gone in one of 6 different tunnels that didn't lead into a dead end. If any of them had bothered to map out the tunnel system, they would know where each of those 6 tunnels goes, and how a person can escape through them. But no one knows those routes except me. Johann sniffles behind me. I don't look back, but I know the boy is truly scared now. Not of the dark. Not even of the witch. Of the repercussions of losing her. I don't speak, setting a quick pace through the cold water. Soon enough, the tunnel opens up, broadening at the base of Porta Nigra. Bertram stands there in his sodden boots, eyes straining. There's some light from ventilation shafts here, and his gaze roves over us, hopeful and then crestfallen. So, Johann couldn't catch the witch, Bertram growls. What an arschloch! I don't bother hiding my contempt. Johann wasn't holding the witch's chain, I snarl. She made the torch go out, but you were the fool who let her go. She had demons' help. Bertram protests, eyes going wide. Something slammed into her with the force of 10 men, ripping her from my grasp. Johann squeaks in terror, but I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from smirking. A demon with the strength of 10 men? My shove against Fritzi had not been gentle, but Bertram is letting his fear overtake his senses. Good. That will work in my favor. Come on, I growl to the 2 others as I lead them out of the tunnels and toward the long iron spiral staircase that goes from the aqueduct all the way into the Porta Nigra. Our steps echo in the stone chamber as we ascend. By the time we reach the top of the Porta Nigra, I know the silence has done more work than anything I could have said. That's one of the few valuable lessons I've learned from being a hexenjäger. Even an innocent will confess to a crime if left with nothing but guilt and silence. Johann's eyes are as wide as a saucer. Bertram's face is downcast as he mutters a prayer, one that will not be answered. Because, much to all of our tenor, Kommandant Dieter Kirch has returned to Trier. Even before we reach his office, I can tell that he's back. A cold fear crackles among the hexenjägers on duty here. Everyone is on high alert. The salutes that follow me as I lead Bertram and Johann down the corridor snap like whips. I knock on Kommandant Kirch's door. Enter, his voice calls, deep and resonant. I push it open. Kommandant Dieter Kirch is a tall man with broad, rectangular shoulders. His blonde hair curls at the end and brushes his starched shirt collar. Everything about the man screams strength and power, from the muscles straining against his clothes to the hard edge of his jawline as he inspects us. But the thing about the commandant that gives him more power and respect than other men is his eyes. There's something eerie about his eyes. They are a simple blue, a common enough color, nothing remarkable, but it's as if shadows move behind his irises, the colors seeming to swirl if you look at them too long. It is impossible not to feel uneasy under his unflinching gaze. Kommandant Kirch takes a moment to drink in our appearance. Wet boots, stained breeches, waterlogged cloaks. Where is the witch? He demands. I have worked with Dieter Kirch for years, he knows what I mean when I sweep my hand toward Bertram. The commandant glares. Bertram actually takes a step back, bumping into Johann. From what the other men in your patrol said, this witch was powerful, the commandant says. I nod once, sharply. Dieter turns to me. You went to fetch your own sister to be burned. I nod again, slower this time. Dieter strides forward. It takes a strong man to turn in his family. She was not family, I lie. She was a bastard child, my father whelped her with a witch. Not my birth mother, I add, reminding everyone in the room that unholy blood does not run in my veins. Dieter nods slowly. Still he says, and there's a tone in his voice I almost don't recognize. Pride. And then a powerful witch took her. His voice is grave. That witch ensorcelled your sister and sent her elsewhere, I finish. Perhaps to hell, where her kind revel. Perhaps. He smiles impishly. My, what fun my men have been having. The troops I took with me burned a coven that fought back with magic, and now this little witch is spiriting other witches away. He giggled, the sound pitched high, but then his shoulders slumped. I suspected some of the men were feeling a bit disheartened, unaware of the depths of their mission. Now they see what we are up against, though, now their passions are stoked. Dieter walks slowly past me, toward Bertram. You, he says. Bertram looks as if he's about to piss himself, but he squares his shoulders. Yes. Sir. Do you doubt the holiness of our cause? No. But you are to blame for the witch's escape. No. No, one. Dieter shakes his head, and Bertram closes his mouth so quickly his teeth clack. It was not a question. The commandant's gaze flicks to me. I held the torch as we went through the aqueduct. Johann guarded the rear. Bertram held the witch's chains. She caused a wind to blow out the light. Bertram says, stepping forward in his own defense, his eyes wild with fear. And demons, there were demons that ripped her from my grasp, demons that spirited her away. Kommandant Dieter Kirch raises an eyebrow and stares at Bertram with the full force of his pale eyes until Bertram's voice stutters to silence. There it is. The guilt and quiet that does all the work for him. There were no demons, Dieter says finally, his voice brooking no argument. You are a hexenjäger blessed by the saints. No demon could lift a hand to you. Unless you invited them in. No. Bertram says immediately. I'm pure. I've been to confession, I have no sin for them to exploit. Dieter raises one finger, and Bertram is silent again, trembling. We all watch as Dieter strolls around the room, his boot heels clacking on the stone. This room was once the cell of a saint, did you know that? Bertram nods, but Dieter's not even looking at him. He continues speaking, casually, as if this were chat. Saint Simeon. He became an anchorite, enclosing himself into this very chamber as if it were his tomb, dedicating every moment of his life to prayer. Dieter turns to face us fully, opening his palms toward us as if in veneration. And then he continues, a flood happened. The Moselle River rose and rose, and the people of Trier? They blamed Simeon for causing the flood. They called him a witch. Dieter crosses the room, toward a window made of glass pieces held tight with lead solder. He touches one of the panes. They threw stones at this building, trying to get to him and kill him. And then the waters of the river receded. All was well. Was he a witch, sir? Bertram asks when Dieter does nothing more than stare at the glass pane. Dieter strides back over to Bertram, footsteps heavy, and slaps him across the face. No, you fool, he spits, his tone no longer casual but enraged. He was a saint. And you, he snarls, are the unvigilant who cannot tell the difference between a witch and a saint. You are the unvigilant who drops a chain and blames made-up demons. Before any of us can react, Dieter grabs Bertram by the collar and drags him across the room. Bertram's hands scramble to his neck, choking, but that's not the punishment Dieter has in mind. He kicks open a door to a small stone chamber and throws Bertram inside. Bertram crashes into the wall, spinning around even as Dieter slams door in his face, turning a large iron key. Saint Simeon purposefully chose to become a recluse and dedicate himself to God, Dieter tells the locked door in a calm, even tone. May you learn something from his strength, I swallow, looking at the stone closet. It is narrower even than the aqueduct. There's not enough room inside to sit on the floor. Bertram will be unable to spread his arms out, he would barely be able to lift them in such a constrained space. To say nothing of fact that he has no food, nor any means to relieve himself. The tight space makes it impossible to do anything but stand in the dark. It is a tomb. Behind the locked door, I hear a strangled, choking sob. We all know that Kommandant Dieter Kirch will not open the door for days at the very least. The last man who was punished in this way nearly died. When he emerged, he was pale and shaking, unable to do more than crawl out of the commandant's office on all fours, begging for water. Kommandant Kirch turns to me and Johann. Dismissed, he says pleasantly. 11 Fritzi manacled, I wrestle crates into a crude pile in the cellar, fueled by my rage. Verpa ch, Jagger. I climb, dragging crates higher, stacking them as I go, only to climb back down for another, up again, stack it, climb, another, up again. Verpa ch, Jagger. Sweat pours down my face. The manacles bite angry raw circles around each wrist. I have never cursed someone so much, so repeatedly, in my life. Verpa ch, Jagger. My legs are liquid by the time I have a stack high enough to reach the opening in the ceiling. I'm exhausted. I am hungry. Every muscle aches, but I climb, wobbling, sweat burning my eyes where it slips past the rim of my wool hat, and when I heave my body up out of the cellar, I shriek in victory. If he thought he could manipulate me with that nonsense about trying to save people. If he thought I would just buckle under my fatigue and grief. He was wrong. My lips curve into a smile, hair sticking to my face as I splay out flat on my back and collapse there, panting. The blistering cold of this room makes me shiver and shake, cooling the sweat on my skin, but my smile stays, my victory too sweet to let go of just yet. I lie there for a moment, gasping, willing my heartbeat to slow. No matter what kind of lock the captain has on the door to this building, I'll break it, and my thoughts tumble to silence. Lying here, stung up at the ceiling, I see a ladder out of the corner of my eye leading to another opening for the second floor. I see some kind of pump, likely connected to the aqueduct tunnels down below, but I see nothing giving off the soft light that filtered down into the cellar, that is even now setting this room with a soft grey glow. It's coming from the second floor, not this one. I bolt upright. The wall in front of me is flat, unbroken by a window or door. and when I shove to my feet and turn in a complete circle, I see the same on the other 3 walls. No windows. No door. I'd assumed the cellar was only 1 floor beneath the first level, and that I would be able to escape onto the street from here. But the jagger put me somewhere deeper in this house. My jaw grinds so tight that pain shoots across my scalp. Damn him. Damn that man. But at least this level has a ladder, thank the 3. I trudge over to it and scramble up. Finally, a single window big enough to maybe be a door, shuttered, but with a gap running along the base, the source of the light that still pulls me with embarrassing drive. Outside, that light says freedom. I stumble across the room, not even bothering to stop and study my surroundings. Get out, Fritzi. Get out. I grab the door's handle and pull. It rattles but doesn't budge. Fury starts to fester in the base of my gut. I anchor my feet on the floor, wrap all my fingers around the handle, and yank, hard, with all my weight. Nothing. I scream and throw my shoulder into the door, but it remains as unmoved as the captain had been at my feeble blows. I hear rattling again, the telltale shaking of irons. He's locked the door from the outside. What kind of torture house is this? A scream rips out of me again, and I batter the door with everything I have left in me, every last scrap of strength, every dying flicker of hope that I could escape this fate, that I could save myself, save Liesel, and salvage even one small piece of goodness from the wreckage of this horror. You cannot pull yourself out of this alone, says the voice. No, I force myself to respond. I can't leave it unanswered, can't give it space to grow. No, no, no. I spin my back to the door and sink to the floor, every muscle deflating, one by one. I'm too spent even to cry. This game of anguish to hope and back again has tapped the last vestiges of my strength so expertly that as I sit here, on the floor of this inescapable house, I think only, I should sleep. Why even sleep? The captain will return, and who knows what will happen then? My brain still cannot piece together any semblance of reason from his words. He means to save the hexenjägers prisoners? I'm delirious. I have to be. I'm giving into insanity to keep myself from truly realizing the dire consequences of my actions, as if I deserve any kind of softening, any kind of reprieve. I sniff and scrub my nose with the back of my hand, the manacle clanking against my chin. Do I just accept it, then? Wait here for him to return and give myself over to whatever fate he's chosen for me? That question has one last surge of resilience rushing through me. Absolutely not. A hexenjäger does not decide my fate. If I will go out by his hand, at whatever grueling torment he devises, then I will go out fighting until my last moments. Like Mama. I rock forward, hands to my chest, trying to shove the shards of my heart back together. Yes. Like my mother. I will fight. I push to my feet, surveying the contents of the room now, eyes blurry and half-lidded with exhaustion and sweat. This floor is one large room, same as the lower level, but cupboards line the wall to my right, and a little table with a single chair sits at the back. There's a cot in the far corner as well, looking mussed and recently used. Has the captain had other prisoners? The thought earns me a jarring shiver. I head for the cupboards. The first one has oddities, spoons, and bowls, the next is empty. In the last one, I stare at the contents for a full breath, afraid if I blink, they'll vanish. Food. And not just rations, hard cheese and bread and a flask of beer, there are small vials of herbs. Cooking herbs, no doubt, but herbs, and I cry out with joy, snatching up the 3 little glass bottles before this hallucination vanishes, but it doesn't. It's real. They are real. Herbs. I uncork the 3 bottles and sniff each of them. Salt, cloves, bay leaves. 2 of these I can use. 2 of these could save me. My heart starts to beat hard. Not with horror or fear. With hope. Again? How many times can one's soul be yanked out of hope and back again before it breaks? One more time, I think. Always one more time. I grab the knob of hard cheese and bite off a huge chunk, eyes rolling back in my head at the aged salty tang. It honestly isn't even good, it's just food, but it's the best thing I've ever tasted. I grab the bread too, there's some mold on the corner, but the rest is fine, and I balance my haul as I hobble across to the table. The rest of the room gives me one more treasure, a blanket from the bed. I should keep it to ward off the chill, it's freezing here too, but I'm manic now, driven by muscle memory, sheer will, and my slowly filling belly. Between bites of bread and cheese and sips of hoppy beer, I first use the blanket as a makeshift broom. This is a hexenjägers house, so cleansing the energy here is a laughable feat, but I start in the center of the room and sweep counterclockwise in ever-widening circles. Holder, abnobber, perta strong I repeat on each new circle, goddesses cleanse from Enagrong. Will this even work? I'm still connected to the well. I haven't said the wild magic spell. It has to work. I'm following the rules, cleansing the space before I work. I wasn't able to prepare the herbs the proper way, and I don't have a ritual space or altar, but there's only so much I can do. It has to be enough. The goddesses have to hear me, I'm following the guides they gave to witches. I finish with the cleansing and rip off sections of the blanket to create little satchels. Into each go some of the cloves and bay leaves. The wood carved into two little spoons in the first cupboard is something I'd recognize it anywhere, aspen. The spoons snap easily, and I drop chunks into the satchels too. I only have enough to make 4, but 4 protection satchels is far, far better than I had a moment ago. I pop the last of the bread and cheese into my mouth and sit cross-legged on the floor, positioned so I can see both the shuttered window and the hatch that leads to the lower levels. There, I whisper protection spells over the satchels, and I wait. 12 Otto. I'm almost to the door when I hear the commandant's voice calling for me. I pause, turning. Inside me, panic boils like acid through my veins. I am harboring a witch, a real one, and I am plotting to break your empire of fear, I think. But nothing shows behind my eyes. I hope. Otto, friend, walk with me, Commandant Kirch says. I want to rush down the stairs and take the aqueducts to the house where I've hidden Fritzi. She's no doubt confused and afraid. She deserves an explanation. And I deserve to know where she sent Hild. But it is not wise to go against any suggestion from the commandant. We head down to the ground floor of the Porta Nigra, a church used to praise Saint Simeon. It is empty now, save for some pilgrims and a priest praying. I can just hear the mutters of one of the pilgrims, begging God for blessings for his ill wife. I am glad that the hexenjägers share a building with a church. The pilgrims remind me that not all who claim to be Christian are evil. We step out the front door onto the stone courtyard. The sun is high in the sky, but it casts neither warmth nor shadows. This may be the ground floor of the Porta Nigra, but only because this is a repurposed ancient Roman building. With age, the city has sunk deeper and deeper into the ground. The courtyard can only be reached by a wide staircase that opens up before the street that leads to the main market. Dieter moves around the building to face the river. It's quiet here, colder, more private even than inside his office, where Bertram no doubt beats upon the door of the closet, pleading to be released. Tell me about the witch, Dieter says, leaning against the wall and looking at the Moselle River. The powerful one. He doesn't know, I think, forcing myself to believe it. He doesn't know Fritzi is safe in my hidden house, he doesn't know what I plan to do. He does not. She is unlike any other we have arrested, I say truthfully. She chanted something, and smoke filled the cottage. My sister disappeared. Saying it out loud makes bile rise in my throat. Hild is still missing. I have only the word of a witch that she's safe now, but what did the witch chant? Dieter presses. Can you remember the words? I frown, struggling to recall the moment. I was fully engaged in the duplicity of arresting Hild, of appearing to the men to be the hero hexenjäger who would sacrifice his own family. I was so focused on what I said that I had not really taken note of what Fritzi had said. A spell of some sort. Obviously, Dieter replies dryly. I'm lost in thought, visualizing the moment. She had herbs too, I add. I could smell herbs in the smoke. Rosemary perhaps. Herbs. Dieter straightens, turning to face me fully. Herbs, you say? I nod. Is that important? There are different types of witches, Otto. Some speak to animals. Some see visions in fires. Some use herbs to cast spells. Ha! Dieter watches me closely. Fritzi, she means something to him. The other men have filled me in on descriptions of this witch, Dieter adds, rattling off an approximate height and weight for Fritzi, as well as her hair and eye color. It's mostly accurate, but also generic. Can you tell me anything else about the girl? I pause. Silence and guilt go hand in hand. Before I can speak, though, Dieter adds, a name, even. The men say that you spoke to the witch privately. Her name is Fritzi, I think. I snort. I spoke only to try to get the hex to tell me the location of my half-sister, so that I could find and arrest her too, I say. My threats fell on deaf ears. That witch had more spirit than any woman should, and no respect at all. For just a moment, a flash, barely there and gone again, Dieter seems to smile. I narrow my eyes, and he, seeing my expression, quickly schools his face into a blank mask. The solstice burning shall be in 2 days, Dieter says. It will be a good purge. We have over 100. He casts his pale, eerie eyes at me. You shall have the honor, I think, to light the first flames. I duck my head, mutter my thanks. It has not escaped my attention that this honor has been denied you, Dieter continues, turning his gaze to the sky. I watched your training. You are an excellent fighter, a position that led you to patrolling the diocese more often than working directly in the city, and your literacy and intelligence have, of course, aided the Archbishop's decrees behind a desk. I serve in any way God desires, I say. I had not been aware that Dieter had watched me so closely. Has he realized that my patrols are always fruitless? Has he noticed the misfiled paperwork, the delays that have led to escapes? I had thought myself clever, my tracks covered, but your lineage aided your aspirations, but it is you, Mung, don't you think, that you not feel the heat of God's love through a burning pyre? It would be an honor, I managed to say without choking on the words. 100 witches to burn at once. And you with the torch in your hand? He looks at me with lips curved up, but that is no smile. The bigger the fire, the more souls saved. 100. He says the number as if it is something to relish, something to enjoy. I do not think about that number. Instead, I focus on the other one. 2 days for me to realign my entire plan, for me to save them all. And, hopefully, disrupting the largest burning of witches that Trier has yet seen will be enough to rattle the rest of the citizens, for them to throw off the shackles of fear and say, as one, no more. That is what I hope for. I do not deceive myself, though. I may not be able to spark the revolution I desire. I may not be able to save all 100. 101, I remind myself, 100 falsely accused witches and 1 real one. Yes, it will be a good day, Dieter says, noting the smile toying on my lips. Yes. I had not meant to show any emotion. Better, of course, if we can add that other witch to the flames. I have sent more men out. There are places she could hide in this city. But not for long. My stomach churns. Perhaps she's left the city, I suggest. Dieter barks in humorless laughter. No, he says in full confidence. She has not left Trier. How does he know? While Dieter stares placidly at the river, panic surges through me. Black dots dance in my eyes. I'm so close to making my move, but if I fail... Now, more than 100 lives hang in the balance. Including my own. I wait for Dieter to go back into the Porta Nigra before I leave, walking down the stairs toward the street slowly. I take careful, measured steps. My back is straight. Even now, I may be watched. I cannot tip my hand. I cannot. Even if my heart thunders in my ears, I walk away from the hexenjäger base as if I bear neither sin nor W1E. I carry 2 maps in my head. One is of the aqueducts beneath me. The other is here, the real city of Trier, the paths that once started as organized Roman grids and have slowly evolved into chaos, with little alleys connecting one side street to another, wooden planks on roofs linking one building to another, hidden doors providing passage from one home to another. That's the difference between a village and a city. In a village, all the people are connected. My mother knew every single person who gathered around her pyre to watch her burn. She helped midwife some of the women's babies, she sold beer to every family. But in a city, the people aren't connected. The buildings are. I head from the Porta Nigra roughly south, toward the Hauptmarkt. There's a noticeable shift in my reception as I near the market. Close to the church, men call out greetings, some salute me or bow before the black cloak. But it doesn't take long for me to see a child skid to a stop and race off down an alleyway to avoid crossing my path. A woman crosses herself and mutters a prayer of protection when my cloak swishes past her door. An old man pretends to cough, but I see the smirk when his spittle hits my shoulder. Not everyone loves hexenjägers. And that gives me hope. The main market of Trier sells a little bit of everything from soon up to sundown, but currently, with Advent already begun, it's a Christkindlmarkt. While the staples are still available, every open space is now crammed with stalls selling something seasonal. Warm spices fill the air, scents flickering like candlelight. There are more people in the city now than there were a month ago. Fall is a busy time for harvests, but there's little to do in winter other than make a day's journey into the city and imbibe in too many sweets and too much beer. This, too, was part of the plan. I have spent the past few years finding small ways to undermine the hexenjägers, saving individuals, but it was never enough. This was to be the coup de grace that would light a spark for a revolution instead of a pyre. The prisoners in the basilica were to escape TLN off the tunnels, the aqueducts providing the perfect route. Hild was going to instruct the prisoners on the paths I'd been secretly teaching her in our private correspondence, telling them the best ways to disappear and splitting the groups up so that a handful went down one path, another cluster went a different way, and so on. We were going to work with chaos, using the confusion of the breakout to mask the way groups of prisoners split up in different directions. I had carefully selected the routes, ensuring the aqueduct passages provided an outlet into abandoned homes or empty buildings. I had already stockpiled old clothing for disguises. From there, the plan was for the prisoners to disperse into the Christkindlmarkt, disappear into the crowds as one more shopper, one more worshipper, one more random villager out for the day. I'd factored in everything but Fritzi. Beer, a pretty girl with braids, says. She carries a yoke with buckets across her shoulder, a ladle in her hand. Her eyes drop to my cloak, thin enamel brooch marking me as a hexenjäger. Her voice trembles when she adds, just one pfennig to wet your lips and warm your gut. I glance down at the beer open in her bucket, and she dips the ladle into the liquid, holding the frothy brew out to me. Her hand trembles. You can have it for free, Jagger. I shake my head, and she shrugs, turning to offer the brew to another man, one who pays a penny to drink from the communal ladle. I ignore them, striding through the market, shoving past the men drunk on beer and the children drunk on honey. I whip my black cloak off, shoving it under my arm and hiding the brooch that marks me as a hexenjäger. I turn away from the main crowd, down a shrouded street blocked off with a plastered brick stone archway. There's no sign affixed atop the archway, but everyone in Trier knows, this is the Judengasse. The Jewish quarters in Trier were originally robust and vibrant. The Jews lived close together, not by law, but because their temple was nearby. Eventually, the Judengasse became an eruv, allowing activities in that area that would otherwise be forbidden on the Sabbath. But with every plague, every drought, every flood, the Jews were blamed, over and over again. They were banned more than once, exiled from the city if not the entire diocese. Perhaps banishment years ago was safer than if they had stayed. Perhaps I only tell myself that to assuage the guilt of my people against theirs. There are many abandoned areas inside the city walls, but none more empty than the Judengasse. I learned long ago, however, that there is rarely a truly empty place. Orphans, there are quite a few these scraps and live in the shells of homes. And sold for profit, I mean, of course, Archbishop turns a blind eye here, days, and the homeless scavenge while many buildings were seized for the benefit of the church, the preferring to pretend the entire Judengasse does not exist rather than deal with the starving homeless lurking in its shadows. A pebble bounces off my shoulder. I turn and see a pair of wide eyes looking at me from the doorway of a house with broken glass windows. I reach into my pocket, pulling out a coin and tossing it to the little girl waiting for me. She snatches it from the air and disappears. Little Mia keeps both my secrets and my pennies ever since I first saved her and her brother. Turning my back to her doorway, I look up at the building across the street from her. Several house forts dot the city of Trier. They are old, not as old as the Roman buildings, but older than the city wall, and several centuries have passed since they were first built with the wealth of crusaders and the jewels of Jerusalem. This one, the only one in the Judengasse, is a bit worse for wear. The white plaster facade is cracked, the colourful arches over the windows have faded and chipped away. But I don't care about appearances. What makes a house fort special is the fact it has no way in. At least not on the ground level. There is no door, no window, no access point within reach at all. Inconvenient, yes, the only way into the building, by its own design, is by a ladder to the second-floor front door. But it served its purpose at the time. If Trier were under attack, the inhabitants merely had to lift the ladder, and no one could come inside and pillage the wealth behind the walls. Now, though, this abandoned building serves as a natural defense for me alone. No one bothers trying to scramble up the decrepit crates I carefully piled under the door, and even if they did, they'd have a hard time getting inside without me knowing, thanks to a few strategically rotten boards and a shaky foundation. Plus the shutters over the only door are bolted with a heavy iron padlock. I have an apartment in the city, near the Porta Nigra. It is filled with the signs of wealth I've accumulated being a hexenjäger, the paraphernalia I cannot sell off to fund my rebellion. I hate it. I spend most nights here. It feels safer, somehow, knowing that the only way inside this building is through a second-story door or by the cramped, unlit aqueduct that opens in the basement. My apartment is for Captain Otto Ernst, second in command of the hexenjäger units of Trier. But this building is for me. Knowing that only little Mia and her brother can see me on this shadowed, abandoned street, I hop atop the first crate, scrambling for a foothold, scaling part of the wall. A bit of plaster breaks off, skittering down. The sound is lost in the overpowering noise from the nearby market, but I cannot help but wonder if the witch inside has heard me approaching. I left her in the cellar, there's a chance she's still down there. I had to rush, and she was safe there, at least. But somehow, I think she's found a way through the house. I glance up, my padlock is still in place. She's got to be mad, though. Furious. I left her cold, alone, scared, and stressed. I didn't have time to take off her manacles. Those heavy iron bands on her wrist must be chafing and hurting her. For a moment, I imagine Fritzi, eyes on fire, with a skillet raised to brain me the moment I step through the door. I freeze, one hand on the ledge of the door, one wiping over my traitorous mouth. What in the hell am I thinking, smiling at the thought of that uncouth witch plotting my murder? But her rage is so. It's like a storm at night, full of lightning, beautiful in its fury. No. No, did that thought come from? I shake my head and heave my body up to the door, fitting the key in the lock, listening for the witch and whatever trap she surely has laid for 13 Fritzi. At first, my exhausted, fear-strained mind attributes the creaks outside to the noises of this old building. It's shifting in the wind, groaning with age, but the creaks turn to thuds. The unmistakable noises of a body climbing closer. Then the rattling of iron lock being lifted, a key fitted, twisted. Alertness jolts through me, a flame flashing in the dark, and I launch to my feet, my 4 satchels gripped in both hands. I cross the room to stand next to the door, my body flush against the wall. The moment he opens that door, he'll get a face full of protection spells, which should stun him enough that I can shove him aside, leap out, and run like hell. My heart slows as the lock clicks. Sip in a breath, muscles coiled, pulse thudding in my clenched jaw. The manacles clink against themselves as I readjust my grip on the bundles, and I go rigid, willing them to silence. The air around me smells of earthy bay leaves and rich cloves, such familiar scents that every blink tells me I'll wake up in my own bed, in my own cottage, and all of this will have been a horrific dream. The door opens. I watch his arm push it inward, but he pauses. Letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. Outside, it's afternoon, but in here, there are no other light sources, nothing to break the shadows. Which works in my favor. I flatten my body to the wall by the door, satchels held to my chest. The captain eases forward. He hooks one leg inside, then the other, and the moment he's standing fully next to me, all of time seems to stop. His gaze is on the bulk of the room. Searching for me. His face turns, tums, in another breath, he'll see me. I move. One protection satchel flies, striking him directly in the chest, and the air explodes with a powder of wood and herbs and magic. Is the cloud bigger than it should be? Does it spark a little, like a fire, like more magic than I should be capable of? I don't think about it. I can't. This is my one chance, and I will take it. I heave my body into his, knocking him off balance, and I spin, not hesitating as I hurl myself out the window. The clear, empty space opens for but then there's nothing there. Nothing. But my body rebounds off that nothingness as though I tossed myself onto a wall, and I bounce back into the room, the breath knocked out of me. The captain is still coughing behind me, still distracted by my spell, so I leap again, and bounce right back into the house. What did he do? I whirl on him and launch another protection satchel. He dodges it, teetering left so it vanishes down the lower level shaft. What spell did you cast on this place? I shriek at him. Are you a witch? He's not, though, I would have sensed it. I would have felt it, the magic humming in his blood. The captain lurches for me, but I hold up one of my last 2 satchels, and he stops, arms out, a fine dusting of spell powder graying his hair and of course not, he says, voice gravelly. He coughs again. There's no spell. It's a house fort. A house, no, I can't leave. I point at the door. You put a barrier so I can't. The blank look on his face stops me. There's no magic in him. He didn't cast anything, but there is magic around that opening. So someone cast a spell. I feel the weight of the protection satchel in my hand. A satchel I'd intended to use to stop only him from harming me. My eyes go to the opening. It's a 2-story drop. I likely would have broken at least an arm. Was it my protection spell that kept me from jumping out of this building? It shouldn't have been that powerful, that uncontrolled. The spell I cast was against attackers, not against all bodily harm. My mind heaves. I remember the spell I cast on the captain's sister. Hild. How she was just gone. Did she run away? Or did my spell actually send her away? Somewhere safe, somewhere the hexenjägers couldn't reach her. Unease crawls up my spine. Something isn't right. With my magic. With me, maybe. I didn't give in, though. This isn't wild magic. It isn't. The captain twists toward me, but I'm not quick enough. He knocks the satchel out of my upraised hand, and when I spin to smash the other one into his face, he ducks, grabs my wrist, and flips me around so my back plants against his firm chest. The last satchel falls from my hand, and he kicks it down into the lower level. I'm not going to hurt you. His growl vibrates down my spine. You can't with the spell I cast, I say, breathless, but that doesn't stop me from hurting you. I slam my heel down on the top of his foot. He wavers, and I shove out of his arms, but where can I go? Back down to the inescapable cellar? Maybe if I climb purposefully out the window, my spell will let me pass. The captain tackles me to the floor. Panic sends cold sweat across my skin as I drop, the breath huffing out of me, but through it, I can feel my heart hammering on the wood, the floorboards indenting into my stomach, and the weight of the captain on my back, the full hard breadth of his body against mine. It's too much, too real, too far past the point of no return. I can't help it, I scream. The captain lifts up off of me, just a breath of space, and it makes me realize he didn't land his full weight on me. I'm struck again by how huge he is compared to me, how immovable, and how fragile I am at his mercy. My scream pitches, catching in my throat, tripping on my own hesitation. If he is so much stronger than me, why hasn't he hurt me yet? Yes, he hisses, mostly to himself, and he moves only to press my arms over my head. I scream again and tithe, trying to buck him off, something, fight back. He reaches up to my fists and unlocks my manacles. I'm not going to hurt you, he says again, punctuating each word. He moves away from me, taking the manacles with him. I scramble off the floor, putting my back to the corner, breath hoarse in my lungs. My wrists burn at the freedom, the cold air hitting the raw skin like knives. He's standing between me and the door, which he leaves open, maybe realizing how dark it is in here, how abyss-like. But even the pale glow of the clouded sun outside does little to shed light on us, casting him in oblong grey shadows. Prove it, I snap. Let me go. I can't do that. I laugh. It's cold and brittle. I can't do that, he repeats with force, because every hexenjäger in the city is looking for you. And I need you to tell me, exactly, where you sent my sister. Also, he pauses, and I see his tongue run across his lips, a self-deprecating look of exhaustion that ages him in the low light. I need your help. I go slack against the wall. What could you possibly need with a witch? He frowns at me. I told you. I'm going to save everyone. What he said to me in the cellar. That wasn't a hallucination. None of that was. This hexenjäger wants to set all the prisoners free. I don't move. Not to fight back. Not to run. Not to protest. The captain takes that as tentative agreement, and he reaches into a bag at his waist, pulls out a lantern. When he lights it, his hand goes to the door. My whole body stiffens as he closes it, too aware of how alone we are, of how no one still knows that this hexenjäger has me. My fear isn't as potent, though, giving way to acidic confusion. And that confusion surges up even more when the captain motions to the table at the back of the room, that one chair. "Sit, please," he asks. "I have a lot to tell you, and little time in which to do it." 14 Otto. I want to glare at the witch, but I do understand her confusion and rage. I wipe a hand over my face, schooling my emotions. "I can't tell you where your sister is." Fritzi speaks before I can press that question further. There's a manic gleam in her eye, and I think she's not telling me everything, but I can wait. If I answer her questions, she'll answer me, I hope. I take a deep breath. "The first thing you should know is that you ruined years of plans to stop the hexenjägers." "Okay." From her flashing eyes and the snarl blossoming over her lips, I could have perhaps stated that better. Her eyes rake over my body. I've taken off my hexenjäger robes, but I may as well still be wearing them for all the hate she directs at me. Before she can say anything, though, I tell her about my sister and our plan to take down the hexenjägers from within. I watch her closely, seeing the shift from distrust to doubt to tentative acceptance. She's wary, which means she's smart, but I think she believes me. I hope she does when I finally finish. There's nothing but silence and darkness between us. I wait for her to say something. "How many?" she asks finally. My brow furrows. "How many?" I repeat. "How many innocents died as you went along with this charade?" she asks, her voice rising. "How many people were burned alive while you waited to make your move?" "Too many," I whisper. "It was an imperfect plan, but we tried other plans first, some to limited success, some that failed," I say, the only excuse I have. We tried. It was just the two of us, separated and young and inexperienced, but it wasn't enough." Fritzi remains still and motionless. She has learned the same lesson I have, it seems. Silence begs its own form of confession. I had first thought that I could dismantle the hexenjägers from within. I meet her accusing gaze head-on. It's tough to break through the indoctrination. Not just of the hexenjägers. Of the people, too, who learn that it's simpler to obey, to look away. They don't start with murder. They ease you into it, she says bitterly. "So why didn't you succumb?" She waves her hand at my confused look. "To the indoctrination." "My father," I say. "He taught you to reject cults and CTLN off lies." Her voice rings with mocking. "No," I say. "He taught me the consequences of succumbing to them." She casts me a doubtful look, but I explain my stepmother's fate to her. "Aren't you the little paradox?" she muses. I can see why she says that, but she never knew my stepmother. When father wasn't around, she'd tell Hild and me that religion is half politics anyway, which prince you serve determines how you pray. And the Holy Roman Emperor himself doesn't seem to pray to anyone but whatever lover he currently has. True faith, she said, was personal. Not political. But that's the problem, I suppose. Because if you serve a prince that's Protestant, and he's killed by one that's Catholic, suddenly you're slaughtered for treason and damned for heresy, all in one fell swoop. And the popes in Italy and the emperors in Bohemia, and there's no one to stop anyone else from raising a stake one way or another. My stepmother didn't really care about any religion. My father turned his into a weapon. So, you just wear a black cloak and crucifix as a disguise, huh? Fritzi asks. I pause. I feel her trust in me is fragile at best, and one wrong word will have her going for my throat. But I also feel like she deserves the truth. I believe in God, I tell her. I am Christian. But I reject the church. Her lips snarl in disgust, and I see her whole body tense. There is a difference, I say quietly, between someone who holds a personal belief and someone willing to kill anyone who doesn't share that belief. It's not enough to convince her. I can tell that immediately. Her hands are curling into fists, her eyes darting back to the door, even if she knows she cannot throw herself at it bodily. To her, I suppose, the God I pray to and the one the Archbishop murders in the name of are the same God. Maybe they are. I don't know. I only know that when I pray, I do not pray for death. I pray for forgiveness. And I know that I am not alone. It is that knowledge, that faith, not just in God, but in the good Christians who do not wish to paint the city streets red with blood. The people who look at my cloak in disgust, the ones who dare to spit on me. They are my only source of hope. Fritzi's eyes are big and round as they watch me. She's still wary, still unsure. Still untrusting. It would not help, I know, to point out that not every person who bends their knee in prayer agrees with the Archbishop and his reign of terror. I don't even bring that up. Fritzi is a woman who doesn't need words and promises. She needs truth and action. I meet her eyes, and I do not flinch away. I have shown you from the start that my actions are my own, and they are not violent. And now I am asking for your help. She cocks her head but doesn't answer. Can you bring me back my sister? I ask, my voice cracking. Hild would know what to do. She always did. Fritz's eyes shift away from mine. I cast a spell of protection on her, she says. I was trying to save her. That was all it should have done, just kept her safe. She pauses, face falling. I can't undo it. Can't or won't. She bites her lip. Can't as long as bringing her back would put her in harm's way. That fists my stomach. Being beside me puts her in danger, a danger that's so dire a magical force keeps Hild away from me. A few days ago, I would not have believed this possible. But I saw the way Fritzi leapt out the window and magic pulled her back in. I saw magic protect her. But then where is she? My voice rises in my desperation. It kills me that Fritzi flinches in fear, but I can't help it. She throws her hands up. She's safe, I swear. But the worry in her eyes belies that statement. I have to take it on faith then. If she will trust me, I will have to trust her. And pray that Hild is safe. Is the commandant back in Trier? Fritz's voice is so soft that I almost miss the question. Yes. I watch her body closely. I have seen her shake with rage before, but never fear. Until now. Did he bring back a witch? One like me? She meets my eyes, emotion warring in the pale blue depths of hers. Younger than me, but with magic? My cousin? Her voice breaks. Liesel. Does he have her? If you can free her and bring her to me, she can help us find your sister. Her voice trails off when she registers my sorrowful face. I know of no prisoners Commandant Kirch brought back from Burra's bomb. At least, none were registered in the records. To my knowledge, Kirch and the troops returned with nothing more than the stench of smoke clinging to their cloaks. Can't you do something to find your cousin? I ask. And my sister? I'm a green witch, Fritzi says, as if it were obvious. I use herbs for spells that offer protection, strength, and things of that nature. My cousin is an augur, she can read the future in flames, or ask questions of the fire, and it obeys her. Not every witch is the same. We have different affinities. This makes me freeze, but I don't think Fritzi notices the way my blood runs cold. Her words echo what Dieter told me this morning, outside the Porta Nigra. He knows, I think. About real witches, their powers. Commandant Kirch did not tell me he had another real witch, I say. Fritz's jaw sets. He does, she snarls fiercely. Then you have an incentive to free the prisoners. Will you help me? She narrows her eyes. What do I need to do? I don't believe she'll like the plan Hild and I came up with, so I say first, can your magic do to help? If I can get you into the basilica where the prisoners are kept, can you do something to free them? She snorts in bitter laughter. I told you, magic can't just do anything. It depends on the witch's affinity. A little rosemary isn't going to be enough. I shake my head, still confused. Hen Fritzi sent Hild. Elsewhere, it seemed enormously powerful. And just now, with the protection spell she cast on herself, that was clearly strong. Why can't she just save the others? Think of magic like a well, she continues, sighing at me. Each witch can use their affinity to tap into the well, and pull up a draft of magic. Protecting 1 or 2 people is like pulling up a bucket. Magicking out 100 people from a well-guarded prison would be like pumping it dry. I guess. She nods. Sort of. Things that take a lot of power put strain on the well. There are people who protect the source of magic, who ensure that doesn't happen. I would simply be unable to pull from the well if it was something that big. I frown at her, trying to understand her analogy. Perhaps, if these keepers of the well understood that we were trying to save innocent lives. My voice drifts off as she shakes her head. Do you have to get your magical power from the well? Is there some other source? No, she says, her eyes flash with rage. No, we are not touching that sort of magic. Interesting. She did not say it was impossible. Merely forbidden. I don't press her on that, not yet, anyway. Instead, I pivot. You can save 1 person, though, as evidenced by Hild. Do you know other witches? If we have enough, perhaps you could all work together. My escape route and your combined powers. There's a different look on her face now. Not fury, sorrow. Her eyes slide away from mine, but she cannot hide the grief painted within them. Burisborn, I say. I'd guessed this before, when she mentioned the commandant, but I'm certain of it now. Her head whips up. You were a witch in Burisborn? Where Commandant Kirch took an entire unit to root out a coven? She nods slowly, once, a quick bob off her head. Everyone in the village had been murdered. Almost everyone. Liesel Fritz's cousin. That's how she knew she was a prisoner. Dieter took Liesel, Fritzi says. I know he took her alive. 2 girls, all that remains of a whole village. My heart mourns for her grief. But then my mind locks on what she actually said. She called Commandant Kirch by his given name, Dieter. She spoke of him as if she knew him. I open my mouth to question her, but I bite my tongue. Now is not the time to raise her ire, and besides, it could simply be a matter of her overhearing his name in the chaos. If we can't use magic, I say, we'll have to use my original plan. Well, what is it? She asks when I pause. You're not going to like it, I say. Fritzi rolls her hand for me to continue. Okay. I take a deep breath. Step 1, I arrest you. No. I told you that you wouldn't like it. Absolutely not. I need to get you into the prison, next to the prisoners, so you can teach them the escape routes. There has to be another way. I stare her down as she glares at me. I see the moment when something breaks behind her eyes. There is no other way. I can teach you the paths in the aqueducts. I draw my finger in the dust on the floor, tracing the outlines I have memorized. There's a door that leads directly to the aqueducts from the basilica, and, once inside the tunnels, there are paths that split up and branch off. I teach you, you teach them. They can't stay in the tunnels forever, Fritzi says. They'll be found. Each route ends at a safe house with supplies and disguises. From there, the market, it'll be crowded, then from there, out the city walls, and to safety. Fritzi blinks at me. How are you going to get them out of the cage and to the aqueduct? Gunpowder and a hypocaust, I say. Gunpowder, I get, Fritzi says. What the hell is a hypocaust? A heating system under the floor, I say. When the ancient Romans built the basilica, they built a heating system using hollowed-out spaces under the floor to keep the building warm. I'm actually really proud of this. It took a lot of research to formulate this plan, and I've had no one but Hill to appreciate my efforts. Fritzi raises her eyebrow, so I sketch the basilica's floor plan in the dust. See? I say, drawing arrows, this is where the cage is. The floor is made of brick, but underneath the floor are pillars. I'm going to blow up this part, I say, drawing a squiggly line, which will open up one section of the flooring. You simply have to tell the prisoners to be on this side of the cage. Then the floor will give way, they drop down, and the hypocaust is linked directly to the aqueduct. She threw NS at my rough sketch. You thought of everything, didn't you? She says the words flatly. I tried. Her jaw tenses. You really do need someone on the inside. I cannot warn the prisoners myself, much less teach them the routes. She looks up at me, and I see the fierce determination in her eyes. When, she asks. The burning is in 2 days, she swallows. So you'll drag me to prison tomorrow. If you can memorize the routes tonight, she nods tightly. That'll give me 1 day to communicate to all 100 prisoners. My heart thuds. It's too risky, I can't ask this of her. Yes, Fritzi says. I'll do it. I know Liesel's been imprisoned, she'll help too. We can work together. She's just agreed to my plan, and both she and her cousin have actual magic that could aid it. But still, my gut twists with bile as I think about how this means I'm going to have to drag Fritzi into the prison and lock her behind an iron cage myself. When I first pulled Fritzi through the tunnels, I had only thought of saving her to use her in this plan of mine. But now that the time has come, I am reluctant to let her leave my safety again. It's a ridiculous thought. I cannot very well leave her in the house fort for all time, and she is likely safer in the prison than out of it, with the way the commandant has the men searching for her. The thought makes my fists bunch. I will do this to save the innocents. But if anyone hurts her, they will pay. 15 Fritzi, I cross my arms. This goes both ways, though. If I'm going to help you, you have to help me too. He doesn't respond, doesn't seem to have heard me, his eyes have dropped low. I think at first he's staring a bit too intently at my breasts, but his face hardens, and I realize his gaze is fixed on my wrist where it's crossed over my chest. I look at the angry red welts bleeding across the back of my hand. I yank my arms down. You're injured, he says. Tends to happen when witches are around, hexenjägers. He's standing over me, the lantern flickering on the table beside me, and its unsteady light pulses the emotions on his face. Regret. Fury. Pain. I have no time for his self-flagellation, Catholics, really. I'll need supplies to sit. Excuse me, the 3 damn these sit, he repeats and brushes past me, back to the bag he took off during our conversation. He rummages in it for a beat before he turns with a jar and a knot of bandages. I can't stop the surprise that flashes across my face. I don't need your pity. I'm fine. It's a lie, my wrists burn terribly, but I'll be damned if I accept that kind of help from him. I need to get Liesel and get out of Trier, not waste time tending to wounds he inflicted. He crosses the room. I'm still standing when he stops in front of me. His brows raise, and he eyes the chair against the back of my legs, the implied command heavy in his gaze. My chest tugs, defiance sharp and biting. But he still says nothing, just stares at me in a long, weighted silence, and I know, in the clenched set of his jaw and the steadiness in his eyes, that he won't break. I thought I knew stubborn. I thought I was stubborn. This man makes it a religion. I suck my teeth and drop back on the chair. When I reach for the jar and bandages, he bats my hand away and lowers to one knee. My heart heaves against my ribs. I'm not tied up, I tell him, hating the waver in my voice. I can bandage my own wounds, thank you very much. That seems what must pass for a sardonic look. I don't doubt that you are very skilled at taking care of yourself. Is that an insult? It feels like an insult, but I let him take my wrist. His fingers are gentle. So gentle that it renders me immobile, and every argument I'd planned drains out of my mind. How can someone so large touch me like I'm an eggshell? This doesn't feel like his natural state, tenderness, but he deftly rolls up my sleeve and gets to work smearing balm on my skin. He stays quiet. He seems comfortable in silence, but I decidedly am not, and I shift on the chair, hating this closeness more each passing second, the way his dark eyes droop with sorrow when he finishes one wrist only to see wounds just as bad on the second. There are flecks of green in his bruin eyes. He has half his jaw-length dark hair pulled back, showing the way the tops of his rigid cheekbones redden slightly, and I realize I'm staring at him, and he knows it. Yes, stop. Focus on something else. Literally anything else. I sniff the air, mint, lavender, a few other herbs in that saw of his smg. I smile. We'll make a witch out of you yet, Jagger. He flashes those eyes up to me. The healing balm, he guesses, tipping the jar. I nod. Then every hexenjäger is a witch, for we all carry this in our supplies. Which is one of the many holes in your theology. It isn't my theology, need I remind you? No, merely formed from the tenets of our religion, Jagger. The captain sighs and finishes tying the last bandage to my wrist. Otto. I pull my arms in, surveying his work, but I stiffen. What? My name? It's Otto. Otto Ernst. I know your name. It cracks out of me like a whip. He blinks. There's another of his pauses. But if he seeks to make me use his name, that's one battle he will not win. He seems to realize that, and he pushes to his feet. His shoulders tense. I hadn't even realized they'd been relaxed. If you're to take my sister's place in the jail, he starts. Is his voice rough? I upset him. Good. We need to start getting you to memorize the aqueduct layout, of course. I stand and smooth my skirt. We can go over that later tonight. He frowns at me. And until then? I need supplies. I'll make potions before I go into the jail. If I'm going to be a prisoner again, I will not be defenseless. You won't be undefended. You'll have me. He says it so simply, like he's already guaranteed my safety. I give him a look. Reassuring. But undefended and defenseless aren't the same thing. I'll need more than a few healing spells for the prisoners who are too ill to move, and I'm not going into that prison without enough spells to protect not just myself, but the other prisoners, should your ironclad escape plan go awry. His plan is fairly ironclad, actually, but I say it with sarcasm anyway. His lips twitch. I thought you said we wouldn't use your magic. No, I said we wouldn't use the type of magic you were asking about. But the potions I'll make are perfectly acceptable to ask of the well. I need to make them all tonight, though. I can't exactly whip out a cauldron, pointy hat, and broom in the middle of a hexenjäger cell, now can I? His frown deepens. You really need those things? No. I roll my eyes. I just wanted to see if you thought I'd really need those things. Yes, Jagger, what do you know about real witches? Not enough, he offers. His eyes go furrowed and considering. I don't understand your powers, but if I did, perhaps we could find a better potion or spell for the situation. Can you explain it to me? My brows vault up. You want me to explain potion making to you? Yes. My entire life's work. In one evening. His cheeks go a little red. The sight is more charming than it should be. Ah. He clears his throat. Then what about, are there any particularly powerful potions? One that we could focus on that would make the largest impact. Something that would make us both more powerful. I stare at him for a long moment. He has no idea what powers he's asking to meddle with. Potions and spells aren't things that can be toyed with in a panic, frantically pieced together without forethought and planning. And even if he is trying to undo the horrors the hexenjägers have wrought, I can't forgive him entirely for what he represents, and I want to remind him of what I am, too, of the fact that he should be a little afraid of, oh, yes, Jagger, I say, sickly sweet. There is one such potion. If we had time to brew it, that is, it uses a simple beer base, common enough. At the end of the brewing, you add a few more harmless herbs, but you also add belladonna and henbane, and then I'd speak the spell to complete it as it all bubbles and boils. You know what those ingredients are, don't you, Jagger? Even non-witches know poisons that drive the takers mad before killing them. The captain's interest turns to hesitation. The resulting potion is a poison, then? Not if I do it correctly. My spell would turn it into what's known as a bonding potion. It would allow someone like you to connect with a witch. Mentioning the bonding potion is a jab in my throat. A seizure of muscle. I fight down any flinch at memory, any whiff of thought, and focus only on terrorizing this Jagger. He blinks. It would give me some of your powers. I nod. I would act like a vessel, funneling my power into you. But if it goes poorly, it could sever my connection to the well entirely. Also, I've heard. No one I know has ever used such a potion. Who would risk it? Besides, I give a demonic smile. It would first require you drinking the potion under your own will, trusting that I brewed it correctly. The risk is not only on my end with the magic, it is first on you, that the magic transformed the poison into potion at all. The captain's narrow confusion goes to a slow building awareness that grows as I step closer to him. He can tell I'm playing a game, even if he might not yet see the reason, but to his credit, he doesn't back down. His gaze holds on mine. Now tell me, Jagger, I whisper. Do you trust me enough that you would take a potion like that? Do you trust that I wouldn't try to kill you? It only works if you take it willingly. Could you? His jaw works. I watch that tension flutter down his neck as he swallows. Would you even let me take it? He pushes back, the same whisper, what with how close I've let us stand, knowing it would possibly link you to me. I smile. It bursts across my face so quickly that it surprises him, and he flinches, recovers, only to give a cautious, questioning GRM in return. Then we're at an impasse, it would seem, I say. Even if we had time to make this potion, which we don't, neither of us would see it worth the risk. So maybe you should stop asking questions about things we also don't have time to teach you, and just let me do what I do best. You have your escape plan. Let me have my potions. With a disgruntled sigh, the captain bats his hand in surrender. So what ingredients do you need? Give me a list. Ha. No. You think I'd trust you to be able to pick out the good myrrh from the bad? I doubt you could even tell the difference between nettle and nutmeg. His lips twitch again. I know what nutmeg is. I step around him, aiming for the door, and I pat his shoulder as I go. I don't doubt that you are very skilled at identifying nutmeg. My grin is feral. But I'm going to the market. He seems to trip on my touch, or maybe my joke. Either way, there's a full beat before he flips a glare at me. You are not going to the market. I told you, the city is flooded with hexenjägers looking for you. The commandant himself wants you. If you get caught before we prepare, then 100 people will die. As though he needs to remind me. I have a chance to save people from the fate of my coven, so of course I'll take it, and I have a chance to save Liesel too. But he says it as if he's reminding himself, as if he never gets a chance to say his truths out loud, and now that he's told me everything, he can't help but to say it again, and again, speaking the forbidden words into the I can't even fathom the weight he's carried all these years. The people he's watched die, the lies he's had to tell, the walls he's built around himself, but he aided death too. He's part of the dark wave that has choked this country and destroyed my people, and even if he's tried not to be directly complicit, he's still guilty. Isn't he? What if his words are true? What if he has, from the very beginning, worked against the murderers? I turn away from him. I can't look into his eyes with these thoughts banging around my head. Well, I start, clear my throat, and stand up straighter. If I don't get supplies, I can't guarantee the safety of all those prisoners, and I'm not going in that prison without my own guarantee. Fine. His agreement comes gruff. But I'm coming with you. Fine, I relent. I need you to pay, anyway. Unless you're all right with me using my wits and wiles to obtain what I need. One corner of his mouth lifts. Is that a smile? The three save me. No need to steal, he says. I'll pay. I turn for the door, but his fingers on my shoulder stop me cold. It's not just that he's grabbing the bruise his elbow left there yesterday, it's that his touch shocks TLN off me, gentle now, such a stark contrast that my body can't decide what to do with it. At least, can you conjure some sort of disguise? His voice is thin. I stare at him for a full breath. He really has no fear of my magic. Our whole conversation about his plans and his truths, he hadn't once flinched at any mention of magic, and he doesn't now. He speaks of it as any other skill or tool. I fight a smile. That's not how magic works. Besides, I don't have any herbs here, I used what few you did have. I press my finger to his shirt and swipe up a bit of the powder still coated on him. His chest is just as firm as when he'd held me against him in the aqueducts. He sighs and crosses the room. From under the cot, he pulls out a box I'd missed, a small trunk. From it, he draws out a thick cloak. Wear this, then. It's brown, not the black of his hexenjäger robes, but my body goes stiff. It's his, and something about dressing in his clothes sends a shiver through me. It isn't a bad shiver. Which is why I jerk back from him. No. It has a hood. He nods at my head. They are looking for a witch with yellow hair. I have a hat, I say. I pull it off, the three, it's absolutely wrecked with grime now, and flip my head upside down to twist my matted, equally filthy hair up inside the hat. What I wouldn't give for a bath. The desire squeezes the breath from me, and when I straighten, I'm winded, shaken. A bath. Helping Mama fill our tub, laughing over some stupid joke. Her fingers pulling the tangles out of my hair. Her voice, airy and light, SMGMG. I straighten my own cloak, holding it tighter to my chest, and stare at the closed shutters, hoping the hexenjäger doesn't see the tears in my eyes. If he does, he says nothing. Once he's dressed in his own sort of disguise, that simple brown cloak, the hood pulled low over his face, he turns to the door. "What if your magic doesn't let you out?" he asks, and I can hear the hope in his voice, that I might have to stay here while he goes to the market alone. "Then I'll rip your house down to its foundation," I spit, and I shove past him. The magic does let me climb out, thank the three, when I go slowly and don't try to hurl myself into untold danger. The captain points out the safe footholds, a few boards and crates are broken, and I wait on the street as he locks the door and climbs down behind me. It gives me a moment to get my bearings, not that I'd know where in Trier I am, and I turn in a slow circle, surveying the neighborhood. It's abandoned. Mostly. The buildings are all quiet and dilapidated, held together by old boards or tattered sheets. There's a feeling that I can't quite place, like this neighborhood is cloaked in some sort of protection spell. Only it isn't a spell at all. It's grief, I realize with a jolt. This street, these buildings, whatever happened here left a stain of sadness in every stone and plank. It knocks on the grief in my own heart. Like calling to like. Aunt Catherine would have been able to communicate with whatever spirits are here. Bim's bomb felt like this before I left, like the dead were pressing up against the veil between our worlds, unable to move on just yet. The captain starts walking, and I follow. "What happened here?" He glances down at me. "It's the Juden gas." The realization punches me in the gut. It's been decades since that edict. I'd forgotten, and my body washes with disgust, at myself for forgetting, and the hexenjäger for being so cavalier about it. A whole people were forced out of this city. The church leaves a trail of displaced souls in its wake. "I don't understand how anyone can believe in your church," I whisper. "The corruption is so obvious, it's blinding." The captain cringes. Normalcy has a way of breeding acceptance. When darkness is all people know, they forget to ask for the light. This isn't seductive darkness though. How can people, seductive darkness? His question makes my words snap off. I hadn't meant to say that. Not like that. I swallow, eyeing him, gauging how much he might press for clarification. "Your church speaks of lure of the devil." "There is no lure in this kind of evil." I wave at the Juden gas. I can't imagine seeing this kind of treatment and choosing to step into a church. His jaw flexes. "This is the church's doing, as you said," he whispers, "not my God's. And people recognize that. I have to believe so, anyway." I shiver, folding my arms tight. The rage that wells up when he speaks of his faith is equal parts disgusting and familiar. I remember someone who had unwavering faith in the three. Someone who believed our magic had no end. Someone they disappointed. You can't separate your God from the evils committed in his name. It comes out harsher than I intended. It's this place. This neighborhood. The evil that lingers from the cruelty of the atrocities that happened here. There are faces peeking out of some of these windows. People hiding in these abandoned structures. People driven to desperation by the hexenjägers. Two faces in a house just behind us are easiest to see. The rest duck down quickly when I look at them, but these two stay. Staring. Watching. They are children, maybe 7, 8 years old. I can see the dirt smudged on their faces even from here. Fury rages up my throat, making me liable to scream at the hexenjäger, lay this blame on him, force him to see what's happening in his own city. But I think he already does. And I don't know what to do with that. I know. I glance up at the captain. He's looking where I was, at the window with the two faces. He nods at them, smiles softly, and when his eyes drop to mine, my lips part. "I know much of what has happened has been in his name," he says. "Faith is complicated. The right thing isn't. I know that too. Which is why we are going to save the innocents. And then what? The question knocks into my stomach. And then what Q after I get Liesel? After I get us out of this city? I take her, and we run to the Black Forest, and then Hwaxi threat is still here. Kommandant Kirch is still here. And I'm just going to hide away while he grows in power? What else can I do? Stop him? The voice is relentless now, and steady. Stop him? This neighborhood aches with that same goal. Everyone who had been here, every person killed or forced to live in exile for decades, centuries, even I can feel all of their desolate souls thrumming at the thought of the lead hexenjäger being brought to justice. Even if they weren't persecuted by hexenjägers themselves, the evil is the same. Stop him? How? How can I stop him? Mama stayed in Brisbane far longer than we should have as she tried to figure out some way to reach him, too, some way to convince him to give up this crusade. But if there is no way to stop him, what do I do? I'm hit with a sudden image, the memory of Mama tied to her stake. Instead, though, I see the commandant, bound in irons, burning alive. We don't kill, comes Mama's reprimand from my memory, the lessons all elders taught us. Witches never kill. It feeds wild magic, and we do not touch wild magic, Friederike. I brace, waiting for the voice to slither in, to push me over into temptation with wanting to see Kommandant Kirch dead. But nothing comes. Nothing but my own aching need, buried deep under my grief, and that is somehow worse, that the voice doesn't even need to tempt me. The will is already there. I wince, black spots across my vision, the street spiraling, shaking Fritzi. Fingers grab my upper an. Fritzi. I lurch forward and slam into the captain's hard chest. He catches me, anchoring me as I gasp, shaking, sweat beading down my spine. I look up at him. He's holding me on the street. His face is close, so close, pupils blown wide with earnest concerns. Yes, how is a hexenjäger captain so earnest? With a tuft of his dark hair breaking free to swing across his forehead, the edge of his cloak's hood dipping back, just slightly. I sigh, for a moment letting him take my weight. For a moment, just resting. I waver again, eyes snapping shut. I'm just tired. I push away from him. I've been alone since Brisbane, that's all. I'm scared and grieving and alone, and he's the first semi-friendly face I've seen since my world fell apart. That's all. Come on, then he says, and his voice is so kind, I hate him. Let's get to the market. Oh, yes, you have to be starving. I slit my eyes open. Not terribly. I may have eaten your rations. He smiles. Full. Broad. It does something to my stomach. Good is all he says. I don't just hate him, I hate myself too. 16 Otto. It's not a far walk from the house fort to the market, but I keep an eye on the girl beside me, making sure she's both protected from sight and isn't going to pass out from hunger. Besides, I'm hungry too. I steer Fritzi around the Christkindlmarkt. I know exactly where I want to take her, and soon enough, her nose tips up at smoke that smells of pine cones. Hello, I call to Hans, the man bent over the fire. Glowing edges of burning pine cones blaze inside a ring of stones, creating an outdoor fire pit right on the cobblestones of the Hauptmarkt square. Hans nods toward me without lifting his head. He turns a trio of wurst on a stick, sniffing the air as the fat sizzles. 2, please, I tell him, and Hans nods. Fritzi watches, her brow furrowed in curiosity. With Brochen I add, and Hans pats the ground at his side, finding a pile of bread rolls on a wooden platter beside him. He takes one, then turns his spit toward the bread, stuffing the sausage at the end of his stick into it. It looks ridiculous, a fat, round roll wrapped around a long and skinny sausage, bits of ash and black char speckling the meat. I take mine, then I nudge Fritzi to take hers from Hans, who holds his hand up, head still bent. As soon as she plucks it from his fingers, Hans turns his hand around, palm up. I press 2 coins into his hand and don't step away until he feels it with his fingers and nods, slipping the money into a pouch. Dank, I say as we turn. Hans nods again, adding a new wurst to his spit. We walk a little into the heart of the market, where it's crowded. I eat quickly, the meat's still hot. He's blind, isn't he? Fritzi asks, looking over her shoulder. Among other ailments, yes, I say. Hans took up selling in the market a year ago, after his daughter, the only person who cared whether he lived or died, was burned as a witch. Her accuser was a man angry that she'd spurned his advances. He claimed on oath, in front of the archbishop, with his hand on the Bible, that she had cast a love spell on him to make him lust for her. He swore that Hans had lost his sight as a result of his daughter's deals with the devil. I think about that a lot. The way he swore before God something that was clearly a lie. The way he used a father's misfortune and ill health to condemn a daughter. The way it meant nothing to him. Nothing to the archbishop, either, who heard the truth from Hans. Hans pleaded for his daughter's life, but he'd had no gold to back his testimony. Fritzi takes a bite of the sausage and moans in delight. I've never had a wurst like this before. Hans is from Coburg, I say by way of explanation. His method of cooking the wurst over a fire of pine cones, though, is catching on, the smoke adding a special flavor to the meat. Coburg. Fritzi raises her eyebrows at me. Coburg is to the east, one of the cities where Martin Luther led the Protestant Reformation. Heretic to the Catholics, leader to the Protestants, his mark forever changed the principalities of the East. Coburg was the city where Luther translated the Bible from Latin into German, allowing any man, at least any man who could read, to have access to the Lord's Word. To the Archbishop of Trier, such free access to God is a treachery. But then again, if every literate person could see the context behind the passages of Scripture he weaponizes, perhaps the blade of vitriolic words he sharpens in the fires of the accused would dull. Last year, the Archbishop sent me to Mering with a mission to root out and destroy the source of rising Protestant sympathies along the border. I found the priest who was converting the formerly faithful, but rather than murder him, I spoke to him. My hopes that here, perhaps, was a church more open than the Archbishop's reign of terror were squashed. The Bible may be free to be read, but already people within the Protestant religions are seeking to limit interpretations different from their own. The same old prejudices are rising up against the Jews, against women, against the other. I may believe in God, but no church has earned my faith. I look up from my dark thoughts to see Fritzi drinking a long pull of beer from a ladle. The girl with the bucket turns to me. She said you would pay. The girl's flirting smile is far different from the smile of the other girl who offered me a drink earlier, the one who trembled when she saw my badge. I pass the girl a coin. Fritzi takes another long draught of the spicy beer, and I hand over another pfennig. Come on, I tell Fritzi before she can guzzle a third draw. That's good beer, she calls to the girl, who giggles at her. It's hardly good beer, I mutter when the girl can't hear. Fritzi cocks an eyebrow at me. My sister brews good beer. Seasoned with nutmeg, I presume. She gives me a little jab in my ribs. Yes, I say, unable to keep the grumpiness from my voice. Cooked in the copper cauldron our mother passed down to her. Fritzi eyes me but doesn't comment. However, at the thought of Hild, my thoughts turn dark again. We need to find, I start, but already Fritzi is gone, slipping from my grasp and perusing a stall of glass baubles. The rickety wooden table doesn't seem sound enough to bear such delicate wares. I didn't think you'd be the type to like trinkets, I say. Fritzi shoots me an affronted look. I like pretty things. So do I think immediately, and praise Christ Almighty the words didn't slip past my lips by accident. This one, Fritzi says, pointing to a bit of glass swirled with blue flecks, strung up like a necklace on a leather thong. When I was a little girl, one of my cousins broke an old blue bottle, and I cried and cried because it had been so pretty. My mama put a piece in a dish with some sand and water and told me that if I sloshed it around enough, it would become a jewel. I know it was glass, but she eyes me. It was magical. I can't help but grin at her secret play on words, and I can imagine little Fritzi smoothing the sharp edges of the glass until it became a bead. I went to Venice when I was younger. My father was on a pilgrimage to Rome, and we made the extra journey. I saw the glass blowers. Fritz's eyes light up as I describe the way a glass blower stood in front of a blazing furnace, turning a long tube, then pinching the red-hot molten glass with metal shears. And, just like that, he'd made a horse. A horse. Fritz's eyes are wide, charmed by my story. I studied in Venice, the man behind the table says, drawing our attention. A Venetian bauble for your girl. He jostles the table, and the glass tinkles. I bow my head in mock respect. Any glass blower claiming Venetian skills would certainly merit a high price, but I can tell he thinks he can capture me in a sale to impress Fritzi. He probably thinks I was boasting when I mentioned the pilgrimage, but the Italian I speak is real. Si cum fare il culo di un cavallo. The man says, eyes gummed wide. Of course, sir, I met the man you speak of. It's obvious he has no idea what I said, even to Fritzi, whose laughter rings clearer than the glass on the table. Oh, buy me some pretty Venetian glass, Liebst, she says in an exaggerated flirtation. I know she's mocking me by calling me sweetheart, but the man behind the table doesn't. He grins sheepishly at me, still hoping for a sale. We have other things to purchase today, darling. Her face immediately falls, and she walks away. I shoot the man at the table a glance, and he smirks. I may not know Italian, but at least I know how to talk to women. I race through the crowd to catch Fritzi. She shakes my hand away when I grab her elbow. I know, all right, she says. I didn't really want you to spend money on something frivolous. I know there are more important things to buy right now. I would have dumped all my coins on the table to make you smile, I think. She has had nothing but grief ever since she burst into my life, and for one brief moment, we swapped tales of joy and wonderment, and her smile was hue. I'm asking her to risk her life for my plan, and that glass bauble is nothing compared to that. I wasn't chiding you, I tell her awkwardly. She wraps her arms around her slender torso, not meeting my gaze. I feel as if our brief moment of camaraderie was as fragile as the glass, and I've already broken it. We've somehow drifted behind a busy line of people waiting to buy Riebeken, the smell of frying potatoes weaving around us. Fritzi strides past them, but meets nothing but a dark wall on the edge of the market. I'm careful not to corner her, but I wait until she meets my eyes before I say, if things were different, I would have bought you a necklace. She snorts and rolls her eyes. I can already see the sarcastic comeback forming on her lips, but I speak before she can, you deserve a bit of maglook. That elicits the tiniest of smiles. Come on, she says gruffly, shouldering past me and back into the crowded market. I still need to get my ingredients. I close my eyes and imagine a night of joy and merriment. I'd buy Fritzi a mug of Glühwein. My mother used to say that beer was life, but hot spiced wine was the reason to live. We'd dance and drink and after. But already, both the vision in my head and the girl in front of me are slipping away. I shake myself and charge into the crowds after Fritzi. I lose sight of her a moment, but then I hear her shriek. I race forward, prepared to fight any hexenjäger who's identified her, but instead her scream turns to laughter, along with all the people nearby. A man towers above her, tottering on wooden stilts. He makes a show of falling, the stilts clattering over the cobblestones, but even as the growing crowd around him gasps and screams, he regains his balance, laughing as he holds out his hat for coins. "Toss them all to me," he says loudly. "For soon Peter shall take my spot in the market." The crowd roars with laughter as the man dances his stilts over some cobblestones marked with paint, the place where the Archbishop plans to install a grand fountain in honor of St. Peter. Paid for, in part, with bribes from the rich who do not wish to be accused of witchcraft. A fiddler dances past us, bow gliding across waxed strings. "Curtain," a woman calls. Hand-dipped candles are draped by their connected wicks across her arm. "Curtain for sale." Nearby, a man stands over a cauldron bubbling with hot oil, dipping mushrooms into it. "Champignons," he calls in a French accent. Fritzi staffs toward that stall. "More food?" I ask. She shakes her head, and something in the furtive movement makes my muscles tense. When she approaches the stall owner, she points to the mushrooms that are plucked and white in his basket, not yet fried in the oil. "Can I purchase 3?" she asks. The man scoops some fried mushrooms up. "No," Fritzi says, shaking her head. 3 of the raw ones." I step forward. "Nous volons 3 champignons frais French." "Volons?" the man asks. I nod. "Ma femme est étrange," I say with a shrug. I say in the man looks at Fritzi and barks in laughter. She scowls, she's probably picked up at least a bit of what I said, but her expression changes as the man tosses her 3 fresh mushrooms. She slips them into the pouch at her skirt as I pay the man. "Your wife is strange," Fritzi whispers to me, so soft only I can hear. She snorts. "As if I would many you." So, the witch is more offended by being called my wife than by being labelled strange. After several more stops, Fritzi tells me she needs only one more thing. She takes me to a building along the square. A painted sign declares it Lowen Apothec, the Lioness Apothecary. "Don't talk," Fritzi says in a low whisper as she steps inside. The building is brightly lit with both lamps and a fire in the hearth. A man looks up as we step inside, but Fritzi makes a show of looking away, seeking past him. To a woman, his wife, I think, or a sister. Fritzi rushes to her. The apothecary scoffs, waving his hand in a dismissive way as he turns to a different customer. "Have you any rue?" Fritzi asks the woman in a low voice. When the woman hesitates, Fritzi drops a hand to her belly. "Please," she says, her voice cracking over the word. Grumbling, the woman steps behind the apothecary counter. She bends down, opening a small wooden box and shaking out a sprinkling of dried herbs into a piece of scrap cloth, which she wraps up. "You didn't get that here," the woman says, passing the herb to Fritzi. "Of course," she murmurs. Then she elbows me. Hard. I drop coins in the apothecary woman's hand, and Fritzi strides out of the building. On our way back to the house fort, I question Fritz's last purchase. "What was that?" "Rue," she says. In a low voice, so no one else can hear, she adds, "It's generally banned, too close to witchcraft, ironically, but it's too useful to get rid of entirely." "What's it for?" "Menstruation cramps," Fritzi says matter-of-factly. A flush creeps up my cheeks. Ironic, that Fritzi goes on. "An herb that specifically helps only women, and it's associated with crime. If rue was an herb to make her eyes rake over my body, lingering on my midsection staff stay firm," she says, smirking, "every apothecary would sell bushels of it on the corner." She shrugs. "But it's not. It's an herb for women, so it must be hidden and sold in secret." especially here. Is. I pause. Is it an herb you need now? Yes. I feel my flush deepen as we leave the market and walk through the shadows toward the house fort. Fritzi rolls her eyes. For the potion? Just because it's helpful for cramps doesn't mean it's not also a useful ingredient in potion making. Oh. She laughs at my unease, pushing against my shoulder. And while we just spent the evening gathering ingredients on the last night before I must arrest Fritzi and we risk everything, there's a lightness in the way she walks now. Hope, I think. She walks as if she has hope. Hope that this plan will work. Hope that what I've done is not in vain. Hope, and maybe something else. 17 Fritzi, I am humming spells I know by heart, their words tumbling from my lips, half song, half prayer. I am grinding herbs and packing them into little vials. I am covered in the smells of earth and life and magic. My belly is full, and though this house fort is still freezing, I am protected from the worst of the chill. For the first time in little less than a week, I am, if not happy, then content. My mind shies away from any thoughts about why I am doing this, any ruminations over the coming day or memories of the past, and I lose myself in the repetition of these tasks, the familiarity so comforting that my chest stops aching. The captain intersperses my work with explanations of the aqueducts. He draws a map on the floor and goes over the routes with me, over and over again, making me recite them back to him between potion spells. Even just a few hours ago, I would have snapped at him and his insistence that I say it again, just once more. And what if they go left instead of right? Which path? Again, Fritzi. But now, I can't ignore the fear on his face. The tension in his shoulders, his hands. The way he points at his crude map and his finger shakes. It's fear mixed with eagerness mixed with hope, powerful, dangerous hope, and any retort I might have given falls flat in my throat. It still amazes me that a hexenjäger is capable of pure emotion this strong. It's hypnotizing. He really means to save everyone. He really believes we won't be found out, caught, and executed. He really believes we can show the people of Trier that they don't have to live under the fear they've become all too used to. I don't know if I'm capable of the conviction he has. Every inch of him is saturated in belief of some kind, faith or hope or certainty, and here I am, mixing potions, humming to keep my mind off of all my failures and betrayals, and, "You're telling him everything," says the voice. I channel my jolt of alarm into mixing another healing potion. There's nothing to tell, I cut back. My past 1T affect this. 1T it. You fool. Watch as you destroy his plan even further. My jaw sets. No. No, that 1T happen, there is a still to avoid any mistakes at all. There is a way to avoid having to tell him everything. You know it. It will be here, waiting for you, when you are finally ready to give in. Fritzi. I shiver, blinking through my fog. The captain leans forward. He'd taken the chair while I spread my potion-making supplies around the floor, the diagram of the aqueduct sketched in dust between remnants of herbs and mushrooms. After a pause, he stands. It's getting late. We should sleep. We'll need rest just as much as any potion. As if in response, I yawn, and there is my exhaustion, rearing high and strong. I'd been so distracted by getting to make potions again that I'd almost forgotten I haven't really slept in days. You'll take the bed, he says. I'm too tired to protest. I've finished what I can make, and the potions are all now tucked in little vials that I'll carry in the leather pouches on my belt. I lay the bulging pocket on the table and stretch, my body aching at having spent the past few hours crouched over my work. When I turn, I catch the captain's eyes on my waist. He looks away, his hand snapping up to rub the back of his neck. Silence holds. I know he was looking at me, he knows I caught him looking, and it wasn't even the first time. Yet I don't yell at him, don't draw a firm line. Why? I should. But still, I say nothing, and I cross the room to descend the ladder to where he showed me a garderobe I can use to relieve myself. I clean as best I can with the fresh water pumped up from the aqueduct. It still isn't a full bath, but it's better than nothing, and by the time I come back up, the captain is seated on the floor in the cummer opposite the cot, his hexenjäger robes strewn over him in lieu of the one blanket that I'd torn to make my protection satchels. The lantern next to him burns low. Another cloak is already spread over the cot. The brown one he'd worn in the market. I have my own cloak still, but I don't point that out. I'll wake us at dawn, he says, his eyes shut. You can spend all day tomorrow teaching the roots to the prisoners and healing any who need it. Then, the day of the burning, you'll have a few hours before the Christkindlmarkt will be crowded enough to provide cover. The mid-morning bells are when everyone will need to be in place for the explosion. And you, mid-morning? I thought we were moving on the afternoon bells. The captain's eyes flare open, and he gives me a look of such panic that I immediately feel bad for teasing him. I splay my hands. Kidding? Mid-morning bells, I know. I know the aqueduct paths for the prisoners to take and where Liesel and I'll meet you at an offshoot tunnel afterward. I do. I promise. He doesn't settle, his body wound and stiff, even under the cloak. This isn't a joke, Fritzi. I sit on the cot and bend to take off my boots, my hair hanging over my shoulder, some of it heavy with water from where I'd tried to wash the dirtiest curls without drenching my whole head and risking a chill. I'm well aware I grumble to the floor. It was easy when I had my potions to distract me. It was easy when we were in the Christkindlmarkt, and every turn brought a new, glittering distraction. But here, now, in the silence of his house fort, knowing there will be nothing stretching between me and the rising sun of tomorrow, I should have gotten ingredients to make a sleeping draught. The cot creaks as I curl up on it, facing the room, my eyes level with his. I pull his brown cloak up to my chin, and that, along with my thick wool kirtle and the cloak I'm still wearing, almost offer warmth. It'll still be a verdammt cold night. The cloak smells like the Christkindlmarkt, spices and frying oil and holly, but something else. A musk that I recognize as him, just him. My stomach tightens, and I nestle in deeper. He reaches to extinguish the lantern, but he's watching me still. The way he's been looking at me these past hours is heaped in such intensity that I wonder how he has the energy for it, a focused scrutiny like he can unlock all my secrets just by observing the way I tuck hair behind my ear, the way I pull my bottom lip between my teeth. But now, his look breaks with a sigh. I don't mean to be short-tempered. This is a delicate situation on its own, but without Hild. He rocks forward, his brow creasing. I need you to meet me afterward. I need you to help me find her. I cannot, his breath hitches. I'm trusting you in that, Fritzi. You think I'll run off, I say. His lips thin, I roll onto my back, gaze on the ceiling, the long beams of wood turn to ebony shadows in the fading light. My eyes flutter shut. I promised to help you find your sister, and I will. Liesel will be able to find her. I know you have no reason to trust me, but we will meet you in the tunnels. It is a fair trade, you have no reason to trust me either. The edges of my lips curl in a smile. True. Still, I shouldn't have teased you. I don't take this lightly, I swear. My mother used to say my cheek would be the death of her. Speaking of her is like swallowing a barb. Tears burn the backs of my eyes, my throat swells. There are certainly worse ways to die, he says, then inhales sharply. I didn't mean, that came out wrong. My body tenses, my eyelids pinching shut tighter, and I hold there, in silence, letting the quiet swallow his words, the memory they stoke. I will not think about her body tied to the stake. I will not think about how agonizing a death that was for her. The light is still pulsing beyond my eyelids. The captain hasn't turned down the lantern yet. You need me to sing you a bedtime song. I try to make it come out short, but it's just as brittle as everything in me suddenly feels. A huff comes in response, followed by the light fading, until all is darkness, even when I open my eyes. I gasp in it, shocked by the depth office black, though I shouldn't be. There are no windows in this part of the house fort, no slivers of moonlight pushing in. How many stars are in the sky? The captain suddenly sings, a soft, pitchy croon. My whole body goes tense, face contorting in an expression of amused horror that gets lost in the darkness. What are you singing? A lullaby. A beat. Do you not know that one? I thought it was rather popular. I know it. But I assumed you asking me if I needed a bedtime song was a thinly veiled request for one. How many stars are in the so? He sings again. I shove my hands over my mouth, but it does nothing to stifle my sudden fit of laughter. What are you? How many? Don't make me sing the same verse again. You said you knew this one. It's a call and response. I am not singing with you, Jagger. How are we to sleep? He asks, voice hung with mock sincerity. I flop onto my side, but I can't see him in the dark. You're mad. Utterly. I swear I can feel his grin in the darkness. And the sensation of him smiling in this space of sightlessness but being unable to see it is unbearably intimate, shaking down through my core in a relentless quiver. With a defeated sigh, I give in. Count them all as we fly by. How many clouds will come at dawn? He sings back immediately. Count until we start to yawn. All right, I am sufficiently tired, I think. Gut natched, you crazed man. The captain chuckles. The low, deep rumble of his laughter palpitates the air, and I'm glad I ended this back and forth, because I'm not sure I can draw in enough breath to speak. Gut natched, he whispers in return. My fingers bleed. I tear at the dirt wall of the cellar, rocks and knobs of mud raining down in my attempt, but no matter how I climb, I never get to the opening just above, just out of reach. Mama! I scream. Mama, she appears there. In the square of light. Friederike, she says, and my heart swells to bursting at the love in her voice. I can barely see her face, the light behind her is too bright. Give me your hand. I slip a little, sliding down the cellar wall, and when I look, I can't see the bottom, the floor long gone, maybe it was never there at all. Help me. Please, Mama, help you. She rocks back on her heels. Why on earth would I help you? You let him in, Friederike. You did this. A shadow rises behind her, growing TLN off the light until her outline blends and bleeds into the silhouette of a massive tree, gnarled branches reaching into the endless white light. Her shoulders protrude from the tree, her elbows and knees, but my eyes cannot focus on where she ends and the tree begins. What? No. Another slip down. I cling to the wall, thrusting my weight against it, fingers aching and legs trembling at trying to keep myself on these crumbling footholds. That's not what happened, please. Oh, it's far too late, Fritzchen, says someone else. I know that voice. My body goes ice cold, 1,000 warring memories fighting to be felt. I look up slowly, the stench of earth overpowering, mildew and decay and dying, breaking things. And there, kneeling next to the tree, is Dieter. Kommandant Kirch now. Resplendent in his hexenjäger uniform. Mama is gone. The tree remains, with Dieter over the hole, separate from it, seemingly unaware of it behind him. It's too late, Dieter says again. You had your chance. Come to me, Fritzi, says the voice. Only the branches of the tree shift, those ancient limbs flicking and twitching like in a wind, but I know, the tree is speaking, the tree is the voice I have been pushing against for so long. He lies. It is not too late. You can still stop him. Come to me. Say the spell. My body racks with a sob, tears relentless, choking. Dieter reaches down into the hole. My heart tangles with hope and fear, and before I can decide whether to trust him, he grabs my hands, wrenches me off the wall, and drops me into the darkness. Auf Wiedersehen, Fritzchen, he calls, and I scream as the nothingness swallows me, but I'm not falling alone. Next to me, the wind of the fall billowing her blonde hair, is Liesel, little Liesel, her eyes gaunt and bloodshot, bruises on her cheekbones. Her thin fingers scramble to reach for my shoulders, clinging to me as we both fall into nothingness, clown, down into darkness. He'll break through, Liesel gasps at me. He'll break through the barrier with me. Get me out, Fritzi, get me out, I'm trying. I grab onto her, but the darkness of the cellar is thicker and thicker the farther we fall, and when I look up, the square of the opening is a pinprick, and I can barely make out the silhouette of Dieter there, motionless, staring down at my unraveling as the tree looms larger and larger behind him. Come to me. Say the spell. Come to me. Liesel. I grope for her in the dark. Mama. Fritzi. A different voice in the dark. The bony arms of my cousin are broader now, heavy and solid, and hands grab at my shoulders, pat my cheeks. Wake up, Fritzi, wake up. The dream releases me with a ripping surge, and I careen into the present, gasping the frigid air of the night-drenched house fort. The lantern is relit on the floor next to the cot, and its unsteady orange light shows me the captain sitting next to me, his hands on my shoulders, his pinched face flickering in and out of shadows. Fritzi. He prods my name, the barest echo of care, and I come apart. Sobs send me rocking forward, and I cling to him, my forehead pressed against his chest. He goes stiff for only a moment, then his arms fold around me, cradling me against the wide set of his chest. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve his comfort, his help. I deserve to fall, I deserve the way Mama looked at me in my dream, like there was nothing left to save. Yes, I sound like a Catholic. Self-deprecation and flagellation. My sobs start to abate, but only because I'm shaking too hard. It's absolutely frigid in this house fort, every part of my body is numb with cold, and I'm almost grateful for that discomfort to yank me out of my sorrow. Did you even manage to fall asleep on the floor? I ask, teeth chattering. The captain shrugs. The motion drags the rough linen of his shirt against my cheek. I've slept in worse places. Ever the soldier. I turn my face, press it to his chest, and breathe, willing my heart to slow, willing my limbs to stop shaking. Maybe it isn't just cold, maybe it's grief, too, my body unable to hold onto this pain anymore. His hand staffs to rub my back, building heat with his rough strokes. You called out for her, he says, his voice low, careful. Your mother. Slowly, my shaking comes slowly, I go from needing his support and warmth to thinking only how good it feels to have someone here, holding. Did you see your mother burn? I ask against him. His hand on my back stops. Yes. I don't want him to pull away. I don't want to be alone. I twist my fingers into his sleeves, holding my forehead to his chest, keeping him here with me, however selfish. I don't have room for anything but self-preservation right now. How did you breathe again? I choke out. He adjusts his grip on me, tighter, and something in me releases, more tears slipping free. The smell that was in the cloak is stronger now. The musk, a richness, deep and heady. His chest rises, and I realize he's taking a fortifying breath, holding my body against himself as he fills his lungs and exhales just as gently. One breath at a time, he whispers. Until you can trick yourself into thinking you've gone a few moments without thinking about her. I give a brittle laugh. It isn't in the least funny, but I feel the deep rumble of his bitter laugh, too. Is his hand in my hair, stroking it? What parts of me had come to win tense again, and he notices in the way he goes absolutely still. It's not yet dawn, he says, his words stunted. We should steal a few more hours of sleep. I hum my agreement. I don't want to sleep. I don't want time to pass at all. In a few hours, I'll be a prisoner of the hexenjägers again. I'll save Liesel and countless others, but my mother will still be dead, and I'll still be buried under the crushing weight of all the things I've done. So when the captain stands, I tighten my grip on his sleeves and move my fingers to lock around his wrists. The tendons there strain against my fingers. Stay, I beg. Please. He holds, half on his feet, crouched over the cot. The look on his face is one of utter shock, and I can see the war that pulses in his eyes. You don't get under my skirts that easily, Jagger, I say with a forced smirk. The tears on my face cut through any humor I might try. It's just cold. And I don't want. I shudder and press the back of my other hand to my lips. The three save me. How broken am I if I can so easily ask this stranger to keep my nightmares away? But Otto sits again. Of course, he says, a gruffness in his voice that he counters with a soft smile. I lie back down before I can think better of this. Otto turns out the lantern, casting us into pitch blackness, and the narrow cot groans as he arranges his cloak over the both of us. He stretches out beside me, and I feel the puff of his breath. He's facing me where I'm curled toward him. I asked him to stay, didn't I? So what more shame do I have left, really? There's hardly any space between us, but I close it, nestling my head under his chin, draping my arm around his hips. Warmth floods me, and I think I moan, which wouldn't that just be perfect, after everything? But if I do, if Otto hears, he stays firm in his silence. A beat passes, then his arm folds over me, pulling me to him, encasing me in that smell, musk and heat, the steady rush and lull of his breath funneling in and out. I suddenly regret telling him that this was all I wanted, nothing more. We need to sleep. But I need to not think, to not feel, to just not in every way. I'm still in pieces from my nightmare, still driven to mania in the cold, and so my body starts shaking again, and Otto pulls me closer. I arch into the motion, head rising, and in the darkness, I can feel his face level with mine now. Can taste the way his exhale reforms the air, the spark and spice of his breath coming in a quaking gust that sizzles across my tongue. I can't tell exactly how far away he is from me, but I can feel the space, or lack of space. I shift closer. The darkness is consuming again. It is delirious and hypnotic and dangerous, spinning a web of perceived absence, a dreamlike void, as though nothing that happens here really exists. So the way our lips suddenly rest against each other. The way we both hold there, kissing but not, bodies entwined. It is a figment. It isn't real. His head tips, mouth sliding against mine, rough edges and soft, pillowy bottom lip. I think I feel the flick of his tongue, for a second, the quickest, tentative prodding at my mouth. Heat flames to life in my belly, soothing the tremors, launching out to the tips of my fingers and the arches of my feet. It's that heat that melts through the frozen part of my brain, the numbed echoes of me, and I yank down, curving into his chest, holding my head into the space between our bodies. Oh, yes, what did I do? What did he do? My hand fists in the back of his shirt. I'd move away if there was room, if it wasn't still freezing. I should ask him to go back to the coma. I should tell him to leave. Get some sleep, I whisper into the hollow against his chest. I can feel his heartbeat thundering. It matches the pulse I feel in my throat. Rapid, clawing thuds. You too, Otto whispers, and save me. It's hoarse, so hoarse I can hear the restrained thoughts whirling TLN off his head too. I tuck my chin to my chest and force myself to lie as still as possible. 18 Otto, the morning comes too soon, but I have been awake for hours. We were born to kill each other. And yet she tucks her body close to mine. I can feel her heart beating. Her soft breaths coming in little huffs. Her delicate eyelids closed in slumber, the long line of her bare white neck centimeters from my lips. Heat flushes my body at the thought of how close we are. How close we were. She pulled back last night, but a part of me, most of me, longs for her to look up at me now, to tip her lips to mine, to cross that bridge we did not cross in the dark. I never wanted to wear the black cloak of the hexenjägers. I am no hunter. But dear God in heaven, I think I shall be seeking the quiet peace I feel when she lies in my arms for the rest of my life. She stirs, murmuring in that liminal space between sleep and awake, and I close my eyes, wishing for the sun to eat itself in fiery death and cast us in perpetual darkness rather than rise. Otto, she asks softly. It's a tentative whisper, an uncertain question, an olive branch. It's not Mom yet, I insist. She lifts her hand, a stray sunbeam cutting across her wrist. It is, she says. And then she slips from the bed, leaving nothing but cold empty space behind her. I sit up and stretch, hiding the smirk that wants to erupt from my lips when I see her eyes dart down to the place where the hem of my tunic lifts as I raise my arms over my head. It's nice to know she looks at me the same way I look at her. I catch her eyes, and furious crimson stains her cheeks. I can tell the exact moment she remembers last night, how close we were. I feel an echoing flush. How does it feel so awkward? We didn't do anything. But we wanted. But then she says, I suppose today's as good as any to be arrested and thrown in prison. No. No. The word boils like acid inside me, but I swallow it down. Automatically, she starts rattling off the paths she's memorized, the ones she'll be informing the prisoners of. From the hypercourse, there are two directions. Half go left, half go right. The left split up at the second fork, one group left again, the other takes the middle path. She continues on, rehashing the routes perfectly as she pulls out a heel of bread and a jar of preserves from the cabinet, dividing the food for the two of us to break fast together. I chew as slowly as possible, but soon enough, it's time. I stand and drape the black cloak over my shoulders. The enamel badge glints in the early morning light as I open the shutters. I hear her stand up, adjust her clothing, gather her clinking glass vials. When I turn around, we are no longer Fritzi and Otto. We are witch and hunter. And it is time. I'll go first, I tell her, 1 foot already past the frame, touching the crate that works as a ladder to the second floor. Make sure no one can see you. She nods. We cannot give away the ruse so soon. It would be simpler, of course, to use the aqueducts. But I also don't want to draw too much attention to them, not now, not when we're so close to needing them. It's early yet, and the streets are empty. Fritzi descends the crates with ease, hopping down lightly beside me. I'm sorry, I whisper to her as I pull the iron manacles out. Her skin isn't yet fully healed from the first time I shackled her, pink and raw from where the bandages I'd made had protected the new skin. She must have taken them off before descending. Silently, she holds her hands out to me, and I clamp the iron over her slender wrists. The house fort is about half a kilometer to the basilica where the prisoners are held. I don't have to cut through the Hauptmarkt, but I do. I twitch my black hood over my face and walk a pace ahead of Fritzi, careful not to tug too hard against the chains holding her. Iron clinks behind me, drowning out her soft footsteps. The market in the morning is far less cheerful. The Christkindlmarkt stalls are shuttered, the morning is for necessities. Cloth merchants dominate the area closest to me, the sellers using measuring sticks to cut out equal portions of wool. On the other side, the area where farmers sell produce after harvest, there are meagre offerings, bundles of wood for home hearths, a few late vegetables like onions, cabbages, and parsnips, and a salt merchant hawking his wares. There are no cheerful songs, bright beers, merry dancing. Not in the morning. The morning is for work, even during Advent. Even for a hexenjäger. Everyone who sees us averts their eyes, crossing themselves as we march resolutely past the ancient Roman cross in the center of the market square, then veer to the basilica turned prison. My black cloak makes me a shadow of death that all who see try to avoid. Rebel, I think to myself. See me, and rebel. See her, see what I'm doing, and for God's sake, rebel. No one does. Not yet. I walk quicker, careful to make sure Fritzi can match my pace as we make our way down the street. The buildings here are richer, with none but servants to witness us. As we approach the basilica, the street opens up to a courtyard paved with stones, filled with the sounds of the heavy boots of hexenjägers reporting for duty. I take a deep breath. Make way! I bellow. Black cloaks part before me. The hexenjägers peer curiously, snapping to attention when they see my resolute face. I march up to the door near the curving asp of the basilica. A hexenjäger guard on duty salutes me, then moves to take Fritz's manacles from me. I have the prisoner, I say, unwilling to relinquish her just yet. Then I cut the guard a second glance. Bertram. It's not been long since I last saw Bertram, trapped in the tiny cell in Kommandant Kirch's office, but already the man has a haggard look about his face. He nods at me. The Commandant shortened my punishment, he says. Thank God. All are needed to help with the solstice burning. You had a spot of good luck, then, I say, but from the haunted look in Bertram's eyes, I'm not so sure of that. Unlike this witch, caught the day before the fires are to be lit. Bertram tries to peer past Fritz's hood. His eyes widen. It's the witch. They are all witches, Bertram, I say. I don't want much attention. Especially as Commandant Kirch took such an interest in Fritzi. But this is the one that got me punished, he snarls, his hand raised as if to strike her. I move like lightning, shoving him back so he staggers against the brick wall. You got yourself punished for being a fool, I growl. What? Was it you claimed? A dozen demons on her side? And yet look. I sweep my hand toward her. Just a woman. So much more than just anything. Fritzi smiles sweetly at Bertram, fluttering her eyelashes. I shoulder past him, dragging Fritzi closer to me. I hide the flinch on my face when I hear her stumble on the steps, her toe catching on a raised stone. I cannot help her. I cannot express any sympathy at all. My hands curl into fists. My jaw clenches. I have been suppressing my true thoughts for years now. Why am I suddenly blinded by the need to protect this woman? I prepared for this, I cannot ruin it now, not when we are so close to such a major coup against the tyranny of the Archbishop. You. I snap my fingers at a different guard. Let's get this witch in the prison. She can burn with the rest tomorrow. He nods at me, moving over to the heavy padlock on the cage door. Meanwhile, I hold Fritzi to the side. Her eyes clan past the bars, looking for her younger cousin, the girl she was so certain had been taken by Commandant Kirch personally. She's not here, Fritzi whispers so that none but I can hear. My heart sinks. If little girl isn't here, where could she be? I'll find her, I swear, my voice low. But I have no idea how I'll bring the witch through. A hexenjäger calls to me, motioning. Near the door, 3 people, a woman and 2 children, crouch in mouldy hay. Hexenjägers point swords to push back the woman, and the 2 little ones huddled to her side as if they were dire threats. On your knees, witch, I snarl, yanking Fritzi forward and kicking her down. She skids across the stone floor, tossing her hood back to glare at me. Get in. I shove her shoulders, pushing her toward the door. It is a mockery, a final form of shame to make the accused crawl into the cage. Her skirts smear across a damp bundle of hay sticky with brownish-green refuse. Seconds after her ankles clear the door, the hexenjägers let it slam shut, trapping her inside. She stands and rushes to the bars, gripping them, the metal clacking around the manacles on her wrist. At least take these verdammt irons off, she demands. I pull the key from my pocket and step forward. Careful, Captain, one of the hexenjägers warns me. I pause long enough to shoot him a withering glare. He bows his head respectfully, remembering my rank. Fritzi holds her shackled hands to me, palms up. I fit the iron key into the lock. My fingers brush a newly opened, raw blister made by the rusty metal, and she winces, the barest hint of pain flashing across her face, and it's enough to make me want to rip this prison down brick by brick. The iron manacles clatter to the ground. Fritzi steps back immediately, rubbing her wrists. I bend down to pick them up and pull them through the bars toward a shiny black boot stops beside my knee. I feel the cold aura of fear settling across the basilica, not just from the prisoners, but from the guards as well. Fritzi turns her back, pulling her cloak up over her face, but I catch the sheer terror flashing in her eyes as she moves. I stand slowly and meet the icy gaze of Kommandant Dieter Kirch. Good work, Captain Ernst, he tells me, but already his eyes are roving past my shoulder, through the bars, right to Fritzi. She's trapped behind iron in the heart of the hexenjägers' prison. There is nowhere for her to run, no way for her to hide. I watch as her shoulders square, the realization of how trapped she is settling upon her. But no, there's something more. More than the natural fear of imprisonment. This is not a primal terror, but something deeper, something born of knowledge, of dark memories, of realized terror. She's hiding from the man standing beside me. Only there's nowhere for her to hide. She turns, lowering her hood, meeting Kommandant Kirch's eyes, her jaw tight. When she speaks, her voice is quiet, but everyone can hear her words slice through the air toward him. Hello, Brother 19. Fritzi. The warding spells that Mama kept around Burisborn started a few paces outside the village and lapped the Toen in a circle. She was famed among other covens for her warding abilities. It was why we lasted so long, when other covens fell or ran to the Black Forest. It was why we alone still stood so close to Trier. I went with her every full moon and helped her reinforce them. I knew the wards as well as I knew her face. So all I had to do was sneak out while she was asleep the morning of my 18th birthday. Our small kitchen was still flour-dusted from her cooking frenzy. The finished skpfnudel sat in a bowl under a towel, ready to be fried the next day. The Gaze Burgermash was still simmering low over smouldering coals. There was even half a bottle of the sweet Apfelwein left on the table, only because Mama forbade me from drinking all of it in one sitting. I pulled a cloak around my shoulders, slipped past the table illuminated by the haze of almost dawn, and slinked outside. The path to the warding wall led just down from our cottage. My heart twisted, anticipatory joy, anxiety, dread, everything all at once. This was a good thing, what I was doing. I was reuniting my mother and her son. It was just the sort of act Mama encouraged all in our coven to do. Good deeds fed the well, bad deeds fed wild magic. So much goodness, healing a broken relationship, returning love lost, would make the well overflow. And maybe it was for myself a little too. To see my brother again. I reached a small bundle of trees at the edge of the forest around Burisborn, and I jogged up to the tallest one. A mighty ewe. The moment I drew near, a shadow peeled off from a tree farther into the forest. Dieter uncovered a lantern, casting yellow light onto his face, and grinned at me. It was a grin I couldn't help but return, as if this was just some dumb prank we were pulling on Mama like when we were younger. He'd smiled at me like that when we'd snuck into Mama's room and read the book on wild magic. Mischief and fun and an air of trust me, Fritzchen, have I ever let you down before? Breathless, I fumbled for the potion to lower the warding spell. The way Mama cast it, no witch could pass unless they were a part of our coven. Dieter hadn't been a part of our coven for 5 years. My chest ached, being this close to him after so long without him and not even knowing why. All I knew was that a week before Dieter's 18th birthday, Mama and the elder witches had a meeting. Their shouts had carried through the whole village. He is a threat, Astrid, you are blinded by your maternal love when you should be thinking like our leader. Perta spoke to you. You must heed the mother goddess. The next day, Dieter was gone. Mama said that the coven had voted to banish him and that was all I needed to know. I had sobbed for weeks. Did he even know he'd done something wrong, and could I do something similar without being aware of it? When I'd confessed these fears, Mama had wrapped me in her arms and kissed my forehead. No, mine Schatz. They will never take you from me. I promise. That hadn't answered my question. Why had she allowed Dieter to be taken from her, but she'd fight for me? The years passed, and our coven moved on, but I hadn't, and I knew Mama hadn't either. She ached for Dieter. She never spoke of him, but she grew solemn on his birthday or whenever we found one of his belongings. His affinity had been in healing, in the body, wounds, and blood. Whenever someone fell injured or sick, Mama would take it upon herself to heal them now, as if trying to prove that we did not need my brother's gifts. I missed him too. I'd been nearly 13 when they'd cast him out. I'd idolized him, my fearless, quick-witted brother. And after 5 years without him, just shy of my 18th birthday, I'd asked my little cousin, Liesel, to track him. Her affinity in pyromancy let her find anything, anyone, by reading flames. She'd thought the whole thing great fun, this secret between us. I got a message to him. He wrote back. This meeting at Doreen on my birthday was arranged. He'd said he was eager to come home and make things right with Mama. He'd said he missed me more than I could believe. Surely enough time had passed that he had atoned for whatever had made the coven banish him. Any threat he once posed had long passed. I shook the potion over the warding spell line as he smiled at me now. Are you ready? You have no idea, Dieter said with a wink. The potion crackled and hissed as it poured through the air, disintegrating the invisible line Mama wove with her own hands. I felt the moment it snapped, a wash of electricity, like lightning striking nearby, and then, what was that? My shoulders tensed, brow furrowing, all the muscles in my body straining against an unspoken threat. Like there were eyes on me I couldn't see, instincts flaring in a wordless warning that something was wrong. The ward should be down now, I said anyway, still smiling, but it was stiff. Want to try? Dieter took a tentative step forward, then another. No great seizure of pain grabbed him, and after a moment of standing in the middle of the warding wall, he gave me a relieved smirk. Good job, Fritzchen. I threw my arms around my brother. He was so much taller than I remembered. More rugged, worn by his time away, and I wanted to ask him all about it, every moment he'd been gone. Where had he been? What was the world outside Burisborn like? I went with Mama occasionally to nearby Toenes for markets, but beyond that, far beyond, Dieter hugged me back with one arm and spun us in a circle. A bag at his waist bumped against my thigh, and he set me down quickly, but not before I felt a shudder run through him, some errant twitch of repressed eagerness. He'd get like that sometimes when we were younger, so fixated on a goal that his whole body would shudder and shake with need. "Fritzchen," he said, one hand on my arm, the other reaching into his bag. "You don't know how I've dreamt of this day," I smiled. It felt forced, and I couldn't figure out why. "Me too, no." His voice was a hard drop, his fingers spasming on my arm. He held up what he'd drawn out of his bag, a bottle, typically used to store beer. My frown was question enough. The wild excitement in his eyes didn't let any words form on my tongue. "You have to drink this," he told me. He pressed the bottle to my chest. I didn't take it. "What? Why?" "Dieter-Fritzchen." Another hard snap, his tone bouncing from eager to inarguable in a heartbeat. "Together, we'll save the world. The voice has told you, hasn't it? It's what we're meant for." My body went cold. A pond freezing slowly in midwinter, the edges first, then the middle, all of it crystallizing one particle at a time. "Sever from the well. Take this bonding potion," he said, eyes glinting in his lantern's light. "Bond with me. Together, we'll be the most unstoppable force of wild magic the world has ever seen." Too many things were rushing up on me. Too many realizations. His words, his mania, wild magic, the voice, all of it was coalescing, and I couldn't breathe. That sensation of a threat, an unseen danger, grew and grew, my body shaking with building unease. And I knew its source now. It was in front of me. "It's our destiny, Fritzchen, sweet Fritzchen." Dieter released my hand to tuck a curl behind my ear. "You and I. We'll join our magic and dismantle this whole corrupt system. We'll burn it all down." The bottle sloshed where he pushed it against me again. Still, I didn't take it, my hands numb at my sides. My focus caught on the forest behind him. The trees were moving. Or, no, not the trees, soldiers. Soldiers in the forest, marching toward us, toward Burisborn. "Dieter." His name left my lips in a burst of air. What are you doing? Who did you bring?" Dieter touched my cheek. "You have to start by severing from the well. Say the spell. On this day and from this hour," he started with a sing-song lil'll sever here the well's one power, the spell to sever the connection to the origin tree and its well, to open a witch up to wild magic. You remember it, don't you, Fritzchen?" Dieter tipped his head. "Have you said it yet?" "No. Mama would have thrown you out too. Dear, perfect, obedient little sister. But it's time to not be so obedient anymore, yes? Time to be naughty now. Sever from the well. You broke your connection to the well." My mind was a chaos of realizations, and I fixated on this one. Mama, she knew. Dieter breaking his connection to the well had never been a possibility. It was such an unforgivable, irredeemable thing for a witch to do, dangerous and harrowing, and it would destroy him. He wouldn't have severed from the well. He wouldn't have chosen wild magic. That was why he was banished. He wanted me to do it too. He wanted me to take a bonding potion he'd brewed one. It was so dangerous to make, it could kill me and cut off his magic entirely if he'd made it wrong. He wasn't adept at potions. How could he trust it? I couldn't trust it. Not from him. Not that look in his eyes, the desperate, hungry gleam of a man on the edge. He would connect with my magic and drain me dry. It was absurd. No one made bonding potions anymore. It was too dangerous, all of this was too dangerous, it didn't make sense. No, I managed, throat like sand. No, Dieter. What have you done? His face fell. Instantly. Fragile hope and manic need to a flat, dull fury. "Oh, Fritzchen," he moaned. "Don't make me do it this way. You have to take the potion willingly, you see. It doesn't work if I force you. Make the better choice, sister." "No, Dieter, I don't understand." He lunged to grab my arm again. I dove to the side, narrowly missing him, my pulse rocking through my veins as the soldiers drew closer. I could see their uniforms in the moonlight. They were hexenjägers. Dieter wore their badge and uniform. I hadn't noticed. Under his cloak he reached for me again, and I took off running back for Burisborn. "There's no escape, Fritzchen," he shouted after me. "You let me in. Together, you and I, this is our fate." Dieter stares at me, the bars between us, but oh, far more than that separates us now. When he smiles, I have to fist my hands beneath my cloak, every bit of my focus on staying upright, on not collapsing in a mess of sobs and questions at his feet. "Fritzchen," Dieter says, his voice airy with relief and excitement, all of it so pure that I can barely see him through his insanity. "I heard you were in the city, but I had feared you would do something rash. I did not believe you were capable of going quietly." He doesn't let me respond. Dieter snaps his head to look at Otto. I don't have the strength to move, even to follow his gaze, but I can feel Otto's eyes on me, the heat of his attention. He will give us away if he keeps looking at me like that. My thoughts are disconnected, a thing outside myself, as my brother makes a satisfied grunt. "Good work, Captain," he says. "Where did you catch her?" There is a pause. An almost indiscernible hitch in Otto's throat. "In the slums, sir," he manages. A swallow, and he regains himself, his voice leveling. He really is skilled at deception, when he needs to be. "Just within the walls of the city." "Trying to flee Trier, were you?" Dieter turns back to me, but my eyes have fallen to the floor. The cobblestones are covered in mould, hay and excrement, yet I see people huddling all across them, this space packed with convicted witches. Will we even be able to move enough away from the far spot on the floor to avoid the explosion? Wouldn't that just be great? Otto and I do all of this, then inadvertently blow up these prisoners rather than save them. Myself included. My head drops back, an exhausted, self-deprecating smile tugging across my face. "What is humorous?" my brother asks, and there is the slightest twinge of annoyance in his voice. How far has the corruption of wild magic taken him? 5 years wallowing in it. Is there any part of who he really is left? I will not speak to him. I have nothing to say. Nothing that wouldn't destroy me, and I cannot be destroyed, not now. But Liesel. She isn't here. Do I dare show that desire? Do I let him see that he still has that piece to play against me? My eyes find his lazily, and I can feel the tears gathering, all sensations dulled by how impossible this situation still is. My brother killed our coven. He burned our mother. Because of me. Because I helped him. Because I didn't know what he'd become. Where is she? I whisper, "What have you done with Liesel?" His face doesn't change, not really. But something in his eyes, an emptiness in the pale blue depths, makes my chest buck with renewed panic. I'd become distracted with preparations for the prison escape. I'd smothered my fear for Liesel under action, blissful, ignorant action, but now, I see 100 possibilities play across my brother's face. He could have done anything to her. He'd spent his years in Boom studying healing, how to renet wounds, how to soothe aches. But he'd always been more interested in the cause, hadn't he? Asking Mama how much blood a person could lose before they died. Wondering which organs were necessary, which could be removed. Questions that had seemed a part of his studies at the time, but are now so horrifying my stomach fills with lead. I know, he has Liesel alive. And suddenly, That is the worst possible outcome for her. Dieter steps back with a renewed grin, all teeth. I teeter after him, one hand going to my chest, trying to smash my heart back together, but I'm falling, well done, he says again. His cruel smile slides to Otto. You have earned the honor coming to you tomorrow. Honor? But I can't breathe, each gasp too short, my stomach cramping, lungs burning. Otto bows his head to Dieter. He looks at me, and he risks both of our lives in the way he lets his eyes soften, pleading. I feel the memory of his arms around me. The rush and swirl of his inhale beneath my ear, a fortifying breath as he held me in the house fort. I manage a choked breath. In, steady, out. Another. Your sister, sir? Otto asks. When he looks back at Dieter, his face is hardened again. My brother beams. Indeed. Did you think yourself the only hexenjäger cursed with a traitorous family? Dieter slaps a hand on Otto's shoulder in camaraderie, but I see Otto's lip curl, just a flash. Your sister will similarly be brought to justice, Captain, once we find her. And have no fear, we will find her. Dieter glances at me, and I know those words were meant to spike fear into my heart. He knows Liesel's skills. For now, we rejoice in our great diocese being soon purged of yet another witch. Praise God, Otto intones, but it's hollow. Praise God, indeed, Dieter says, and it sounds even more fake, a mockery, and I wonder how he has led them all to believe that he follows this doctrine, that he has given himself over to the Catholic God. His eyes glitter with an evolved childhood mischief, one now fixed on madness and greed. Dieter smiles at me one last time. I am stone. I will see you soon, Fritzchen, he coos. We'll have a nice bonfire for you. And we'll see if you scream when I brand you. Mama didn't. But you know that, don't you? I do. Intimately. Bile crawls up my throat, and I fight not to touch the spot between my breasts, where he branded her, where he'll brand me. Except he won't. I'll escape long before he gets the chance to. Dieter walks off, taking Otto's arm and pulling him along. Terror floods my limbs, pins me even more immovably in place at the sight of my brother holding on to Otto. But he has been at Dieter's side for years. He knows how conniving my brother is, how deranged. I have to believe he's capable of outplaying him, and that this plan will work. But Otto doesn't know that my brother is a witch. That Dieter draws his power from wild magic. That the head of the hexenjägers came from the very power that they root out and burn. Because I didn't tell him. Because I did to him what Mama did to me, let him go into this with incomplete information. What have I done? A hand touches my elbow. Fräulein. A shriveled old man stands next to me, a head shorter than me, his sagging skin speckled with age spots and pox scars. His mouth stretches in a prodding smile, showing gaps for missing teeth. Come, he says. Sit. We will make room. He bats his hand, but already people are adjusting, shifting to make a space for me on the soiled cobblestones like I'm some welcome guest at their home. That breaks the tears down my cheeks. I dig the heel of one palm into my eye, fighting to remember the sensation of Otto holding me, showing me how to breathe. Does he regret helping me now that he knows what information I kept from him? Does he hate me as much as I hate myself? Come now, Fräulein, the old man coaxes. All is not grim. We are innocent, HM. Innocence shall prevail. Will you let it prevail? The voice demands. Or will you continue to ignore what I can do for you? Stop, I tell the voice. Leave me alone. I have seen what giving into wild magic has done to my brother. Nothing, will make me follow his path. Leave me alone, I say it again, only this time to the agony in my heart, the grief that ever seeks to make me collapse. Leave me alone. I have work to do. I force my eyes open, tears still wet on my cheeks. I may have failed Otto by not telling him all my secrets, but I will not fail these people, this one chance at stopping my brother's horror. There are no hexenjägers outside the bars, all relegated to their stations around the basilica now that I've been locked safely away. My eyes turn to the old man, blazing suddenly, and the concern on his face twitches into surprise. You're right, I tell him. All is not grim. Not now that you have me. 20 Otto, I do not have to ask where Dieter leads me, we're heading straight to the Porta Nigra. He walks without speaking, but it's as if he's having a conversation silently with himself. He smiles, tilting his face up, a chuckle in his throat before he pauses, counting the fingers of his right hand against his left palm. His head cocks, and he nods as if agreeing with something, then strides forward, setting such a quick pace that I must jog to keep up, my black cloak flapping behind me. It would be odd if I had not seen him act this way many times before. Dieter Kirch is often focused in such a single-minded way that it is as if the entirety of the world around him evaporates. It's easy, I suppose, to walk through the city as if only your own thoughts matter when everyone else makes way, the crowds parting before him like the Red Sea. He pauses at the steps leading up to the Porta Nigra, his pale blue eyes finally focusing on me. You've earned it, he says, nodding again, clearly agreeing with himself. A decision has been made, and I have been found worthy. Thank you, Commandant. I don't ask what, exactly, it is I've earned. Any questioning of Dieter could rescind whatever my prize may be. The prize for capturing his sister, I think, bile rising in my throat as I ascend the steps a pace behind the Commandant. Everything I've learned in the short time I've known Fritzi has taught me her strength, her resilience, her goodness. How could Dieter Kirch have come from the same blood, the same home as Fritzi? I push the thoughts down. My father would ask the same of me, how could I be his when I believe and act the opposite of him? The answer is simple. We are not born into our nature, we choose it. And although the people and places around us may influence our lives, our decisions seal our fate. Dieter holds the door for me as I step inside the Porta Nigra, at the ground floor church. The bells start tolling for terce. A fair number of people stand inside as the priest prepares the liturgy, everyone pausing in their morning work for the psalms and prayers. Dieter and I move along the back of the church, skirting the narthex. No one glances up at us. It's common enough for hexenjägers to enter the church and make their way up the stairs to the offices above. But more than that, the people are focused on repentant prayer. Christ's Mass at the end of the year may be about the celebration of his birth, but Advent is a time of contemplation, a remembrance of the end, not just of the end of the year, but the end of life, the end of all ages. Advent is the dark before the light. And while Christmas is coming, Advent lasts 4 weeks. A month of solemnity before we can have a day of joy. Nunc, Sanct, Nobis, Spiritus, the priest's voice intones as Dieter and I mount the steps in the south transept. I pause at the top as the hymn ends. Dieter strides ahead of me down the hall, but despite my years of practice, I need to work to school my features. My hands are shaking, my heart is racing. I can't give myself away, not to the Commandant, but... One don't know how long I can wear this mask. Not with her behind iron bars. Not when all I want to do is murder Dieter for all the suffering he has caused the world in general and her specifically. I bite my tongue until I taste blood, focusing on the pain. Downstairs, the priest switches from Latin to German. This is a time for peace, he says, a law we all know. By the decree of the Pope, no violence is allowed during this time of year. And we must thank the Archbishop for bringing us peace now, through the deaths of the evil witches plaguing our city. There is a murmuring of thanks and agreement throughout the people in the nave. From my position at the top of the steps, looking down at the congregation, I stare hard at the faithful. An old woman near the back, glaring defiantly at the priest, her lips pressed firmly shut. A young couple, turning away together. A man covered in grime and soot, he must have come into the church between jobs, his head clown, his jaw set. There is still hope for true peace. That gives me the strength to go on. I let the door slam shut behind me as I step onto the second floor of the Porta Nigra, the private headquarters of the hexenjägers. Come, Commandant Kirch orders me, annoyed at my lingering pause. Dieter leads me into his office, and I eye the little closet that Bertram had been locked up in. Bertram had said he was given a reprieve from his punishment, but I suspect it is less about Dieter forgiving him and more about the Commandant finding another prisoner to enclose in the tiny torture chamber. I wonder which Jäger had the misfortune to find himself in such a fate. Dieter sits easily at his desk, his long arms draped over the sides of the chair. There is an irony, don't you think, in how you went to fetch your sister but brought me mine instead? I nod silently. I think you see that my sister is the more valuable witch to burn, though, no? Dieter asks casually. His voice is conversational, as if we were discussing our evening meal options. I am unsure of what to say. We had already acknowledged that Fritzi was a true witch, but that was before I knew she was Dieter's sister. Now if I lay such a claim upon her, it may seem as if I'm indicating there is something wrong in Dieter's family blood. Her mother, his mother, was also a witch, I think. It is in the blood. But not in him _____. Is that why he hates witches so much, because the power should be his birthright, and he has no magic of his own? Such rage as his must be fueled by something, and envy is as much a reason as any. The men often compare you to your father, Dieter continues. He waves his hand, indicating that I should sit. But I have noticed that you never do. You rarely mention him. I perch on the edge of the seat, my nerves alert. No, I concede. I don't remember my father. I barely recall Fritz's. My mother raised us alone. Dieter picks up a knife and starts scraping the tip along the inside of his nails, cleaning them. His blue eyes flick up at me. I killed her. My mother. I watched her burn. I did not step away even after the flames turned her skin black and her head bald. I watched every second of it. My blood is ice water, but I do not move. Dieter's voice is so calm, so casual. The stench was, he shudders, as if that was the worst of it, the smell. But you know, it was fascinating too. You'd be amazed at how resilient the human body is. How long it can last. God made us in his image, I say hollowly. It eases my soul, Dieter continues, knowing that you would be willing to do the same to your sister. The knife in his hand stills, the point still driving under his nail in a way that makes me wince. But his eyes turn to me, burning with intensity. You would, wouldn't you, he asks, now with a manic fury beneath his words, his voice rising. You would watch Hilde Ernst burn. You would hear her screams and not flinch away. You would cut her, crisp, from the stake after, yes. A tiny bead of red blood seeps from under Dieter's nail from how hard he drives the point into his nail bed. Yes, I whisper, watching the blood stain his cuticles red. I knew you were the man for the job, he says buoyantly. He spins the knife around, driving the blade into his desk, piercing a parchment that bears the Archbishop's seal. You light the fires tomorrow morning, and then there's something else you may be able to help me with. Commandant. I ask. Dieter stands and moves over to the tiny stone closet, unlocking it. He shoots me a shy smile, as if he's naughtily sharing a bit of stolen cake. With his boot, he kicks at the door, opening the closet and exposing the person trapped inside. I go perfectly still. I cannot trust myself to show any reaction at all, so deep is my disgust. The girl inside the stone chamber is small enough that she can sit on the floor, her knees drawn to her chin, but there are cuts and scrapes all along her pale skin to show how uncomfortable she is in such a cramped space. Her cheeks are hollow, her skin sallow, she has been denied both sunlight and food. She blinks as if pained, clearly trying to adjust her eyesight from the pitch black inside the stone closet. She holds her hands up over her face, and I see that she has clawed away her fingernails, red blood on each tip, in a futile attempt to fight against the immovable stone. Dieter squats in front of the child, bouncing on his heels. He cups her cheek, and the girl snarls, trying to bite his hand, but he is too quick, chuckling at her. Is she to be burned tomorrow as well? I ask hollowly. At the sound of my voice, she turns her eyes to me. There is such fury in her look, such pure, unadulterated hatred. She is no more than 10 years old, but I have no doubt she would kill me in an instant if she could. Liesel? Oh, no, Dieter says. No, I have different plans for her. I frown, wondering what power this little girl has. She must be able to do something Fritzi cannot do, why else has Dieter kept her here rather than burn her alongside Fritzi and the others? Dieter doesn't notice my consternation. Something else for Liesel, yes. He turns to me. And you will help. There is a finality to that last sentence. His voice went from cheery to flat in the space of a breath, assuring me that I will help see his plans to fruition whether I want to or not. He barks in laughter, the sound so sudden that both I and the little girl jump. Fire, for Liesel? Oh, no, no, no. He stares into her, his tone going vicious. No fire for you, Liesel. No. Fire. For you. With that, he slams the door shut again. I hear a short scream from the girl, and I hope she wasn't injured further by the abrupt, unyielding door. Dieter turns and meets my eyes, that eerie pale blue color piercing into me. My mind is in a panic. This is Liesel, Fritz's cousin, another true witch, the one Fritzi hoped to save. And Dieter has her. But not with the other prisoners. Even if my plan tomorrow works and Fritzi is able to free all the innocents from the basilica, Liesel will still be Dieter's prisoner, trapped in a stone chamber above a Catholic church in the heart of the hexenjäger headquarters. Unreachable. Doomed to a fate worse than the stake. 21 Fritzi murmurs ripple and sway around me as I crouch on the soiled cobblestones. Everyone is careful to only speak as loud as is necessary, eyes darting to the cell door in furtive glances that grow bolder and bolder. They are reciting the routes they must take. The groups I have divided them into. I hear their whispers, the mid-morning bells. We go left, left again, then right, up a ladder. In these clothes. We look like prisoners, we'll be spotted for sure. No, there will be supplies waiting, we'll be fine. And I sink further into myself, eyes on my lap, body utterly spent as the setting sun bursts orange haze through the one high barred window. The bag of potions hanging from my belt has only 3 remaining vials now, 2 protection, 1 healing that I selfishly keep for Liesel. When I find her, I have distributed the rest, carefully calling them healing tonics. Or rather, Jochen, the old man who'd first spoken to me, distributed them. I am the commandant's sister. They are willing to trust the whole 3-damned floor erupting underneath them at the behest of a rogue hexenjäger, but their eyes went round in terror at the idea that the commandant's sister smuggled in things to help heal them. Until Jochen donned a vial and was able to stand up straight for the first time in months, he'd said. More than one person is gravely wounded, sad excuses for bandages hanging around pus-thick cuts. Others cough into rags spotted with blood. One woman has a child whose face is gaunt and green, but she cradles him to her chest, the lot of them sipping gently on the few healing potions I'd managed. The prisoners think the potions are simple healing tonics. All I can do is sit here now, mission fulfilled for today, playing over and over in my mind images of what Dieter is doing to my cousin. He left when she was small, but even then, she'd been incredibly powerful. Mama and the other elders had taken her under their charge early, teaching her advanced spells and preparing her for the great destiny that the crone goddess Abnoba had planned for her, whatever it might have been. I flinch. Whatever it might be. She was the one who helped me find Dieter in the first place. Liesel had crouched over the low burning embers in my cottage and held her hands closer to the heat than anyone else could bear, her brow furrowed in concentration, her little lips puckered tight. She said with surprise. In Trier. A big, dark building there. I see an office. He's important. He's alive. I gasped. Alive, and close enough for a letter to reach him in a few days. I could address it to him and send it just to Trier, and hope that, if he truly was important enough, it'd find its way to him. Liesel nodded. Then she winced and yanked her arms back and stared at her hands in a darker sort of surprise, confusion and caution as she rubbed her thumb over her palm. Something's wrong, Fritz, she whispered. I with him, maybe. I don't know. LT's all right, we'll live and help him now, whatever it is. I gathered her into my arms and kissed the top of her head. Thank you, cousin. She wriggled. Stop, Mama just braided my hair. You live and mess it dank. I gripped her tighter and planted lasses all over her cheeks. Knchin, Schnucky, stop. Friederike. She went limp enough to SHP through my grasp and rolled away across the floor. The three, you're the worst. We're not children anymore. Oh, yes. You're 10 years old and a full maiden now, HM. She patted her hair, checking that it was still in place. Of course. So you wouldn't have any interest in, say, sneaking into the stash of sweets my mother just brought back for my birthday? Liesel paused, hands on her braids, lips in a flat line. Well, she said. Maidens like sweets, too. What does Dieter want with her? Is there something he wants her to find? Something to do with wild magic, maybe, or other covens? Wild magic needs evil to feed on. Does he not get enough from the hexenjägers? What more could Liesel do for him? She'll fight him. She'll fight him with every ounce of strength she has, fire at her command and in her soul, and my stomach heaves, because Dieter will break her. There was nothing in his eyes, no sanity or love or empathy. He'll break her. And he'll enjoy doing it. I do my best to curl up as small as possible on the damp floor, using my arm as a pillow and wholly ignoring the stench of whatever is streaked on the stones. My eyes close, my breathing evens, but I won't sleep. All these people will escape tomorrow, Otto will make sure of it. I know I promised to help him find Hild, but I am not leaving this city without my cousin. You will die, the voice says. Both of you. Without me. I pinch my eyes shut tighter. And hum to myself that lullaby. The one Otto sang to me. How many stars are in the sky? Count them all as we fly by. Morning comes, a dull grey sky that threatens snow, a heavier chill in the air as the cage of condemned begins to stir. Coughing and shivering rack bodies with equal measure, and I can't tell if the trembling is from the frigid temperature or nerves. Either way, I am up well before the mid-morning bells, my body rigid as I stand in place. Jochen has taken position next to me, though I know his legs must ache to stand so long. He gives me a reassuring nod. Too early, some people begin to shuffle toward the far wall, away from the coming explosion. Don't draw attention, I hiss. Jochen repeats the command, and it catches. A few people peel back, treading uneasily over the doomed portion off floor. 3 hexenjägers stride past the cell door. 2 more. Checking on us silently, then away. Half a dozen come. These ones jeer and kick the bars. You scum ready to meet your fate today? God himself smiles on this purge of evil. The prisoners nearest the door flinch, but they don't respond. If the hexenjägers notice that their silence comes from an intense focus, they don't show it, they continue out, their laughter echoing over the stone walls. My heart aches, cold and weighted in my chest, each thump a second passing, and I have nothing to do but count the time. It should be almost sunrise, the first bells off day. Almost. The churches throughout Trier seem to take a collective breath, and then a cacophony of chiming and gonging rings across the city, the sunrise bells. They won't ring again until mid-morning. I count the spaces after, minute by minute, swaying back and forth on numb feet. 22 Otto. The night before the purging, I do not bother attempting to sleep. I am deeply aware that Fritzi is sleeping on a dank and soiled prison floor. That her cousin is trapped in the claustrophobically small stone cell without even a moonbeam of light or the chance to stretch out or relieve herself. That my sister is somewhere else, unreachable, perhaps scared and alone. Instead, I spend the night in my office, working. I know that, come the morrow, I will end the day no longer hexenjäger. I will either be successful and leave the city, or I will be dead, killed by the men who I pretended to be Kommandant. And so, I use all the time I have left to leave my final gift to the witch hunters, absolute chaos in all the records. It would be simple to burn it all, but instead, I stay awake, painstakingly altering every map in the network of couriers I help to build, ensuring the reliable and quick paths are no longer marked. I change the records of payments so that the archbishop and executioner's money handlers will misdirect funds, doing all I can to pilfer away their fortunes and aid the poorest in the process. I write notes to the hexenjäger patrols and outpost guards scattered among the towns, commanding them to go on fool's errands, and I send the missives out before dawn. There is, even now, a limit to what I can do. But I do all I can think of while I can. I burn every bridge and cross every line I did not dare to before, when I could not risk being caught and ruining what little chance I had to make a difference. And in between every pen stroke, I go over the plan in my head again and again. When the bells ring for prime, the first hour of daylight, I light a candle to better keep track of time. It would not do to work through my own heist. Timing everything will be key. I must not leave too early, when Kommandant Kirch may notice my absence, but I can also not let too much time pass before I go to the tunnels with my flint and steel to light the fuse to the gunpowder. My work takes on a frenetic pace, but when the candle gutters hours later, I know it's time. I open my door and am surprised to see that there is no one about. Some hexenjägers are working to build the pyres, of course, and some are guarding the prisoners, but I suspect most are at the cathedral, basking in the archbishop's presence as he lavishes them with praise and favours. I have only attended one such morning blessing, that much self-gratification and supplication sickened me. But at least it seems that most of the hexenjägers chose to go to the cathedral early. Let them stay until sext, let them believe they have until the sun is at its zenith before they must fetch their prisoners. The more men at the cathedral, the fewer guarding the prison at the basilica. It will make escaping all the more easy. I start to make my way to the stairs, but I pause. I glance across the hall at the commandant's office, firmly closed. What if I simply walked into Kommandant Kirch's office and freed Fritz's cousin, Liesel? I stare at the wooden door. I'm alone now. No one would suspect me of such a crime. I could take her, go immediately to their tunnels, and then light the explosion and free the prisoners. The commandant would not notice his special prisoner was gone until it was far too late. All night long there had been the occasional patrols in the hall, the sounds of others talking outside my door, but now, I'm alone. No witnesses. Without allowing myself to second-guess the thought, I cross the corridor, my hand on the iron ring to pull open the door. But before I can grip it, The door swings open. I leap back, and Dieter shares my startled, shocked expression. "Ernst," he says, closing the door behind him and stepping over to me. "What were you doing at my door?" "I smelled smoke," I lie. There is no quiver in my voice, somehow. "I thought you had left a candle burning, that maybe it tipped over." "All is well," Dieter says pleasantly, as if he does not have a child trapped in the torture chamber behind him. Then his face falls, and he leans closer to me, his thumb rubbing the sensitive skin under my eye. His touch is a gentle caress. "You have stayed up all night long," he says. "There are shadows under your eyes. And you have not joined the other men at the cathedral to celebrate our greatest purge yet." "There is much to be done," I say. My words are a strangled whisper. "And little time to do it in," Dieter says, agreeing. "But you have earned this honor, Captain, and I will see that you relish it." He doesn't give me a chance to refuse, he just walks toward the steps, expecting me to follow. Shit. I glance back at his door once. Wait for me, I think, even though I know Liesel cannot hear my thoughts, cannot know my silent vow to return to her. I traipse after the commandant, counting the minutes in my head. I seriously consider just shoving Dieter down the iron stairs, but his absence would cause an immediate investigation. It would ruin the plan. Tempting, though. A priest prays at the altar in the church built below the hexenjäger headquarters. He stands when he hears our boots on the steps. Dieter motions him over. "A blessing, Father, please," Dieter says, bowing his head. I emulate him as the priest intones a personal blessing under God, praising our holy work and making the sign of the cross over Dieter's body. The priest shifts to me, repeating the blessing. As he makes the sign of the cross over me, I look up. I meet his eyes. My jaw sets, and although I do not speak, I cannot keep the revulsion from my face. God has no part of the hexenjägers' plans this man blesses. The priest's voice trembles under my intense glare. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dieter turn to me, and I quickly duck my head, forcing my face into a mask of benign acceptance. "God be with you," the priest says in German, not Latin. "If he is with me, he is against you, I think, and now to business," the commandant says. He turns to the door that leads outside the church, expecting me to keep pace. I do, even though all I want is to flee to the tunnels. Dieter pauses before he opens the door. "Is there anything you want to tell me before we proceed?" Dieter asks me in a soft voice. His strange, pale eyes watch me carefully, colder even than this December morning. Panic ignites in my belly. Has he discovered my plan? Does he want me to beg for forgiveness? "You are lighting the fires of the biggest purge in Tri's history," Dieter prompts me. "Thank you." A smile cuts through his shadowed face. "You're welcome," he says, clearly satisfied by my gratitude for such a treat. He swings open the door, motioning for me to follow him outside. While Tri has had many pyres, I have never seen the streets lined with so many stakes. They start here, at the Porta Nigra, going down the street named for St. Simeon before skirting the market and curving toward the Archbishop's Cathedral. 100 poles set into the center of the street, hay and fodder for each fire piled up below. "It's clever, don't you think?" Dieter says. Before I can ask him what he means, he says, "You won't have to light every single fire, you see." He points to the way the dry straw links one pyre to the next, a sort of domino effect of flame. "When I light one, the fire will spread to the next, and, as long as there's no wind or a damp spot in the line, it will eventually light it all. Imagine the last person," I cannot help but say. "Whoever is tied to the last stake will hear the screams of the others the longest, will see the clouds of black smoke, smell the burning flesh, all the while awaiting their inevitable fate." "Oh, yes," Dieter says eagerly. "That's going to be Fritzi." I dig my nails into my hand, focusing on the pain, keeping the rest of my body still, my face blank. Dieter points to the distance. The fires will start at the cathedral, of course. The Archbishop gets a front row seat to the reign of terror he commands. And then we'll end here. Dieter smiles fondly at the stake just at the bottom of the steps of the Porta Nigra, as if he can see Fritzi already tied to it. Now to the cathedral. I know you've had a long night, friend, but I'm sure the Archbishop would like to see you prior to the day's duties. A different sort of panic twists inside me at those words. I spent too long in my office, intending to go straight to the tunnels. Dieter's idle talk and the priest's worthless blessing have eaten up precious moments when I could have been heading toward Fritzi. And if Dieter drags me to the cathedral? Commandant, I am sorry, but first, I must speak to the priest. Dieter shifts, and I can see the doubt painting across his features. I must go back inside, I say earnestly. I even open the door again, and the priest looks up at me from his prayers, curious that we've lingered. I need to confess. It is too great an honor to light the fires with any sin upon my soul. Captain Ernst Dieter says flatly, do you not think the Archbishop can hear your confession just as well? Shit, I stare at him blankly, unable to come up with a lie quick enough to get me out of this. And then Dieter shrugs. Do as you will, he says as if he doesn't care. Just be at the cathedral at least an hour before. I lie. And he walks away. I turn and run to the church. You seek a confession, my son? The priest asks. No, I say without looking at him. I head straight to the stairs, descending down and down into the depths of the water system below the streets. I'm running before the first turn in the tunnel. I'm not even halfway to the basilica when the mid-morning bells start tolling, the sound a cacophony that reaches even below ground. I race through water, splashing and cursing, but I know I'm not going to make it in time. 23 Fritzi, I grab Jochen's arm. He tenses beneath my fingers as the screaming of 100 mid-morning bells overlaps across the city, yanking the murmurs in this prison to utter silence. All of us are away from the left edge of the cell. It is obvious that we are grouped together, and we are one mass, one breath held, one cluster of equal parts dread and hope. The bells cease. Silence hangs dense and choking, and I lick my dry lips. The floor is still intact. No. My chest buckles. No, Dieter caught on to our plan. He has Otto the same place he has Liesel, and he'll destroy them both. Calm, Jochen whispers to me. Calm, Fräulein. I am shaking where I hold him, shaking because eyes are turning to me now in growing distrust. This woman came into their cell, the sister of the commandant, and she lied, didn't she? She led everyone to salvation, but there will be no salvation, no escape. A few of their accusation-heated gazes pin on me in violence. These people have nothing to lose now, and I gave believe in funnels of them false hope. How many minutes have passed since the bells stopped? 5. 10. Footsteps bound up the hall along with gruff laughing, a barked command. Begin manacling them, a jagger out of sight orders. He's coming closer, they all are, keys rattling to unlock our cell. It's time to get these. The floor blasts upward with a shuddering, percussive explosion. Screams tear through the crowd, and where we were pressed together already, bodies shove closer, scrambling for cover as rocks and pebbles and debris erupt in a clouded spray. My ears ring, eyes blurred with soot and the air clouded with dust, but I shove into the crowd without hesitation. Go, I bellow, voice tearing with my own fear, and bodies are frantic to obey. The crowd heaves, and I vaguely see shapes writhing over newly displaced stones, angling for the hole in the floor leading down into thick, inky darkness. I turn to Jochen, dust coating his skin in a fine film. He leans on me, and the two of us begin climbing over the hazards and rubble, some of it shifting threateningly beneath our weight. Outside the cell and the prison, voices shout. I could take one of the protection potions and throw my body as a barricade between these people and the coming Jaggers, and hope that magic is still as unpredictably potent as it was in Otto's house fort and when I protected his sister. But nothing I do could help as much as the fog of chalky dust that blankets the room. The Jaggers can't see the hole in the floor, the prisoners pouring out to safety. They don't know exactly what is happening, merely that something exploded. We climb clown, desperation making us unsteady. I feel a sharp rock cut into my shin, but I push on, holding tight to Jochen as we leave the cold swell of the ruined prison chamber and plummet into the aqueduct's shadows. Water splashes in all directions beneath the patter of running steps, but otherwise, it is silent, fear wrapping everyone in a blanket of focus. No one cries, no one screams, just the rush of panting breaths. Leave, I tell Jochen, wiping dust off my face, the taste of it bitter on my lips. Leave, I have to go elsewhere. Dank, Fräulein Hex, he says, and before my body can even feel the shock of his words, he knew. He knows what I am, what I really am. He's gone, the slush and stumble of his hobbled gait taking him off down the tunnel. People still clamber down the rubble, and now I can hear hexenjägers shouting above. Stop! Hold Hexen! Escaping, I shiver, arms around myself, and duck to the side, out of the way of the ruined prisoners. Otto was due to light the fuse on the explosion, then run. He should be at our meeting place now. The routes he had memorized took everyone out of the city, but the intersection where we're to find each other is the only route that goes toward the Porta Nigra. A risk, but there's no way we'd find each other in the chaos of dozens of people rushing through tunnels. What will he say when I tell him that I'm not leaving? I promised to help him find his sister. But no one could find her better than Liesel. He'll have to understand that. He still doesn't know what Dieter really is, does he? The voice whispers. I shake my head, too disoriented in the blackness, my ears still ringing, my chest permanently tight with worry. Not now. Just get to Otto. If he won't stay to help, I'll find Liesel on my oath. I spin in the dark, feel for a wall, and hold there. I'm facing east, I think. It's all disorienting down here. But the Porta Nigra route should lie ahead, then two lefts, a right, another left. I take a step forward. Turn, the voice shouts. Turn around, Fritz. I stop, cold. It's never yelled before. And it sounded panicked. Afraid. Numb, I turn. I turn because I am sleepless and sick with worry and being told what to do, where to go, with even this modicum of authority has my body moving of its own accord. My fingers scramble for the pocket in the slit through my skirt, and I yank out a protection potion. Wild magic will not get me. I down the potion, the earthy, metallic taste a small comfort in the darkness. What will a feeble protection spell do against wild magic, though? I wait for it to laugh at me. For it to wax on about how I can't hope to fight it. But it's silent now, which is even more unnerving. Did the protection potion cast it away? I take another step, heart hammering, lungs burning, all sight deadened but sound coming in muffled bursts, so I'm not even sure this is the right way, or if back was better. Why am I following the voice? Why am I listening to it still? I reach a turn. If this is the correct way, then I need to go left. I walk. Each step I take draws me farther from the sloshing of feet in water, the shouting of hexenjägers. Are they in the tunnels yet? I start running. In the dark. Hands out in front of me. All of my faith in the protection spell coursing through my veins. Instinct seizes me, and I come up short, palms going flat on a wall. I run, my body stops moments before another wall on I go, wholly given over to my basest of abilities, sightless and senseless and driven by manic terror. When I stop this time, it's different. A pause only. Ahead of me, an arm's length away, I hear a rush of breath that I recognize. A quick, shuddering exhale in the lightless nothingness. Then, Fritzi. I dive forward. My arms lock around his neck, and Otto makes a startled cry that pings off the stones. Verdammt, Fritzi. I wasn't sure if it was you. Sorry, warn me before you tackle me in the dark, Jess. Next time, I'll be sure to. Good, next time. I drop my face into the curve of his neck, my racing heart thundering to stillness against the wall of muscle that is his chest. In the vast, sweeping place of senselessness that these tunnels create, I am consumed by the smell of him, the feel of him, a quick respite. I realize then that I hadn't thought I'd see him again. And I'd been terrified by that idea. Which is just maddeningly annoying. I don't release him, but I smack his arm. You were late. The mid-morning bells, Fritzi, I badly mimic his voice. Remember, the mid-morning bells, we move on. Which bells? The mid-morning, he curses again, but he tightens his hold on me, lifting me off the floor. I know. I'm sorry, I was held up. He pauses, and I feel the hitch in his chest, a quick gulp of breath. Held up by what? You're all right, though? Everyone escaped. Yes, they are all on their way out. The explosion worked perfectly. It rocks through me, again, how well planned this breakout was, how brilliantly Otto brought all this together. He saved the lives of 100 people in the span of 5 minutes. And you're all right, he repeats, giving me a gentle squeeze. I go rigid. When he feels the change, his grip intensifies, and a part of me melts entirely. Eyes shutting, I keep my face pressed to his neck. I can't leave without Liesel. I know. His hand splays flat on my lower back, his thumb moving so slightly against the wool of my cloak that I could be imagining it. I know where she is. That makes me draw back. I can't see his face, but I can feel the feather of his exhale from his parted lips, the warmth emanating off his skin. You saw her? Where? Is she alive? She's alive. Where does he have her? I wiggle against him, trying to get out of his arms, but he doesn't relent, and I give him an exasperated look he can't see. I have to get her. I don't expect you to help, Fritzi, he says in that tone like iron, the one that demands obedience so instinctively that I do stop struggling against him, only to roll my eyes at myself and flush in the dark. Do you really think I'd save 100 people only to leave a child behind? I lied to you. About who Dieter is. What he is. Otto finally sets me on the tunnel floor, but his hands move to my hips, and his fingers curl into me, binding me in front of him. The imposing force of his presence, even in the dark, coupled with the tugging command in his tone, has me grappling for purchase with a handful of his tunic, trying desperately to pull myself together. I'll hear the full story after we save your cousin, he says. But right now, we need to move. She's in the commandant's office in the Porta Nigra. The headquarters were already fairly empty this morning. The explosion should draw all jaggers to the basilica. We have a window now, and we have to use it. I don't know why I'm challenging him about helping me. I just want another moment in the dark, another second to pause. But Liesel doesn't have another moment, another second. I feel through the vials in my pouch to find the one I need and press it into his palm. For protection, I say. If you're willing. He doesn't hesitate. I hear it uncork. A beat later, he presses the empty vial back into my hand. Maybe the three are watching over me still. If they brought him to me. Heart in my throat, I fivest so I'm holding his hand. Take me to her 24, Otto. Her fingers are laced through mine, her palm warm, her grip strong. We splash through the tunnels, the water icy cold, the darkness overwhelming, but all I can think about is how her hand is in mine. The trust in me her touch implies. We start to see more light slowly, as the main passage into the Porta Nigra comes into focus. Waterlogged, we pound up the iron staircase, speed more important than silence. They'll all be gone by now, I tell myself. The explosion had to have been heard by the entire city. Everyone would have rushed there. As Fritzi and I wind round and round the spiral stairs, going straight up from the tunnels to the floor for the headquarters, I repeat that mantra, they'll all be gone by now. But I'm Umung. I push through the door at the top of the stairs and am met not with silence and shadows, but a man, sword already drawn. Yes. The curse bursts out of me, pure verbal shock. The man in front of me adjusts his grip on his weapon. Bertram. His lips snarl. Everyone else went to the basilica, he says. I heard you stayed behind. For confession. And I've been thinking about the way the hex